Properly, yeah.
obviously the general idea.
It must be almost falling apart by now, because it's been there for a few years.
It has. It's certainly been used well back into the David Ripley era as head coach. Here's McIlroy starting over number 3, bowling to Sam Whiteman, who's pushing that out into the covers. And there's no run. Yes, it's as you say, it's one of those little traditions that seems to have developed. And did notice also, I was just wondering if, I don't think it would quite go back that far, but I see our match referee today, Alex Swan, of course, who was a former Northamptonshire player before moving up to Lancashire, brother of Graham. Here's McIlroy in again, bowls very full to Whiteman, who nudges that wide of second slip, goes down to third man for a single. So Whiteman is off the mark, 1 to him, and Northamptonshire to 8 for no wicket.
Umpire David Lloyd doesn't half sound like his dad. Graham Lloyd, rather. Sounds like David Lloyd.
Yes, we had the...
shut your eyes and be the same, exactly the same tones.
We had the pleasure earlier in the season when Northamptonshire played up at Old Trafford in the championship match of Graham Lloyd umpiring and David Lloyd being in the commentary box as McIlroy in bowls to Vasconcelos, who runs it down to backward point, and there's no run. So yes, we were sort of saying, do you reckon he's got that one right then? Well, of course he has. Absolutely spot on. But yeah, David Lloyd and Paul Allett both joining our BBC commentary team for that game, which was excellent fun. Able to point out to Bumble that Northamptonshire had only ever won 4 championship matches at Old Trafford, and he played in 2 of them. McIlroy in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, covers up, plays it back down the pitch. McIlroy fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. For the benefit of Glamorgan listeners in particular, perhaps just mention Gus Miller, who, as I say, hasn't played any first team cricket this year for Northamptonshire, played 4 List A matches last year. But Augustus Horatio Miller, born in Oxford, Bedford schoolboy. McIlroy bowls again on to Vasconcelos, just turns him round a little bit of movement away. He's been finding this fairly consistently so far, just swinging a ball away from the left-hander, and Vasconcelos not entirely comfortable with that, running it down in the end to back point, and there's no run. And Northamptonshire listeners will have heard this fact before, but the previous Augustus to play for Northamptonshire was back in 1892, so there haven't been very many. Here's McIlroy in again on leg stump, on driven by Vasconcelos, just uppishly for a little while, but safe enough. Runs up to mid-on where Billy Root fields, and that's the end of the over. 8 for no wicket, just the single to Sam Whiteman, so McIlroy's made a nice tidy start.
What information might you have about the previous Augustus?
Well, it's almost as though we rehearsed that. The previous Augustus to play for Northamptonshire was Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford, who played an Oundle schoolboy, played a few games for Northamptonshire, not first class of course, but in the 1870s and 1880s and 90s rather, and his niece Elizabeth Beresford created the Wombles.
There we are.
So there you are. There's your fact for the day to carry you through the day.
Not quite sure how we got to Wombles from a Northants cricketer. As Smith bowls, and that's slashed away just past point, and that will run away for a couple of runs to Whiteman, but that was only just wide of a diving Ben Kellaway at point there. Wasn't under control, and it was probably still in the air by the time it passed Kellaway.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman getting his first chance to open in this competition. He's batted generally at 3 in the other matches, but no Emilio Gay today. Smith
bowls, and Whiteman plays it down into the gully where it's fielded by Kellaway, and there's no run.
You know, Beresford, R.A.A. Beresford's brother, so Elizabeth Beresford's father was J.D. Beresford, and he also was a writer and wrote a book called The Hamptonshire Wonder. It was about a sort of sporting hero. So there's links all the way there, you know.
Absolutely. If you want to know anything about Northamptonshire cricket, then Andrew is your man. As Smith bowls and tucks up Whiteman slightly, and he defends out on the leg side.
Unfortunately, as my wife will vouch, I don't know what day the bins go out, so it's fairly useless really, but there you go, it's a living.
Thursday night for Friday morning round our neck of the woods, I can tell you that. So we get an email to remind us.
Really?
Yes, and as to what sort of bin should be placed out. As Smith is in to bowl to Whiteman, who is tucked up and playing back to the bowler. No run.
Well, that was it's Sunday night for Monday morning, but the only reason I ever know which one it is to go out is you just have to have a little surreptitious look up the street.
See what the neighbours have
and
got.
see who the efficient how the efficient people have gone about the task, and then you're okay.
Well, at least you got some. As long as you've got someone to take the lead, otherwise you'll be
Yes.
peeping out your curtains Sunday nights. Sun out, Smith in. Bowls slash by Whiteman, misses through to Horton. Well, that's considerably made a difference. The cheerfulness of the vista in front of us, with the sunshine piercing through. Not sure how long it's going to stay, but we have got an expanse of blue sky above us here in the capital.
It's a bit of a sun trap down the other end of the ground, isn't it? At the River Taff end, those seats there, you could fry very easily.
Indeed, it's a good place for sunbathing down there. As there's another slash and a miss from Whiteman, and his feet were not quite there on that occasion. 10 for naught after 4 overs. Well, we've had 1-6, but apart from that, it's been a little bit nervy from Northants.
It has indeed, and it's again indicative of Northamptonshire's top order trials and tribulations. As I say, if you take out Prithvi Shaw, who of course has played just the 4 games before his spell with Northamptonshire ended with quite a nasty knee injury that's going to keep him out of cricket for the last we heard about 3 months. I think he had an appointment with a specialist in London on Friday, but certainly won't be playing for Northamptonshire again this year. As McElroy starts a fresh over from this Cathedral Road end and bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays defensively back down the pitch, and McElroy fields off his own bowling. Take him out and take out Tom Taylor, who's just shy of 300 runs with a couple of hundreds. But other than that, the leading run score will be Rob Keogh with 151 in 7 innings. The highest score of 42, so only 2 other 50s. Apart from Shaw and Taylor, that's outside the off stump and punched away out to extra cover by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Yeah, so Prithvi Shaw a double 100 and 100, Tom Taylor 200s, and apart from that, the rest of the team between them have managed just 2 50s. In fact, both innings of 54. Whiteman against Somerset, and Lewis McManus against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Here's McElroy running away from us, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it out to extra cover this time, and there's no run. I'm just assuming, this being a used pitch, Northamptonshire feeling that they would like to get runs on the board, and maybe it's going to get a little bit lower, slower, perhaps turn. I don't know what it's going to do later on, but I would imagine they just feel that if it's a pitch that's already been used for a couple of games, as you mentioned, then
yeah, Mr. Kerrigan might be feeling a bit frustrated not to be playing.
Yes, absolutely. Here's McElroy in, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a strange one actually. I had a feeling that if they'd been a full-length game, and I've no reason, no sort of way of bearing this out, but my gut feeling was that if it had been a full-length game at Edgbaston on Friday, I think Alex Russell might have had a game then in place of Simon Kerrigan, but they played Kerrigan in the shortened game, and in fact Kerrigan was outstanding. He was Northamptonshire's best bowler in that truncated match. McElroy bowls and punched away by Vasconcelos. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to reach the boundary at extra cover. Runs away, so having hit a 6 over or 2 back, Vasconcelos adds another boundary. He goes to 11, and Northamptonshire to 14 for no wicket. A little milestone there for Vasconcelos, which we did mention earlier. He's now made 1,000 List A runs for Northamptonshire. The nation rejoices.
Indeed, and I'm not criticising Kiran Carlson because he was never going to catch that, but I think earlier in the competition he'd probably have given it a vain go.
He did give it up fairly early, didn't he? Fairly early on in the piece. Is McElroy, and again to Vasconcelos on leg stump. It's tickled away down to fine leg. It's gone for 4. Now, has he got any bat on it? We'll await. No, he hasn't. Signalled as leg buys by the umpire. but it's 4 more onto the total. It was down leg stump, it was just to flick the pad on the way through down to the fence. 18 for no wicket at the end of the over, so 5 gone. 11 to Vasconcelos, 3 to Whiteman.
So Glamorgan having trouble in getting early wickets in this competition. Van der Hoogten has bowled quite well, but only got a couple of wickets. Likewise, McIlroy really has been the most economical of Glamorgan's bowlers, only going for just under 4.5 runs and over, but has only had 2 wickets. So Glamorgan's wickets have very much been taken by the spinners, with Callaway having 12, the youngster, 4 lots of 3, and Carlson having 8. Alderson with 7, who is not playing, has had most of the seamers. As Smith is into bowl, and a hoik and a fluky 4 runs from Whiteman off the inside edge. I think how that missed the stumps and evaded the keeper, I'm not quite sure, but that was a hoik, really, wasn't it? It was not a thing of beauty.
It was not aesthetically pleasing. He'll get no marks for artistic impression. It was fairly horrible, but it got on another day it would have gone clattering into the stumps, and today it's just run away for 4. So bad luck for the bowler. Bit of good fortune for Sam Whiteman. I'll say he hasn't had much to write home about in this competition so far. Mentioned also, which we'll keep an eye on, of course, that Glamorgan and Northamptonshire are playing second 11 championship match at the moment at Campbell Park in Milton Keynes. Good day for Glamorgan yesterday.
Indeed, rather unfamiliar lineup as Smith is in to bowl, and that one's pulled magnificently. 1 bounce over the square leg boundary for 4 runs by Whiteman. So every time Smith is dropping a tall short, he's being put to the sword, and Northants reach 26 without loss, or as it says on the board, Steelbacks 26 for naught.
Yes, well, Northamptonshire are the Steelbacks in white ball cricket, technically, but still Northamptonshire as far as I'm concerned. But no, it is the official white ball name.
Wasn't sure whether it's just T20 or not.
No.
Smith in bowls, and that's prodded by Whiteman out on the offside.
Because Rob Keogh recently made his 150th Steelbacks appearance. It was
right.
Combined T20 and List A.
So no, don't like that.
It just well, it wasn't my choice,
No,
but
no.
it was duly announced. It's fair enough. It's a milestone, isn't it? Because he made his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire last season.
As Smith is starting a new over, and continuing this over once the ball had been retrieved, rather, and that was cut away for a single by Whiteman, down to McIlroy at third man, 27 without loss.
We're talking about Justin Broad, of course, being playing in this Northamptonshire side, being a German international. I see in that second 11 game, Glamorgan have got Asa Tribe, who is, I think, a Jersey international, playing. It's currently 159 not out, with Glamorgan 377 for 8.
Yes, he's played a couple of games for Glamorgan. I think he was on Somerset's books previously. Maybe wrong there. As that is defended by Vasconcelos. Out on the offside, no run. 27 for naught. He's studying in Cardiff, hence his links with Glamorgan, who have had a few from the Cardiff MCCU setup over the last few years.
That was my next question, how he'd come to be here. But
yeah, so if he scores runs like that, he'll catch a bit of interest. As Smith bangs another one in, and it's pulled, and again not timed by Vasconcelos, and now Glamorgan do have a deep square leg, which is Eddie Byrom, and he keeps them down to a single, and that seemed to be a mighty effort going into that one. And again, the ball slightly mistimed, 28 without loss.
Yeah, for Northamptonshire, Ethan Rice, left armour, has picked up 5 wickets so far. Freddie Heldrick, who I know a few people on reading the socials last night were a bit surprised that perhaps he hasn't come back into the reckoning. Played in the first game in this competition, having obviously gone right through, pretty much through the T20. Played at Cheltenham, and hasn't been seen since. He's playing with the seconds, bowled 18 overs, 1 for 70 odd yesterday, but not present here. They've gone for the other wrist spinner, Alex Russell. Here's McIlroy, running in again to bowl down the leg side to Vasconcelos, and it is called a wide by umpire Naeem Ashraf. One more onto the total, 29 for no wicket.
Yeah, Glamorgan also had a century off the opening bat, Joe McGregor, who's another trialist. Played for them briefly earlier in the season, Glamorgan seconds.
Well, Northamptonshire will have had to change the team, of course, because Gus Miller, who was playing yesterday, is here and playing today. Here's McIlroy in bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
Glamorgan seconds led by James Harris, the very much the senior statesman there, and departure announced yesterday of Callum Taylor, who did a lot of second team captaincy duties, but left early by mutual consent in the end.
Here's McIlroy down to one slip now and edged away by Vasconcelos down to third man. It would have been, I suppose, a catch for third slip, but let's say only the one in at the moment, so it's another run to Vasconcelos. He goes to 13, 30 for no wicket. Yeah, I was sorry to see that, simply because you and I had the pleasure of commentating on Callum Taylor's maiden 100 a few years ago when he played very, very well indeed. Yeah,
we thought that he was going to make a big impact, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, it didn't quite take off.
McIlroy bowling to Whiteman down the leg side, that's another wide, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. 31 for no wicket, Northamptonshire.
And somewhat disgruntled was Callum Taylor when he departed.
Yes, I did notice the comments on social media. But I mean, it was a wonderful innings, and I think it was Michael Hogan, wasn't it? Batted with him at the end, and it was fantastic stuff. And you thought, well, you know, he's one of those sort of players that you think, I'm going to be there and be able to say that I saw his first 100. But here's McIlroy, bowls to Whiteman, who just tried to give himself a little bit of room, plays it down to point, and there's no run. Stays at 31 for no wicket, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't find another county.
I think he's departing back to Australia.
Oh, right, okay.
Where he was brought up, born in Newport, but brought up largely in Australia.
Yes, I seem to remember the accent was a little bit more Toowoomba than Tredegar. Here's McIlroy, and again down the leg side. Now that is not signalled a wide, so I'm assuming it must just have clipped something on the way through, a bit of pad or the trouser leg of Sam Whiteman. Not called a wide this time. Sun behind a cloud at the moment, plenty of cloud around, but it's fairly high. Forecast is good for the rest of the day here in Cardiff. Got a gentle breeze just rustling the trees at the taff end. That's wide outside the off stump, and Whiteman tries to cut, doesn't time it, just cloths it out into the covers, and there's no run.
There is a members forum taking place at lunchtime, where Chief Executive Hugh Morris, Director of Cricket Mark Wallace, and Operations man Dan Cherry will be open to questions. Be interesting to hear what goes on there.
Here's McIlroy running in again to bowl to Sam Whiteman, who's forward defensive back down the pitch. McIlroy sticks down left hand and fields, and that's the end of the over. 7th over, Northamptonshire 31 for no wicket, with Vasconcelos on 13, Whiteman on 12. Yes, they had one of those at Northampton at the end of the Worcestershire match. That was last Wednesday. It was slightly different at Northampton because obviously it's what I think it used to be the AGM, but of course it's not really an AGM now because the club is a limited company, so they have a separate shareholders meeting. But this was sort of people like me who are life members of the club were able to ask questions of various officials.
Smith starting a new over, round the wicket he comes, and again Vasconcelos tries to hit it down into Cardiff Bay and ends up getting a single out to mid-wicket.
I have to say I was a little bit surprised, Nick, because bearing in mind the season that Northamptonshire have had and some of the fairly vitriolic comments coming out on social media, as we always say, supporters are quite entitled to express an opinion, but John Sadler, the head coach, was there and, you know, saying I'll answer questions, and got asked precisely one question.
Here is Smith in again, bowls. The ramp shot comes out from Whiteman, and he's played it well, so well that he's cleared the ropes at fine leg. Didn't think it'd have quite enough pace on it for that, but it did. Got into position early, scooped it away. Fine leg up in the circle, not too much danger, and the second maximum of the day sees Northants move on to 38 without loss.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman, I mean, for somebody who's played the amount of cricket he has back in Australia, say he's Western Australia captain in the Sheffield Shield, his List A record is modest, I think it's fair to say.
Next delivery, cut away, straight to Callaway, Northeast rather, who's been brought in to join Callaway, and a packed offside now. The outfielders are at mid-wicket, and third man, says he, peering round the corner of the box to make sure there is a third man. 38 without loss, Northants going well. You're on BBC Sport Online. As another ramp is played, and this one will be a first bounce for this time, as he's executed that one almost equally as well. Fine leg still up in the circle, and Smith going around the park a bit at the moment. He has conceded 29 runs in this his fourth over. McIlroy, on the other hand, 0 for 9 and should have had a wicket in the first over. Whiteman pulls this one through mid-wicket, and 6 more. Well, Rory Smith really is suffering at the moment. Then they're really tucking into his bowling, and that one cleared the ropes on a reasonably longish boundary away in front of the grandstand.
It's almost as though Sam Whiteman's batting as a man liberated at the moment. He spent a good part of the season. Obviously, it's been a tough year for him. He got a couple of championship hundreds, very good ones, one to save the match when he batted nearly 7 hours down at Taunton against Somerset, and then at Merchant Taylor's School again on a pitch that was doing a bit. But that's been the sort of the type of innings he's been having to play for most of the year, and it's as though suddenly he's opening the batting with power play. Suddenly thinks I can have a little bit of a swing here.
48 for naught. Smith in again, and another swing from Whiteman sends the ball through mid-wicket, not really timed. Eddie Byrom chases and then loses the ball. Oh, that was poor fielding. Thankfully for Glamorgan, it doesn't cost them an extra run because he managed to recover. But Byrom getting to the ball, picking it up, and then seeing it spinning out of his hand. But it was a very comfortable 2 anyway, and that is the Northants 50 up inside 8 overs, and Smith has conceded 37, and I think that he's going to have to be changed. PDQ.
Well, of course, keep an eye on the other matches. Lots of other games being played today in the One Day Cup, particularly Nottinghamshire against Lancashire, which is obviously one that will decide, I think, the one remaining place in the knockout stages of the competition. If Lancashire win, they go through. If Nottinghamshire win, they could go through, but I think they require other results, or at least one of the results, to go their way. But Nottinghamshire at the moment 9 for 2 in the 8th over against Lancashire, so good start from the Red Rose. Is McIlroy in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, pushes it out to mid-wicket. Billy Root comes round to field, but they're through for a single. Vasconcelos to 15 and Northamptonshire to 51 for no wicket.
Yes, McIlroy probably still inwardly cursing. Should have had Vasconcelos back in the pavilion in the first over. Horton putting down a chance behind the wicket.
Yeah, third ball of the game, wasn't it, I think? And it wasn't, I say, it wasn't a particularly difficult chance. Here's McIlroy in and bowls to Sam Whiteman, who turns that away out towards mid-wicket, but can't beat the man there, and there's no run.
He's playing a lot to leg side, isn't he, Whiteman, at the moment?
Yeah, he does.
So
I think that's his
typical.
That's his preference. Yes, he's. I think he probably would be, looking at the stats, overall a little bit disappointed with his season's work with Northamptonshire. But as I say, he's been a very popular, I think, member of the dressing room, and Certainly the innings at Somerset was one right out of the top drawer. Here's McIlroy in again, bowls to Whiteman, pushes forward and it lodges in his pad. So he's able to retrieve it, lob it to a fielder, and then ball gets looped back to Jamie McIlroy. I'm saying it's extraordinary these two sides haven't played each other very much in list day. They played each of the last 2 seasons at Northampton, which of course games that you and I have done, and then you have to go back to 2009 for their last list day meeting. Is McIlroy in bowls, and that's pulled by Whiteman. It's gone straight up in the air, and I think it's going to drop safe. It is almost directly behind the keeper Alex Horton. There were 3 fielders converging on it, and this is the way when things are going your way as a batter, it drops safe, and they're able to come back for 2. It went up a long way and it was in the air for a while, but the keeper was going for it, 2 fielders were going for it, and it dropped safe. 2 more to Whiteman. He goes to 32, 53 for no wicket.
No, it was taking the mick, really, wasn't it?
It was a little
if he
bit,
just
yeah.
placed it where he'd wanted, then it couldn't have been more frustrating for the fielders.
That's with the accuracy of one of your gap wedges, Nick. Just exactly pinpoint accuracy. Fuller ball from McIlroy, and Whiteman is in behind it, playing it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2009, strangely, these two sides played each other 3 times in List A cricket.
How did that happen then?
Well, it was once in the old Pro 40,
yeah,
and twice in the Friends Provident Trophy, as it was then. They played at Colwyn Bay and at St Helens, at Swansea, and at Northampton as well. But the last time these two sides have played each other in List A cricket here at Sophia Gardens, back in 2006. Here's McIlroy. It's a lovely drive by Whiteman. That's, from an aesthetic point of view, probably the best stroke he's played, and it races away through the covers for 4. Takes Whiteman to 36, 57 for no wicket at the end of the 9th over. You look back at that game in 2006 here, which Northamptonshire won, thanks to 84 not out from Stephen Peters, who's just taken over as Northamptonshire cricket chairman. And the wickets came from Jason Brown and Monty Panesar.
All right.
So we are going back a bit.
There's a change of bowling at the river end.
As expected. Oh, the skipper's taking one for the team, bowling inside the power play. Kiran Carlson on early with his off break. Smith having gone round the park for 37 in his 4 overs. 57 without loss. Northants in 9 overs, so Kiran Carlson is going to bowl his off breaks in the last over of the power play fielding restrictions, with only 2 outside the circle. And the best of British luck to him. Vasconcelos on strike. 2 left-handers at the wicket. And the outfielders at deep cover and at mid-wicket. Here comes Carlson then into bowl, and that's cut by Vasconcelos. Hard, but straight to Callaway at point. And there's no run.
Kiran Carlson ought to have good memories of bowling against Northamptonshire, certainly in red ball cricket.
Yes, and white ball last year.
Yes, of course.
Carlson bowls and pulled away by Vasconcelos for a single out to Byrom at deep mid wicket. Carlson took 4 wickets at Northampton last year when no one else was taking many in the One Day Cup, and of course, as you refer to, his championship debut got a 5 for. Carlson bowls and Whiteman plays it straight to point, no run.
It was an odd game last year, wasn't it? Because Glamorgan were in early trouble and just rallied a little bit, but Northamptonshire were absolutely coasting it, a big opening partnership, and then they didn't want to win it.
Carlson bowls, forward props. Whiteman thinks about taking a quick single. Vasconcelos quickly retreats to the non-striker's end as North East makes ground at mid-wicket.
But he actually took all 4 wickets to fall, didn't he? Because Northamptonshire won by 6 wickets, but delayed the inevitable.
Carlson then, with his loopy little off breaks. Well, it's a bit fired in, and Whiteman just flat bats it through the offside for a single. So can Carlson get out of his over without boundary damage? 59 for naught. Last ball of the 10 over power play. Carlson is in, and a swing and an under edge of some sort from Vasconcelos will get him a single as Sisodia, the subfielder. No, he's playing, isn't he? This came Sisodia at fine leg fields, and how did that one miss? Oh, that one has come off some sort of bottom edge through the keeper's legs just past the off stump. 60 for naught after 10.
I think I might ask these two what the lottery numbers are for tonight, actually, the way they're going at the moment. Productive second 5, 42 runs coming off it. Various people have been in touch. It's always great to hear your views and listening at home. Though, in fact, Robert Brown, who's been in touch with us on Twitter, at OldManRad. Nick, I'm sure, will give his handle as well. But Robert is actually on the ground. He says he'll give us a wave, sitting near the players' balcony. First visit to Sophia Gardens. Lovely setting, lovely walk, as I did earlier through Butte Park. I hope the county can give us something to cheer for once. Well, we shall see, but I hope you're enjoying it. As I say, it is one of my favourite grounds, and it is certainly my favourite walk to the ground in the morning. Change of bowling from this Cathedral Road end. It's going to be Andrew Gorvin coming into the attack to bowl his first ball round the wicket. Keeper standing up and immediately beats Vasconcelos outside the off stump, taken by Alex Horton. And the two James Basford, James Freeman, both regular listeners, saying that they're very much enjoying commentary and being able to follow it on the live stream as well. And James Bashford agreeing about Northamptonshire batting this season and how it's been somewhat light in 50 over cricket, I think is the quite a diplomatic way of putting it. Here's Gorvin round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, plays it up on the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan really have had the opposite issue. The top order has been good, the spin bowling has been productive, and the seam bowling has been a problem area. And we wait to see who Glamorgan will be able to bring in for the championship in that department.
Here's Gorvin around the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who runs it down wide of backward point. Going to come back for 2 as it goes down to third man. So 2 more onto the total. Vasconcelos to 19, Northamptonshire to 62 for no wicket. Meanwhile, Asa Tribe continues to go strong for Glamorgan in the second 11 game. He's 160 not out, 388 for 9. Now, Glamorgan, wicket this morning for Freddie Heldrick, who's picked up 2 for 76 now. Around the wicket comes Gorvin, bowls on leg stump to Vasconcelos, who turns it away down to deep backward square for a single. Vasconcelos goes to 20 and Northamptonshire to 63 for no wicket.
So Glamorgan's bowling resources for this game, well, we've had the 4 McIlroy, Smith, Carlson and Gorvin, and we will see the left arm spin of Prem Sisodia and the off breaks of Ben Callaway, the breakthrough player of the comp for Glamorgan.
Gorvin in again, bowls to Whiteman, who nudges it down to backward point, and there's no run. You've been to Campbell Park, Nick? Is that one at Milton Keynes? Is that
no, I haven't had that pleasure.
Northamptonshire played a few list A games there and the odd T20 as well, but not recently. Of course, Northamptonshire haven't played any first team game away from Montage Road now for 9 years. Gorvin bowling to Whiteman, who punches it past the man at extra cover for a single. Eddie Byrom tidies up, and it's 1 more to Whiteman, who goes to 38 at the end of the over. 64 for no wicket, 11 gone. 38 to Whiteman, 20 to Vasconcelos. Nice ground actually. It's a relatively new ground based in Campbell Park, which has won all sorts of awards. Big open space in the centre of Milton Keynes, and it's like a natural amphitheatre. It's a very attractive setting. I think if Northamptonshire perhaps had a bit more.
Is it financial that they don't
yes,
play outside HQ?
Yeah, it is that they've just spent so much money improving the facilities at Wantage Road, which is, you'll vouch, having been there the last couple of years, it's a lot better than it used to be. So obviously it needs to be a compelling reason to take games away from there. And whether they will, of course, now with a Luton Steelbacks Academy and a Peterborough one, whether they perhaps look to move away to those venues remains to be seen.
Here's Carlson then into his second over, after which I shall give way to Kenneth Davis. as there's a swing and a miss from Whiteman. Through it goes to Horton, who removes the bails just in case. Well, we're outside the power play now, and Glamorgan have got man at deep square, long on, long off, and cover. And it is the deep cover who fields the ball as Whiteman plays it away for a single. So Glamorgan going into a fairly defensive mode as soon as they're permitted to do so, pushing an extra 2 fielders back, so you're allowed 4 outside the circle for the middle section of the innings as Carlson bowls, and flat batted through the offside by Vasconcelos for a single, 66 without loss. And then of course in the last 10 you're allowed to put 5 outside the circle, the 30-metre circle, should you so wish. You don't have to. As Carlson bowls a dreadful full toss down the leg side, and it is called a wide. It's lucky it wasn't disappearing into the top of the grandstand. Whiteman swung furiously, strike 1. He's on 39, the Australian. Vasconcelos has 21, should have been out on 0. Carlson bowls a bit quicker and flatter, and Whiteman plays it through the offside for a single. So the throw scuds in. 68 without loss. Carlson in to Vasconcelos, who toe ends one towards mid-wicket, so there's quite a bit of mistiming in between the big shots. Most of the big shots having come in from Whiteman.
Got too comfortable here. Must have forgot I've got to go and do a piece myself at midday up to BBC Radio Northampton.
As Carlson bowls outside off stump, cut but not timed by Vasconcelos, and batting is occasionally looking tricky, isn't it? There have been plenty of boundaries, as you can tell from the scoring rate of nearly 6 and over, but there have also been plenty of miss-hit shots, as Kenneth Davis will replace me on this side of the broadcast box.
Yep, 68 for no wicket, so good enough start for Northamptonshire, who won the toss and chose to bat. I say the top order's been an ongoing issue, as we've been discussing already this morning, but so far so good for them this morning, with this new look opening pair of Vasconcelos and Sam Whiteman. No Emilio Gay in the side for this game, and here's Andrew Gorvin running away from us from the Cathedral Road end and bowling to Whiteman, who plays it out into the covers. There's no run. And very good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning to you, Andrew.
Good to work with you for the first time.
Glad to be here. And you were mentioning that you strolled in via Boot Park. I've just been along the Taff. I had to pop into Central Square this morning, but lovely conditions.
Well, we were saying it's got to be the nicest walk to the ground on the county circuit. I would suggest, as Gorvin is in, bowls a little bit short of a length, paddled round the corner by Sam Whiteman, out to deep square for a single. He goes to 41 and Northamptonshire to 69 for no wicket. It's certainly slightly better than, and I say this despite the fact that it is my native town. Walking up from Northampton Station to Wantage Road, it lacks the sort of the aesthetics a little bit of walking through Butte Park and by the River Taff. But
no, very pleasant.
Here's Gorvin in again and bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays it down to backward point, and there's no run.
And a bit of a recurring theme from a Glamorgan point of view, lack of wickets at the top. It's as Nick alluded to, there's been a problem in terms of seam during this season.
Do feel a bit for Jamie McElroy though. Should have had Vasconcelos in the first over. Fairly standard keeping catch that went down. Next ball is played away by Vasconcelos out through mid-wicket. Played slightly across it, hence Andrew Gorvin looking slightly aggrieved. But it's one more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 22 and Northamptonshire to 70 for no wicket. It's probably fair to say, in fairness to the Glamorgan bowlers, that what luck has been going this morning, both with that chance and one or two other occasions as well, a few inside edges and so on, has gone very much Northamptonshire's way. Perhaps they feel their due. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Whiteman, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run.
But looking comfortable at the moment, 74 no wicket, going at a fair rate. Good partnership developing here between the openers.
Yeah, it's hard. I suppose, I don't know, you obviously know the conditions here better than I do. What would be a par score? Obviously this is a used pitch, as Nick was saying, but I think they'd be looking at what? High 200s.
I would have thought, yes.
Gorvin in, bowls to on the leg stump of Sam Whiteman, who turns it out to the onside. Go for a quick single, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Sam Whiteman was slightly treading water, and I think if it had throw had hit, I'm not saying he would have been out, but I think it might have been tight. Anyhow, he got home, end of the over, 71 for no wicket. Whiteman is 42. Vasconcelos is 22, and we've had 13 overs.
He is not the Glamorgan fielder you want to be taking a quick single towards Kiran Carlson. He's one of the better fielders and will probably be elevated to captaincy. I'm not sure in all formats, but certainly most next season. He's certainly had a good second half of the T20s and has been prolific with a bat and ball as he comes in from the River Taff end, and that's a full ball. And that's prodded back, and it's fielded by Carlson. Prodded back by Sam Whiteman, the left-hand bat Australian, as Carlson ambles in from the Taff end, and Whiteman gives himself room, and that's worked away into the offside, and there'll be a single added to the tally.
Just looking at that, the game we were talking about, which will determine the final qualification place, and Nottinghamshire in all sorts of trouble against Lancashire, 20 for 3 now. So Lancashire looking in a very strong position to book their place in the knockout stages.
Carlson to Vasconcelos, and that's worked away nicely into the leg side, and it'll go all the way, just racing away through mid-wicket for 4. That was just a dab into the leg side, but it sped away all the way to the boundary.
It was lovely timing, and it suggests that the outfield here, despite the fact that I'm sure you've probably had as wet a July as we have in our part of the world, the outfield's pretty quick.
We have, and after Carlson comes in to Vasconcelos into the offside, caressed into the offside, and that's a single. We had obviously 2 Welsh Fire games here on the weekend, the women and the men winning, so it's obviously busy time at Sophia Gardens. Carlson coming in to Whiteman, and that's a full ball, and there is no run. It's fielded at short cover, and yes, the women going through to the eliminator. Captain Kiran Carlson passes the umpire and then worked away. There is a quick single. They just to the left of Ben Callaway, and it's an easy single. So Northants going well here. Glamorgan needing a breakthrough. Vasconcelos on 27, Whiteman 44. The visitors Northants 78 for no wicket.
We were talking earlier about the List A matches, past meetings between these two sides, and the fact that there's been before the last two, which have both been at Northampton, quite a sort of 12-year gap back to 2009. But the first time these two sides met in List A cricket back in 1966 in the first round of the Gillette Cup, and Northamptonshire supporters won't want reminding about it because they were bowled out for 67 by Jeff Jones.
Jeff Jones, yes.
Andrew Gorvin starts a fresh over. That's picked up by Sam Whiteman. First bounce for 4. There's a long leg and a deep backward square, and that went between the two of them. And only just landed inside the rope. 4 more to Whiteman, who's thoroughly enjoying himself. 48 to the Australian. 82 for no wicket. Northamptonshire. Yeah, he got 4 wickets, 2 each for Tony Caudle and Peter Walker.
He doesn't need an introduction in these parts, Jeff Jones.
I'm sure he doesn't. And great left arm fast bowler, of course. Here's Gorvin running in again to bowl to Whiteman on leg stump. Whiteman looking to turn it away. I think it's just come off the pad. There's going to be 1 more to the total. We just wait to see if there is going to be a signal, and there is. It's a leg by, so 1 more onto the total. 83 for no wicket, and then Glamorgan knocking off the runs for an early finish with the great Alan Jones, 37 not out. So bit of a stuffing for Northamptonshire in that first list day meeting way back.
Yeah, so Alan, recently when Glamorgan played at the Knoll.
Here's Gorvin in again, bowls and played nicely by Vasconcelos away through extra cover, but there is a protection now, a man back there on the boundary, Eddie Byrom, so gets just a single. Vasconcelos to 28-84 for no wicket.
We spoke about taking games from the natural ground where Glamorgan played, well, they were meant to play 2, one was washed out against Durham, but we had a great game against Warwickshire at Neath recently.
Here's Gorvin in and bowls to Whiteman, who pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Yes, I was. It's a ground I haven't been to. I've obviously done here and done games at Swansea in the past,
yes,
but never, and Colwyn Bay, but never done Neath before.
No, it used to be part of the calendar. St Helens, obviously, it was ever present. Unfortunately, very little first-class cricket there these days.
Gorvin running in to bowl to Whiteman, pushes forward, goes off a thick inside edge out into the onside. They're going to come through for a single, takes Whiteman to 49 and Northamptonshire to 85 for no wicket.
Much to the dismay of a certain Edward Bevan.
I know, yes. Eddie and I have had conversations with this, and I dare say we shall, when I come off my commentary stint in a couple of minutes, I dare say we shall resume the conversation. But I used to love doing games at Swansea because it just has so much character, and the fact that you could actually watch the ferries going in and out was always a bit of a plus. Here's Gorvin bowling to Vasconcelos. That's a good ball. It goes straight through Vasconcelos outside the off stump, taken by Alex Horton. Applause from the crowd for a good strong finish to the over from Andrew Gorvin. But 15 gone, Northamptonshire 85 for no wicket, with 49 of those to Sam Whiteman, 28 to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
And the visitors looking comfortable. They have got in a few chances, but are looking quite comfortable as Kiran Carlson will resume from the taff end of the ground. And Whiteman will take guard, hoping to get his 50. Here comes Carlson. That's just prodded and will be fielded by Carlson himself, and there's no run.
I did feel a little bit for my our friend and colleague Martin Emerson from Durham, who of course drove all the way down to the Knoll to watch it rain all day.
Lashed down.
Yes.
Carlson coming in past the umpire, Fuller, and that's swept. And there'll be a couple here as Prem will save it from going all the way to the boundary, and that is Sam Whiteman's 50 to generous applause here around Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, only his second half-century in the competition. 49 balls, 2 sixes and 5 fours for Sam Whiteman.
So good knock.
Only other 50 was 54 against Somerset at Northampton, fairly early on in the competition.
Carlson coming in, getting a full ball, and that's worked away into the offside. There's no run. Of course, he's an experienced campaigner, Sam Whiteman, 31, and played for Western Australia. He's played a bit of Big Bash as well, hasn't he? Played for Perth and Sydney.
Yep.
Carlson coming in. Again, Whiteman tries to sweep, doesn't get that one right, and there's no run. So the run rate is just over 5.5, with plenty of overs obviously remaining. Kiran Carlson in, good length ball, and that'll be worked towards long on, and there's a single. So Glamorgan, as mentioned, needs something to go their way, as these two are cracking on and looking comfortable. Wider that time, and there was width. Vasconcelos thinking that he probably missed out there. It's fielded a point, backward point by Ben Callaway. So that is the end of the over. 34 remaining, Vasconcelos 28. Whiteman has had his 50, unbeaten on 52. Northants 88 for none.
And Kenneth, I just need to leave you to go and update BBC Radio Northampton into their midday news. I'll be back with you a bit later.
So Northants comfortable with these two at the helm, and they'll be hoping to compile a competitive score. As we mentioned, the high 200s would be the order as Andy Gorvin continues from the Cathedral Road end. That's a full ball whipped into the onside and there's no run. It's fielded by Colin Ingram. Back to Horton. Glamorgan have been a bit of a mixed bag in this competition. And won 3, lost 3. That game, as we mentioned, against Durham at the Knoll was rained off. Gorvin starts his runner past the umpire around the wicket, and that's fended into the offside. There's no run. It's fielded at point. Wins against Worcestershire, Gloucestershire and Warwickshire. So it's been a bit inconsistent. 4th in the table. Qualification beyond then. They missed out with that going down against Gloucestershire as Gorvin wheels round past the umpire round the wicket. Fuller ball, and that's straight past the umpire. A couple of bounces for 4.
Starting to get the pace of this wicket regularly, aren't they, these two batters? We've had a fair few mistimed shots in the first hour of play, but it hasn't produced wickets. And now, for a rarity in this competition, apart from when Mr. Shaw and Mr. Taylor are batting for Northants, they've got 2 others prospering now.
Gorvin in, and that's just well defended, and there's no run. I was saying, Nick, a bit of a mixed bag for Glamorgan, a bit of a mixed bag for both sides in this competition.
Yes, very much mid-table, looking around about the 50% record mark for the campaign. Up and down. It's a group which hasn't really had as many duds as the other group, I think, in terms of players lost.
Gorvin in bowls, and that's worked into the offside, but the man at extra cover will field.
Somerset have been mostly competitive, or at times competitive, despite losing a lot to the 100, and the more of the sides badly affected have been in the other group. It's just the way it's worked this season.
Yeah, Northants won 3, lost 4, 5th in the group, 10th in Division 1 of the County Championship. They've got games to come against Lancashire, Warwickshire and Surrey as Gorvin comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Bit leg side that time, and it allowed Vasconcelos to work it into the leg side. And there is a single, so they are comfortable. Northants at 94 for no wicket. We've had 17 overs at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, where is the breakthrough coming from? And Carlson and Callaway, the leading wicket takers this season. We haven't seen Callaway in the attack so far today. Maybe another couple of overs from Gorvin, and we'll see spin from this end as well. Kiran Carlson's unexpected renaissance with the ball. In the last couple of seasons, having hardly bowled at all for a few years after he started so well at Northampton. Driven by Vasconcelos into the offside, fielded by Root at cover, no run.
I was hearing you mentioned that forum coming up, Nick. It'll be interesting to have your thoughts about what might be aired.
Carlson in to bowl, big swing across the line, but Vasconcelos survives there.
It's a good shot.
Looking to smash that one somewhere into the grandstand, and missing. Struck on the pad.
Not much in that.
Reminder, the BBC commentary is available on both county websites for the Visio stream. As Carlson into Vasconcelos, drives down the wicket. Well, I'm sure members will want an assessment of playing record this season, and a few questions about personnel, I expect. As Carlson tosses one up, driven through the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket, single taken, 95 for Nort, Vasconcelos to 30. I expect they'll want to hear what irons are in the fire about an overseas player for September to replace Michael Neser. Carlson bowls to Whiteman, and that's cut away hard backward of square, and they'll go through for 2 runs as McIlroy fields on the boundary. Whiteman moves ever onwards to 59 not out, 97 without loss. The board as quick as ever to get them up on the board. Carlson in to Whiteman, who hits inside out over extra cover. Will pick up another couple of runs here as McIlroy again in the action. Deliberately chipped it up really over cover and comfortably cleared him without any danger of holing out on the boundary. 99 without loss then after just 18 overs are the visitors, the Northants Steelbacks.
Yes, and going on quite nicely with these two still very commanding. Vasconcelos is unbeaten on 30, Whiteman 61. And Ben Callaway is going to be brought back into action from the Cathedral Road end. And as Nick mentioned, a breakaway competition for young Ben Callaway from Chepstow. Looks a real prospect for the future with ball and bat. Vasconcelos will face the South African. Good length ball, but it is an easy single down to long off. Billy Root will field. And that is 100 up for Northants in the 19th over.
Good rate, isn't it?
Yes, 109 balls.
Think about 300 plus.
Yeah, as Callaway comes in past the umpire. Good length ball, and this just padded up. And it's fielded by Callaway. Well, at least, I mean, Parr has been in this competition about the 280-ish mark, so they'll be looking to make hay in the sunshine, although it's a few clouds hovering over. And that's a single down to Colin Ingram at long on, as we welcome Andrew back into position.
Yes, just been updating BBC Radio Northampton into the midday news, and for once, with Northamptonshire batting, it's a bit of good news. There hasn't been too much this year. For that next ball from Ben Callaway is cut away, and it runs away for 4. Vasconcelos, it was a short ball, meat and drink really for Vasconcelos, who put it away. Just wondering if it had actually disappeared under the groundsman's truck down there, but no, it didn't. Takes Vasconcelos up to 35 and Northamptonshire to 105 for no wicket. I do remember that that sort of groundsman's trailer from the match here, the championship match here a couple of years ago, as Callaway's in again, bowls short again and cut away by Vasconcelos. Just a single this time as it goes straight to the man. Eddie Byrom out there sweeping on the boundary. One more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 36, 106 for no wicket. When sadly it was required to take Gareth Berg, who went over in warm-up and had to be ferried back to the pavilion with a nasty ankle injury that kept him out for a while. But I just never see that groundsman's truck without thinking of it. Next ball is on leg stump and swept away by Sam Whiteman for 4. So a productive over for Northamptonshire. Whiteman goes to 66. And Northamptonshire, with 19 overs gone, are 110 for no wicket. Whiteman 66, Vasconcelos 36.
Was that a Glenn McGrath-esque kind of injury?
It was, and it was. Funnily enough, we were actually watching it. It was down below us, and if it had been somebody going in for a sort of scything hard tackle, you'd have thought, well, okay, it's the usual business about being ridiculous playing football. But he literally was just walking and went over, just turned over on his ankle, and fortunately to keep him out for a while. But yes, they had to get the groundsman's truck out to take him up to the pavilion.
Carlson continuing from the taff end, and there is no run. Is played back by Vasconcelos, unbeaten on 36. Carlson in from a short runner, pulled aggressively through mid-wicket, and that'll go all the way. Eddie Byrom could do nothing about that. That was a bit short and given the treatment that it deserved.
We're just talking, Kenneth, about the business of outgrounds. So is the Knoll the only one that Glamorgan are using this year?
It is. I mean, Colwyn Bay hasn't been used for a while. I mean, in yesteryear, they played at Iberville, Pontypridd, Abergavenny was another one.
Yeah.
And it's bowled by Carlson, and that's cut into the offside. Yes, as a Swansea Valley product, I feel Edward's pain. It is a shame that there is no cricket at St Helens now. Carlson bowls, and that's chipped just... I don't know if that was a chance, or it was one of those bump balls, but it passed a diving Carlson towards long on. There was a groan and despair, but it is Vasconcelos on strike. 116 for no wicket, Carlson coming in. This pair looking in a dominant mood at the moment, and there's another single towards extra cover. Yes, unfortunately, a bit of a dilapidated state at the moment, St Helens, since the glory days of Swansea Rugby. Carlson coming in, and that's dropped in short, and Whiteman works it into the offside. Another single. They're going along nicely, methodically here.
Yes, Northamptonshire supporters of a certain age, in other words, as old as me, will remember Northamptonshire playing there. I think it was a quarter-final of the NatWest Trophy in the year Northamptonshire went on to win it in 1992, and winning quite a low-scoring game down there at Swansea. Steve Watkin bowled beautifully for Glamorgan, but Rob Bailey held things together for Northamptonshire, and then Curtly Ambrose and co did the job. But always a terrific atmosphere there. Yes, I do remember them playing at Abergavenny, because a very good friend of mine, who lives just on the close to the border in just in England, was saying that it was his nearest first-class venue, was as it was then.
A lovely part of the world as well.
It certainly is. Came not too far away from there yesterday. Here's Kellaway starting a fresh over, and Whiteman looking, I think, to play inside out away over extra cover. In the end, it goes off a thick inside edge up to mid-wicket, and there's an inviting gap over the top of extra cover. This time Whiteman just turning it in front of square. They go through for a sharp single. Vasconcelos has to get the afterburners on, but does so successfully, and they're through for one. Again, they've taken on the arm of Kiran Carlson, but successfully this time.
It's interesting you mentioned that game. I think I vaguely remember that game. I think there was a rearguard action by Matthew Maynard.
Here's Kellaway again round the wicket, turned out to Carlson at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But that preempted the start of the glory years here at Glamorgan, because in the
following year, of course. This is Kellaway in again, and Vasconcelos chopping it down to backward point, but there's no run.
Well, yeah, they won the Sunday League at Kent the following year, 93, and the glory years probably went on to 2004 when they won the One Day Cup, as was.
Kellaway in, bowls to Vasconcelos, brings him forward, plays it down to point, and there's no run.
Championship in between in 97.
Yes, how about Matthew Maynard? Come back to that in a second, because here's Kellaway in, bowls on leg stump, attempted sweep by Vasconcelos. Keeper Alex Horton has the bails off, makes a sort of half-hearted appeal for a stumping, but it was a wide anyway. So one more onto the total, 120 for no wicket. Here's Kellaway in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, mistimes an attempted drive, and he's frustrated. He's leaning on his bat and he's cross with himself, but it's a good over from Ben Kellaway. Good comeback after the previous one being somewhat costly. 120 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. 21 overs gone. We were saying the last time Glamorgan beat Northamptonshire in a List A match here was back in 2004. To be fair, they've played very little. They've played
It's
only
incredible, isn't it?
Well, it is.
The way the season pans out now, and where they play.
Well, yeah, and a 12-year gap between these two sides playing anywhere in List A cricket. But Matthew Maynard made runs in that game back in 2004. There's the line for later when Glamorgan win.
Carlson drops that one in short, and that's fielded at short cover. There's no run. Whiteman on strike, gone 69 from just 67 balls. Carlson in, full ball, but that's given the treatment. Has that gone all the way?
I think it has, yeah.
Yes, just made the boundary rope, the mid-wicket boundary rope. clattered by Whiteman. So going after Kiran Carlson. Boundary has been brought in from that far side where Sport Wales is, just beyond the grandstand. So 6 to add to Whiteman, who's on 75 full, and that's prodded away into the onside, and just a single that time.
I do remember, I think it was the last time we were here, Kenneth, and being asked if I wouldn't mind changing my parking space because they were filming Casualty in one of the buildings next door.
Carlson in, bowls, and that's a good length ball, and toe into the bat that time. That was a streaky one by Vasconcelos, but they gain a single. Well, of course, ever since they built the drama village down the bay, Casualty was filmed in Bristol years ago, but yes. Carlson, that was a full toss, and that's worked away. It could get to the offside boundary, and is.
It's a really good effort out of the boundary, and it just bobbled out of the hand onto the rope. Terrific effort. That's where Vasconcelos was aiming the ball before, wasn't it? And didn't get anywhere close to it, but he was just trying to hit inside out over extra cover. And it just got over the rope for 4.
Yeah, Jamie McElroy, the despairing dive. Whiteman, and that's cracked away. Will that go? The man at long off cannot intercept, and it's gone all the way. So Whiteman looking on good form, 2 boundaries, 2 balls, and he's taking it to the attack.
Yes, I was. I never realised that the reception area of Holby General was actually. I think the sports centre next door to Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Yeah. But we've had you sort of travel around the circuit, as we're very lucky to do, and you have all sorts of reasons for not parking in a particular place. But it was the first and the only time so far I've ever been asked not to park there because they're filming Casualty. 136 for no wicket, about to start the 23rd over. Callaway in bowling to Vasconcelos, who on drives for a mutual consent single up to long on. Colin Ingram comes in off the boundary to field. Vasconcelos goes to 44, closing in on his highest score in the tournament this season, which is 47. Of course, went past 1,000 list day runs for Northamptonshire early stages of his innings today, but should have been out. 3rd ball of the game. Here's Callaway in bowls to Whiteman, and again plays that little inside out stroke over extra cover. Played it productively in the previous over, and he's done so again there, and it's run away for another boundary. 88 to Sam Whiteman.
He was just up pitch for a while, but he had enough on it and was safe.
Once he'd cleared, I think the thing is, I think also, Kenneth, once he cleared the man fairly tight in there at extra cover, Sam Northeast, it was going to run away for 4. Quicker ball from Callaway, and it goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Alex Horton. 141 for no wicket. Riches indeed for Northamptonshire after their top order performances this year. Pulled away, and there he goes, there's the breakthrough. Sam Whiteman, it was a bit of a drag down from Ben Callaway, but he won't care. He's pulled it and didn't manage to keep it down. It's gone straight to Kiran Carlson, took a good catch mid-wicket. And Sam Whiteman's innings ends. He's gone for 88, and Glamorgan get the breakthrough in the 23rd over. Northamptonshire are 141 for 1. Whiteman gone for 88.
Well, that is the breakthrough that Glamorgan desperately needed. And I think Whiteman will be slightly disappointed because he probably thought that it was there to be hit, didn't get the full meat of the bat on it, but a cracking catch, it has to be said, by Kiran Carlson, who we've mentioned is one of Glamorgan's better fielders, and he was there at mid-wicket and took a snap catch, and Whiteman goes for 88.
Yeah, excellent catch by Carlson. I have to say Northamptonshire can't really complain too much, as I said. Such good fortune as there's been around this morning has largely gone Northamptonshire's way, but on this occasion Whiteman just not getting enough on it really, and he goes 12 short of 100, faced just 75 balls. So And it's almost as though, I was saying earlier, Kenneth, it looks as though he was almost liberated this morning by going in first and batting in the power play, which he hasn't been able to do so far. So Justin Broad comes in at number 3. It's 141 for 1, and while he comes out to the middle, I shall make way for Nick Webb.
So another South African-born player comes to the crease, but plays for Germany, Justin Broad. Right-hand bat, dabbles right medium as well. So, as mentioned, Glamorgan needed that, but they need a few more. They need wicket in clusters to peg Northants back after the dominant start. 141 for 1, run rate at a good lick, 6.2, with Vasconcelos still looking comfortable at the crease on 44.
Yeah, Callaway's 13th wicket of the campaign, so it's been profitable for him, and he's had a couple of substantial innings as well. But, well, Glamorgan with a 50% record going into this game. Northants with a chance to reach 50% for the first time in a few years. Last time they won 4 was back in 2016. Callaway in then, bowls, and back on his stumps goes Broad and defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's been he's had a memorable campaign, is he, Ben Callaway?
One who will remember it fondly as forward comes Broad, plays it up to long on, single taken, 142 for 1.
But they probably need a few more Ben Callaways, Nick. They need a few more breakthrough players to come into the ranks.
Yes, I'm sure Alex Horton would have wanted to score a few more runs. A little bit below where he would have wanted with the bat. Ben Morris had a couple of games at the start of the campaign, which will be good first team experience for him, another 19-year-old. And speaking of which, Henry Hurl, an 18-year-old batter, making his debut for England under-19s yesterday. Although rather surprisingly, they were beaten by Ireland in an ODI. Hurl, a batter who can keep wicket.
So Prem Sisodia, who's been is back in to this team for this fixture, is being brought into the attack from the taff end, coming around the umpire towards the new batter, Justin Broad, who works that one into the offside. There's no run, and it's fielded short cover. Sisodia, left arm round the wicket, full ball, and that's prodded back, and it's fielded by the bowler himself, and there's no run.
Just his third match, only got 1 wicket so far, but it's been reasonably economical. Economy rate of 5.3, which is respectable these days.
Sisodia in, and drags that one in short. They think about a run, but they thought better of it as Callaway is in. He's been in and out of the side in various formats as Prem Sisodia coming in to bowl to Broad. This is good over.
He didn't play as regularly in T20 as he has in previous campaigns. They didn't use him to bowl in the power play, and that wasn't a good change from his point of view.
Sisodia in and bowls, and that's into the onside towards Kiran Carlson. There's no run. Very good over here from Prem Sisodia. Just trying to put the brakes on the Northants innings towards Broad, looking for that single, and they'll get it. There was a shy at the stumps from Billy Root.
Oh dear.
And that's not fielded, and there's a second, so that was sloppy.
Yeah, bowler didn't get back to the stumps. It was backed up by Gorvin, but he couldn't intercept it cleanly. He was slightly off balance, and the ball ran away from him. So
a bit of a blemish on what was a decent over from Sisodia.
Yeah, Sisodia might have done a little bit more maybe to get on the stumps once it was obvious the throw would come in. 144 for 1 after 24 of the 50 overs. So coming up to the halfway mark here on BBC Sport Online, as Ben Callaway will bowl this 25th over, flights it, and it's driven by Vasconcelos down the ground as far as Tom Bevan, who's on briefly as a sub-fielder.
Andrew mentioning the I couldn't believe that there were years between the fixtures between these sides.
Yeah, they haven't met a lot in one-day cricket over the last 20 years. Callaway bowls lapped away by Broad down towards fine leg, but he'll just get the single for this little sweep shot.
That is partly because of how the structure of the T20 competition as well, with the North and Southern group.
As that's driven hard through the offside by Vasconcelos. He's placed that one nicely, and it will race away for 4 to the deep extra cover boundary, away to our right. 150 for 1 as Vasconcelos moves to 49 not out. Yeah, it's just the way the fixtures have fallen, and also they haven't met here since 2006 because a couple of the fixtures in Wales have been played Colwyn Bay and Swansea. Callaway bowls. Vasconcelos punches that one through the offside and will get to his 50. It's come off 64 deliveries. He's struck 5 fours and 1 6. Second half centurion dropped on naught, but has taken full advantage. Callaway then, chance to bowl at the new man, Justin Broad, the right-hander, back on his stumps, turning it around the corner for a single.
Just looking a bit greyish as we peer towards the Caerphilly Mountains over Cardiff, Nick. I think we should be safe.
It only rains on Fridays and Saturdays, isn't it?
No, it is
oh, hang on, it's blowing in now at the moment.
We
could get an interruption in play here. Callaway hopefully will finish this over. He does so. Vasconcelos works it into the offside. Northeast fields 152 for 1 at halfway. Will we see an interruption in play?
Short shower. Northants, just to remind the listeners, won the toss and chose to bat, and good partnerships between Vasconcelos and Whiteman, 2 half centuries as Nick alluded to.
Well, the rain seems to be passing, maybe.
Yes.
What's the crowd doing? There are not too many of them scrambling for cover at the moment.
So Prem Sisodia continuing from the taff end, worked into the offside. Callaway is there, backward point, and there is no run. Broad is on strike, Justin Broad, 23-year-old, South African born. Sisodia in, bowls, good length ball. It was actually a full toss, and that is pulled, but Eddie Byrom is on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, he got away with that one, really, did Sisodia. Just a single. It's looking pretty murky, and the ground staff are moving now towards the covers, which is
usually an ominous sign.
It is. It's like vultures gathering, isn't it? They're poised for action at the far end. Still not the usual movement of the crowd scattering, though.
Sisodia coming over the wicket to Vasconcelos, and that's gone through Kiran Carlson, and there's a single.
Yeah, he did his best to put them off with a spectacular dive, but
took a smart catch to dismiss Sam Whiteman at mid-wicket. Struck hard, but Whiteman probably thought he should have had more on that. It was there to be hit. Sisodia comes in, full-length ball, and prodded, and will be fielded by the bowler, and there's no run. So they'll be looking at 300 plus here at present, the way they've started.
Plus.
Yeah. unless Glamorgan can peg them back with a few wickets. There's a bit of width from Sisodia that time, and it's a miss by Broad. It was taken by wicket-keeper Horton. You know, that was a lash outside the off stump. Horton took the bails off. Sisodia comes in, and that is worked into the offside. Kellaway fields, and there's no run. 154 for 1 with Vasconcelos having made his half-century from 66 balls. Broad, the new man in.
Tidy start from Prem Sisodia's first 2 overs costing just 4 runs, and one of those was an overthrow.
Broad 6 from 15. So a bit of a conflab in the middle. I think we're out of the woods.
Be a change of bowling. Rory Smith is going to have another go, having gone for 37 in his first 4 overs, so hoping that the absence of Sam Whiteman will help him recover his bowling figures slightly.
Yeah, he was a bit wayward at the end of his first spell.
Really can't afford to bowl too short on this slowish pitch, which is not giving any assistance to the quickers, as Vasconcelos drives it into the offside but fielded at point, and there's no run. It's all gone a little bit murky now. There's no blue sky overhead at all. 154 for 1.
Yeah, the ground staff still in position, ready to race on if required.
Yes, a couple on either side end of the covers as Smith bowls round the wicket, squeezed into the offside or through the offside by Vasconcelos. Single taken out to Byrom, who is sweeping on the cover boundary. Not too much for the home supporters to get excited about today. Just the 1 wicket, 1 chance in the first over. Quite a few mistimed shots early on, but Northants found the boundary regularly enough. Smith is into Broad, full length ball, driven firmly up to root at mid-off.
Will they rue that Gloucestershire game? Is that the one, Nick, that having beaten Sussex?
Yeah, fell away badly against Gloucestershire. I think the Warwickshire one again at Neath as well. Similar sort of tale. Had done well to put themselves in a really strong position with a big chase of 300 plus, and then just didn't get any runs in the lower order. Smith bowls nice and straight. Broad defends it to Bevan at mid-on, and there is no run. Bevan on temporarily as a substitute. I think it's someone just changing their boots. I feel the figure lurking just beyond the boundary, way to our left on the pavilion side. 155 for 1. Broad on 6. Smith bowls, played into the offside. Brilliant stop by Kellaway, diving away to his right. Looked like a couple of runs down to backward point, but it's a dot ball instead. Trying to work out the absence of seats in that jellyfish stand. Of course, that's where the DJ booth has been for the 100, and the bands have played. So presumably those will go back in fairly shortly. Smith in, ball short down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind.
Well, Carlson was up very, very quickly, but it's been given as a wide. He was very interested in that.
I think that was a tactical appeal to try to...
as we see, it's the same with the stumping.
Fool the umpire,
wicket-keeper,
yes.
when it drifts down leg.
Just to distract the umpire and fool them into thinking that it did flick something on the way through, but wide is given.
Yeah, the PA is ever present in the 100 matches, Nick.
Isn't it just? As Smith bowls on leg stump, played through leg side by Broad, will pick up a single as Bevan makes a good diving stop and gets his throw in to dissuade them from taking a second, 157 for one. I think some of the match presenters on the 100 get paid by the word or the
They must do.
the decibel, maybe.
I actually knew the man on the PA last Sunday, and I said, can you have an over-off?
There's a lot of it. Yes, quite.
But
it's successful. It gets the crowds in.
Well, there were 2 wins on the weekend.
Sisodia to continue from the River Taff end.
Yes, and he'll be coming round the wicket towards Broad, who's on strike. And that's swept into the onside. They should gain 2 here. Yes, they will. McIlroy comes round from backward square.
Seems strange to be talking about Broad without it being the England fast bowler or his dad, the England batter.
Does indeed. But Broad Jr. has seamlessly gone into media work now. As Sisodia comes in, and that's gone through everyone, and Horton didn't pick it up cleanly either, but there's no run.
Yes, if only we could segue so seamlessly from commentary into playing careers the other way around.
Sisodia coming in. Well, I'm not sure, Nick, you seamlessly do it on the weekends, don't you?
I've played 3 games this season. It seems to rain every Friday night or Saturday morning.
We've had a bad run of it, that is for sure, since June. Certainly, as Sisodia drags that one in short. Shout of catch as McIlroy comes in, and it's taken. Great catch by Jamie McIlroy, sped in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Sharp catch. And there's a second wicket for Glamorgan.
Well, they've given Northants a decent start, but a couple of relatively quick wickets now, and Glamorgan just starting to get a fingerhold back in the game. Broad's not really middling that. It was chipped up slightly off a top edge. McIlroy had some way to come in off the boundary, took it low down, diving forward. Good catch, especially for an opening bowler. McIlroy is often used as a boundary sweeper and did well there to get to that ball. So a little bit of a setback for Northants, but they're still pretty much in the driving seat and can still aim for 300 plus fairly comfortably, you would have thought. Whiteman gone for 88, caught Carlson, bowled Callaway at mid-wicket, and now Broad caught McIlroy, bowled Sisodia at deep square leg.
Well, he got to the pitch of the ball, but I think he didn't get the full weight behind it. As you said, mistimed, and I thought he was going to drop short of Jamie McIlroy, but he sped in and took a good catch.
So Glamorgan fielders in a huddle. The new bat eventually arrives, Rob Keogh. Just an average of 21.5 so far this season in this competition. Has played in every game. It was Emilio Gay who's paid the price for Northants' batting struggles. He's been left out. We thought Hassan Azad might come in, former Leicestershire batter, but it was Whiteman who was pushed up the order with some success as he smashed his way to a vigorous 88 before being first out. So 159 for 2. Vasconcelos is on 32, and Keogh is the new man at the wicket, an experienced figure. Rob Keogh has been doing well with the ball in this competition, 12 wickets at an average of just over 20, and we'll look to chip in here with the bat.
Yeah, the optimum time to strike here for Glamorgan with a new batter coming in the shape of Rob Keogh. Vasconcelos still looking dangerous on 52. Sisodia then, buoyed by that wicket, that's pushed away in to the offside, fielded by Callaway, no run.
Second 11 game between these two counties. Northants 27 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 394 at Milton Keynes.
Sisodia comes in around the wicket. Good length ball, but it'll be a single to extra cover.
Asa Tribe, the Cardiff student, last out for 164 for Glamorgan. Joe McGregor also made a century, and there were 5 wickets for Rice, 3 for Whiteman, 2 for Heldrick in the Northants bowling attack. In that second 11 championship match, that's a 4-dayer. It's day 2, so if you're listening in the Northants area and you fancy getting along to Milton Keynes, then that's your chance to watch some live cricket for the next couple of days. Rory Smith, who's come back over, cost just 3 runs, and one of those was a wide. Shirt flapping in the breeze as Keogh takes guard.
Still the numberless shirt for Rory Smith.
Yes, don't get your number printed for 2 games. Smith in, bowls turned on the leg side by Keogh. Will pick up 1. He's hit that rather more firmly than I thought. He'll pick up a couple very easily indeed as Eddie Byrom runs round the boundary and does the fielding in front of the empty grandstand. 162 for 2. Smith having been around the squad for most of this T20 campaign, but only playing at the back end. So they look to rest first McIlroy and today Van der Hoogten. Smith bowls edged for 4 runs by Rob Keogh, taking advantage of the lack of slip. That one might have carried 2 first slip had one been in position, but he'd be fairly unlucky to find a slip in place at this stage of the innings. So Keogh gets his first boundary, who moves on to 7. 166 for 2, and it's feeling weather-wise like late September rather than late August, isn't it?
It felt like that all summer, Nick.
Well, it felt like November one of the days at Neath the other week. Smith into Keogh, 166 for 2, and that's a better delivery, bit of in-swing there.
Just a message on Twitter from Neil Thornycroft. Everyone finds it easy to go to 5 and over on this wicket. It's when they try to accelerate they have problems.
Interesting thought.
Well, runs seemed easy to come by early on. They sped away with the opening partnership.
Yeah, 60 in the power play. Some big shots being played effectively by Whiteman, as that is again on target from Smith and driven by Keogh. In answer to Stephen Moss's query, Glamorgan cannot qualify for the knockout stages, neither can Northants.
3 go through.
Yeah, just the 3 go through rather than the 4, so although they're technically quarter-finals, there are actually only 2 of them, so it's second in one group plays third in the other and vice versa, with the winners straight of each group going straight to the semis. Smith bowls, and a play and a miss by Keogh there, who was not in an ideal position to play that forcing shot through the offside that he rehearses. It's a little bit on the move as he played it. Through it went to Horton. So Glamorgan just getting slowing the scoring rate a little bit in the last couple of overs after the dismissal of Sam Whiteman, as that's worked by Keogh out towards deep backward square. Byrom fields just the single. 167 for 2 at the end of the Smith over. A lucky boundary, but apart from that, just singles. But Northants are pressing on.
Again, there's a bit of drizzle, or maybe a bit heavier, coming across Sophia Gardens.
Yes, it's all a bit grey out there. Not what the doctor ordered for cricket watching during a time when a lot of people are on leave, with families who can be brought along to enjoy a day's cricket, but it's not quite the weather for it, unfortunately. Decent crowd last week against Gloucestershire, and for the second one-dayer against Neath when it eventually stopped raining.
Few umbrellas up now, unfortunately, so we'll see as Sisodia comes in, continues from the taff end, and has put the brakes on Northants here. 167 for 2, with Vasconcelos still down 52. Keogh, the man taking guard, unbeaten on 8. Coming in round the wicket, Sisodia drags that one in shorter, but is played back by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Still 20, almost 21 overs to go in the Northants innings. Chopped down into the ground. Horton's after it. There's no run. So Sisodia very economical here, and
Thought he got that one through, didn't he?
Glamorgan really needed his intervention because Northants were pulling away. Still plenty of wickets in the shed. Sisodia again, good length ball. Again, there's no run. 2 to go in this more than acceptable over so far from Prem Sisodia. As he comes in, again it's a good length ball, but that is worked firmly into the offside. Eddie Byrom is out there on the cover boundary.
Batting to come, Luke Proctor, Lewis McManus, Tom Taylor, James Sales, Gus Miller, Alex Russell, Justin Broad. No, we've already had Broad, haven't we?
We have, as Sisodia comes over the wicket, and that's gone through everyone. Taken by Horton, so very good over. Just the single coming on Prem Sisodia's over. So Glamorgan have pegged Northants back in terms of the run rate slightly here, but they'll be still confident of getting a more than acceptable score on this wicket. They're 168 for 2.
Indeed. So a little bit of a mid-wicket conference between the two batters. Vasconcelos, who's been there since the start, 2 experienced men at the wicket at the moment, and Smith trying to dislodge them. Smith in, bowls to Keogh on off stump, forced back past him and missed by a sliding Colin Ingram, and that one will run away for 4, and Smith and Ingram will be disappointed with that. It wasn't a particularly easy piece of fielding, but one that Ingram would normally have expected to get at least a hand to, I think.
Oh yes.
Went down a little bit slowly. Man who's in the manner of a man who's played quite a lot of cricket this season, or in recent months anyway, after the departure of Labuschagne. 172 for 2. Keogh moves to 13. Smith in. Good line, just outside off, and Keogh can do nothing apart from defend it back to him. So big stand for the first wicket of 141. They weren't parted, Whiteman and Vasconcelos, until the 23rd over. Broad falling in the 28th. So can Glamorgan get any sort of squeeze on? Keogh drives into the offside, will take a comfortable single out to McIlroy on the cover point boundary. 173 for 2. Apologies if you're picking up a few TV directions along the way from a walkie-talkie down beneath us. 173 for 2. Smith comes around the wicket to the left-hander, and Vasconcelos pulls, and this will be just the single on the second bounce to McIlroy, who was in line with it but had no chance of getting in to take the catch. 174 for 2. Vasconcelos on to 53, a man who's had more than his fair share of runs against Glamorgan in recent years. as Smith bowls, driven by Keogh, again into the offside. Single taken. McIlroy is again the man in action, 175.
I think we've been spared of the rain once more. For now, anyway.
Yeah, it did seem to be a bit of driving drizzle for a few minutes, but thankfully it wasn't too heavy. It wasn't too lengthy. As in comes Smith again to bowl, cut nicely by Vasconcelos, and he'll get 4 runs down to third man. Prem Sisodia a bit too wide to stop that one, played deliberately by Vasconcelos, low risk shot, and Smith gives it a bit of a teapot in mid wicket to wonder how a largely accurate over has ended up being quite an expensive one. 179 for 2. 31 overs gone, 19 remain.
Yes, hasn't found his range as Rory Smith.
One more over from Kenneth, and then Troy Lewin will come in.
And it will be Prem Sisodia to continue, who's been very economical in his last few and has put the brakes on Northampton. Coming in round the wicket, full delivery from Prem Sisodia, and it's back, and he feels himself there's no run. Keogh on to 15. Just works it round the corner, fine leg is up, and is after it. There'll be a couple here, just the 2. As Ingram launches, no, they come back from the 3rd, so that probably should have just been a 2 there.
It's looking a little bit end of campaignish at the times in the field from Glamorgan, isn't it?
Yeah.
The energy levels are maybe 5% down.
Waning.
Thoughts maybe of a few days off is beckoning them.
So brings Vasconcelos on strike on 57. In comes Prem Sisodia over the wicket, and dabbed down. There's an easy single towards long on. Yes, well, unfortunately, with no chance of progressing, it has got that feel about it. They'll be into red ball action after this competition finishes. Sisodia, that's been driven firmly into the offside. The man at extra cover will cut it off from the boundary, but there will be an easy 2 taken, and there's a no ball as well to boot.
Oh dear.
Sisodia overstepping.
Well, it looked like a no ball signal, but it hasn't come up on our screens.
Sisodia in. It's wide and chopped down, and there's another single for Rob Keogh.
I think that must be just the wave of
Right.
one umpire to another two balls to come in the over, which they often check.
Looked as if it was a no ball signal.
Yep.
Similar to a rugby referee giving an advantage, or the penalties coming.
Yep, still hasn't gone up on the screen, so I think we'll have to say the umpire misled us there.
Vasconcelos is the man on strike, and that's beaten everybody, and they think about a single would have been a bye, but they stay put. So good bowling for no gain here for Prem Sisodia. The thoughts of Nick Webb, and then it'll be Troy Lewin in the commentary position.
Diolch yn fawr, thank you, Kenneth. 186 for 2 then. Vasconcelos has 58, Keogh has 21, and these two starting to build again after dismissals of Sam Whiteman, an excellent 88, and Justin Broad for 9. It will be Gorvin to return after Smith took a bit of punishment in his final over. He's bowled 7 overs for 58 now. The other seamers have been a bit more economical. McIlroy 5 overs for 16 up top, pretty decent. And Gorvin, 4 overs so far have cost 19. He runs away from us. We're looking right down the barrel, almost over the umpire's shoulder, as that one is driven to mid-on by Keogh. No run. So Northants ticking along pretty nicely, and still must have visions of a score substantially in excess of 300, maybe 320, 330 if they can keep wickets in hand. And that's skied on the offside by Keogh, and he's got away with it. It'll plug just inside the backward point boundary, and they're back for 2 runs as Rob Keogh launched himself into that one and sent the ball a mighty long way in the air, but thankfully for him nowhere near a fielder. Just peering out to see if there is any drizzle around.
It seems to be coming and going every few minutes.
Gorvin bowls. This one is a big shot from Keogh. He's got hold of that one. That is into the 6th row of the grandstand as the ball rebounds into the playing arena. The rope is about 15 metres in from the grandstand, but that comfortably cleared it by a long way. That's one of the biggest shots of the day. Rob Keogh moves to 29, 194 for 2 Northants, and Keogh is obviously starting to motor, or thinks that the medium pace of Gorvin has to be tucked into. Gorvin in, bowls, and Keogh works that one away all along the ground down to square leg. Byrom fields. Can't argue with Andy Gorvin's line. He never offers them much off target, but they're taking the risks that you have to take in this form of cricket, and managing to tuck into it at the moment. Keogh, as he moves on to 30, left-handed Vasconcelos onto strike, just the statutory 5 up within the circle as Gorvin races in, and this one is hit away on the leg side, and he'll get away with it. He'll get 4 more. It was just wide of Jamie McIlroy at mid-wicket, and an expensive over from Gorvin. Glamorgan unable to tighten things at all with the seamers, and I think they are going to have to bowl 30 overs of spin at this rate, or close to it. How much seam have we had? 5 of McIlroy, fairly tight, 7 of Smith, and this is Gorvin's 5th. So they may have to go back to spin for a fair chunk of this. This is driven straight down the ground by Vasconcelos. That's a lovely strike. Just evaded the stumps at the non-strikers, and no one had a chance of cutting it off. And that is the 200 up for the Steelbacks. It's come in the 33rd over. So the 100 came up in the 19th, the 200 in the 33rd. Therefore, they've been going at about 7 and over in recent overs. And Glamorgan again really on the back foot as this Northants partnership starts to prosper. 44 already added, and Keogh has 30 of them.
Starting to play their big shots now as Prem Sisodia comes back in with his spin. Keogh on strike, and we'll knock that away too long on for a single. Yeah, just starting to kick up the run scoring, starting to play a few more expansive shots. I think they'll feel quite comfortable with what they've done so far and what they've got left to play. I think they'll have plenty of runs in the tank. 300 should be the minimum they'll be targeting from here. Sisodia delivers. Vasconcelos on strike now, and a bit of a swing and a miss. think it might have hit him on the glove perhaps, but dot ball, no damage, no wicket either.
He's looking to stick that one into the grandstand.
He was. Sisodia again to Vasconcelos. This time he'll slap it away on the offside. There's at least a single here. They're going to push for 2. Fielder coming up. It'll be an easy 2 in the end. 2 more for Vasconcelos. He moves up to 68 off 77 balls.
That takes him past 200 runs for the campaign.
Prem Sisodia again then. Vasconcelos still on strike. in the 34th over. Sisodia delivers, pulled to the leg side for an easy single. Brings Keogh back on strike with 2 balls left in this 34th over. 207 for 2, run rate over 6 at the moment. Reckon that will push up in the overs to come as Sisodia delivers to Keogh, who defends away. Dot ball, 1 ball left in the over. It hasn't been crash bang wallop, if you like. It's been steady. They're starting to play some bigger shots now, but not much the bowling's been able to do to deter Northants so far, as Keogh slaps this away on the offside. Fielder dives and pushes it over the boundary rope. 4 runs to end the over from Rob Keogh. Northants 211 for 2.
Yeah, it's spoiling Sisodia's effort really in that over. Well placed shot wide of long off. Gorvin had a long way to go, and although he got there at full length, and well, it'd been all right for a goalkeeper to tip it round the post, but not much use when you're tipping it over the boundary. 211 for 2, 34 overs gone. Northants with visions of 350, you would have thought, and they'll be delighted with that after a campaign of some struggles with the bat, apart from Prithvi Shaw, now departed through injury, and a couple of hundreds from Tom Taylor. But they've already added a couple of substantial innings. Whiteman's 88 and Vasconcelos' 69 and on strikers. Gorvin continues, slightly slower ball. Vasconcelos drives it straight to cover, and there is no run.
Drizzle just starting to come back in. It's been intermittent, it has been light.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to have caused a sort of scramble of movement in the crowd at any point, does it?
Yeah, it's that kind of rain that isn't even really there, I think. It's just more of an inconvenience than anything.
Just see it misting across in front of the trees now, and
no, they're going.
The umpires have decided that it is strong enough to go off. So the batters, rather surprisingly, it's the batters that are heading more quickly for the pavilion, because you'd thought they'd want to stay out with the batters in the ascendancy. But we are going to get a brief break here for rain. Hopefully it won't be too long. Are they even going to get the hover cover out into the middle? Yeah, the umpires are knocking over the stumps at both ends, so they must think it's going to drive in for a few minutes.
I'm a bit surprised it's stopped now. It looked a bit heavier about 5-10 minutes ago, I think. The nature of how it's been so far has been kind of stop-start showers.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be too long of a break, I wouldn't think. Forecast appears clear for the rest of the day, but then again it didn't say it was going to rain at all, so...
The Glamorgan fielders are sort of standing round in some bewilderment at the moment, wondering what's going on.
Because it's stopped again, hasn't it?
The batters are up in the pavilion. This is all very marginal. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners, hopefully, in a few minutes' time. 211 for 2 then, 34.1 overs. And now the hover cover is going to come on, so they must think there's something else on the radar. A few rather disappointed noises coming from the crowd. Whiteman's 88 off 75 balls has been the highlight of the day so far. 10 fours, 3 sixes. Vasconcelos starting to move up the gears as well, as is Keogh, and Northants are well placed. So we'll take a brief break from commentary. We'll be back in probably, I would imagine, no more than about 10-15 minutes, but there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners shortly.
part of it was when at least one member of the ground staff joined in with it.
Indeed. I mean, by the time the covers were on, the rain had stopped anyway. It was a bit of a baffling delay, but no more came and we're about to get back underway, so no harm done, no overs lost.
Yeah, and we had, while we were off the field, had a visit from match referee Alex Swan, old chum of mine, of course, a former Northamptonshire batter, former Lancashire batter as well, and very good to see him up here. And so the good news is, A, that, well, two bits of good news, A, that we're going to resume, and B, that there are no overs lost. So this is still a 50 over a side match, and Northamptonshire from here, with 15 overs and 5 balls remaining, you would think are going to be looking for something pushing up towards 350, you would think, but that may be perhaps a little optimistic. But Ricardo Vasconcelos on 69, comfortably his highest score of this competition. Previous highest was 47, with him Rob Keogh on 35, and it's going to be Andrew Gorvin to continue the over that he bowled one ball off before they came off. He's bowling round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and it's beaten Alex Horton. Now, did that get any bat on it? It's running down towards the boundary. They're coming back for 2. We'll await a signal, if any. 1 short is the signal. So obviously there was some bat involved.
It looked like a bottom edge.
It looked like a bottom edge. It is a bottom edge. It's a 1 run to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who obviously didn't ground his bat when he was completing the first run. So 1 short is signalled. You don't see that very often. 212 for 2. If Vasconcelos is out for 9, he'll be 99. He'll be very cross. His Gorvin involves full, driven down the ground by Vasconcelos. Rather scuffs it up to Colin Ingram at long on, and they're through for 1. So Vasconcelos is 71, 213 for 2. Yes, it was a bottom edge that bounced between the legs of Alex Horton. No chance. It went straight into the ground and went between the legs of the keeper, Alex Horton, down for a couple. But Ricardo Vasconcelos had not grounded his bat properly. Hence the signal. Brings Rob Keogh onto strike. 35 to him, and Gorvin running away from us. Bowls to Rob Keogh, on drives up to long on. Billy Root coming in off the boundary to field. 1 more to Keogh. He goes to 36, 214 for 2. We'll of course keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere, not least of course the Nottinghamshire-Lancashire game that will determine the 1 outstanding qualification place. And it's looking very good for Lancashire at the moment, as Gorvin is in, bowls to Vasconcelos. Again, just drives it down the ground, out towards long on, but Billy Root comes across from mid-off to retrieve. 1 more to Vasconcelos, 72 to him, 215 for 2. Nottinghamshire 148 for 7 in the 38th over against Lancashire, so victory for Lancashire there will send them through to the knockout stages. Here's Gorvin in again, bowls full toss, and well, Keogh's driven it for a single out to Ingram at long off, but probably, when you can see, is slightly frustrated by his body language. Feels he probably missed out there. Nevertheless, it's the end of the over. Keogh's 37, Vasconcelos 72, 216 for 2, 15 overs to go. And I don't know what you think, Troy. I would have thought they've got to be 3. Well, I said 350. Maybe that's a little on the high side. 330 maybe.
Maybe the absolute minimum, you'd reckon, get over 300 and see what happens. I think 330 is within reach, I'd say. Just depends if the Glamorgan bowlers can do anything to slow down this partnership or disrupt or break this partnership with a wicket. Hasn't looked like they've really been able to slow down the scoring much at all today, but here's Prem Sisodia to deliver to Rob Keogh. First ball of the over is slapped away to long off for a single. Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of trying as much as possible to slow down the run scoring. There have been some good overs, especially from Sisodia, but they just started to knock him around in the last couple of overs he bowled as they kick up the scoring. Vasconcelos on strike, Sisodia, it's knocked back to him for a dot ball. So Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I just think it's been a really important contribution from Rob Keogh as well. 38 off 31 balls. Been really positive.
Sodia to Vasconcelos, another dot ball right back to him.
Because the innings just lost a bit of momentum, didn't it, after Sam Whiteman went, and then Justin Broad struggled a little bit. 9 off 23 balls, but that momentum has been picked up again since Keogh came in.
Sodia to Vasconcelos knocks it away on the offside. They will push for 2. It should be quite a simple 2 as it goes behind point. 2 more runs scored, 2 balls left in the over, 219 for 2. Yeah, the couple of wickets of Whiteman and then Broad did seem to bring a little something for Glamorgan to hang on to, but as you say, Keogh, an important innings from him to get this scoring back up to a level as Vasconcelos slaps one away on the offside, and it will be 4 runs. Brings him up to 78, I believe. Yes.
Rare bad ball from Prem Sisodi. It was short, it was wide, and it got what it deserved. And I think your description of it was absolutely right. It was a slap from Vasconcelos, wasn't it?
Right.
Once it had beaten the man in the ring at extra cover, it was just going to run away for 4, and did so.
1 ball left of the 36th over. So Prem Sisodi at 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos, here it comes, and slaps it again down the ground, 4 runs. Takes him over 80, takes the partnership to 68 at the end of the 36th over, 227, sorry, for 2.
Yeah, hit that hard. Vasconcelos again this time having dropped 1 short the previous ball. Sisodi just perhaps overcompensating and bowling that one very full, and Vasconcelos able to drive it down the ground. And now, we've got this wonderful sort of delay that you could only see in these matches where the fielder down there, and it's is it Roy Smith, I think, is desperately trying to find the ball. It's gone over the advertising board to the sort of the black sight screen area at the far end of the ground, the River Taff end of the ground, and now very generously Alex Horton's going down to help. But it's just like a club match when the ball disappears in the hedge.
Because it's gone beneath the rain cover, or it's somewhere around the rain cover.
Yeah,
hidden.
It hasn't. Has he got it? Oh no, he's gone. Is it down the pipe? There's the sort of the large hose of the hover cover. This is marvellous, isn't it? I mean, there are so many ways, and I think we've seen a lot of them this year. I don't know what your experience is, but certainly the games that I've watched in this competition, we've seen some ridiculous delays, and just a sort of bit of a lack of urgency sometimes when you have the endless drinks breaks and the glove changes, and then one of the balls goes out of shape. But this is one of the best ones. Alex Horton's giving it the sort of pantomime scratching of the head, wondering where it is.
Sodi has gone down there now as well, and Callaway's going to help them out.
So
we've got 4 Glamorgan players searching for the ball.
Well, the umpires are going absolutely nowhere. Graham Lloyd's not going to trundle down to the other end of the ground. Billy Root's doing a few press-ups down below us. The batters are having a consultation, and they've have they got it? Have they found it? No,
I think so. Yes, they've got it.
There it
Rory
is.
Smith's found it. Back to
I think it was more or less where he was looking in the first place. So applause from around the ground for nothing other than the fact that they've managed to find the ball.
It does beg the question of what could have it got hidden beneath if it was where he was looking in the first place.
It might just have gone under the sort of the skirt, if you like, of the hover cover, which is parked at that far end of the ground. So it may have been that, but they'll have to now, of course, revise cut-off time. Cut-off time at the moment is 2:30, so they've got an hour to bowl 14, so that shouldn't be a problem anyway, but they may just Alex Swan may just have to revise that. Here's Andrew Gorvin starting afresh over to Keogh, tries to cut, doesn't time it, it goes out to deep cover for a single. Keogh to 38 and Northamptonshire to 227 for 2. So it's been a lean pickings for the Northamptonshire top order in this competition so far this year, with the exception of Prithvi Shaw, who of course played 4 games before going down injured, and Tom Taylor. Nobody else has really got going. Here's Gorvin round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, drives down the ground, but Billy Root emerges from the shadow of the stand down below us at long off and Fields. One more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 83, 229 for 2. Bit of sunshine over the ground now, blue sky, but there's still some quite heavy cloud over to our left, but the radar suggests it's nothing very much. Here's Gorvin running in again to bowl to Keogh, is beaten by a beauty, and Gorvin almost starting to celebrate the wicket, but he didn't find the edge. Alex Horton had the bails knocked off, but Keogh had gone nowhere. Horton, of course, not making a good start to the day when he dropped Ricardo Vasconcelos before he'd scored. Third ball of the match. Sometimes those are not costly. Today it has been. Vasconcelos on 83 at the non-striker's end as Gorvin comes in and bowls to Keogh, works it out to mid-wicket. They're going to come through for the single, shy at the stumps, and doesn't hit. Keogh is home. He goes to 40 in Northamptonshire to 230 for 2. Keogh's highest score in the competition this year, 42 up at Durham a couple of Sundays ago. Again playing in support of Prithvi Shaw. Here's Gorvin in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, who drives back down the pitch. Gorvin stops off his own bowling. Vasconcelos obligingly comes out of his crease to retrieve the ball and flick it back. They're probably delighted that Alex Carey's not playing. 230 for 2 it is. A little bit more breeze as well. You can see there's the trees being blown around at the far end of the ground, but pleasant enough conditions at the moment as Gorvin is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives. Again, more work for Billy Root to do, coming in off the boundary. That long off takes Vasconcelos to 84, and well counted as well because he keeps the bowling. 84 to him, 40 to Keogh, 231 for 2. So these two have put on 72 for the third wicket, and they've been together 9 overs. So even I can work out that's what, 8 and over. So they've been rattling along quite nicely, and as I say, I think this has been a really good partnership and a really good contribution from Rob Keogh. But here's Jamie McElroy coming back into the attack to see if his luck will change. It was a really good catch, to be fair, he took to get rid of Justin Broad, wasn't it, down on the boundary. Cracking catch.
Indeed, and it did look like he might have hurt his shoulder a couple of overs earlier as well, trying to stop a ball reaching the boundary, but yeah, good catch, back in the attack. Looks like the shoulder's fine, and well, Glamorgan will be happy with that. He's bowled 5 overs for only 16 runs. As Jamie McElroy, he's given up the fewest runs of the Glamorgan bowling attack so far today, and well, you think they'd need to hope that continues with 13 overs left. McElroy's still got 5 overs available, and with this partnership, as you say, reaching 72 now, might look to break it as to Vasconcelos, flicks it away to fine leg. Sisodi is out there to bring it in. It will be a single. That brings Keogh back on strike. So partnership of 73, just a ball under 13 overs remaining. If Glamorgan are going to find a way back into this, a wicket's going to have to be taken, and have to be taken soon to break this partnership, you would think, because Vasconcelos, who's been out there from the start, has really seemed to settle in. Keogh, who's on strike now, as McElroy comes in and delivers to him and knocks it away. It'll be stopped by mid-off. Yeah, Keogh's starting to find his groove as well, motoring along together quite nicely. They've had that bit of a break while the rain was brought a stop to play to recharge, go over things a little bit,
and credit absolutely to Glamorgan, it must be said, but the fact that their over rate's been so good that obviously although we did lose half an hour, they're still able to play a full 50 overs, which is excellent.
McElroy delivers to Keogh, who goes up there as a short ball, bounced up towards the head. He knocked it away to fine leg, single.
He's got starts, Rob Keogh, last 4 innings in this competition, 42, 35, 20 and 30, so each of the last four innings he's got in, but he hasn't yet gone on and got a 50 and gone on to play an innings of real substance, but he's got a really good opportunity to do so here with 12 overs after this one still remaining.
McIlroy to Vasconcelos now on strike, coming over the wicket. Vasconcelos slaps it away on the leg side. That'll run away for 4 runs. And Vasconcelos up to 89.
Very noticeable, isn't it, Troy, that if you bowl short on this pitch, we've been saying there's not a lot of pace, and it obviously has been used before. And if you do bowl short, it just sits up obligingly. I'm sure, I would hope anyway, from Northamptonshire's point of view, that the Northamptonshire bowlers have taken note of that. You need to pitch it up, but if you do drop it short, it's just meat and drink, isn't it?
It has played like that throughout most of the summer, and at times it's been a wicket that, as McIlroy delivers to Vasconcelos, who knocks it away again on the leg side. This one will be cut off by the fielder on the boundary. It's Eddie Byrom for a single. It's been a pitch where sometimes scoring hasn't been as easy as you might think, especially given some of the higher totals, especially in the early T20 matches, and again today with the run scoring that we're seeing from Northants. But I reckon it's just one that the bowlers have to try and work around more than work with at times, as McIlroy to Rob Keogh, who's on strike now, delivers. Keogh again tries to flick it to fine leg. There is a fielder out there. It's Colin Ingram to cut it off for a single, and that brings an end to the 38th over. Northants 239 for 2, 12 overs remain. Vasconcelos has gone up to 90, Rob Keogh on 42, and Northants looking to reach that target of at least 300 that they'll feel comfortable defending.
I think it's one of the reasons why Sam Whiteman was mortified basically when he got out. It was a short ball from Ben Kellaway that he just clothed a little bit, pulled it, didn't manage to clear. Kiran Carlson at mid-wicket took a very good catch, but he would have felt that was a ball that he really should have put away, and his reaction really betrayed that feeling. Here's Gorvin coming in to start his 8th over, bowls full to Keogh, who drives up to long off. Colin Ingram comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Keogh, he goes to 43, and Northamptonshire to 240 for 2. We're mentioning the second 11 game between these two counties, Northamptonshire and Glamorgan playing each other at Campbell Park in Milton Keynes. Glamorgan are eventually bowled out for 394 as Andrew Gorvin is in, and that's bounced a little bit from basically just a good length, and Vasconcelos trying to run it down, doesn't make contact. Good take by Alex Horton, and 394 all out, of which Asa Tribe, the Jersey international, was last out for 164, 5 wickets for Ethan Rice. Gorvin running in again, round the wicket to bowl to Vasconcelos. Full, driven out through the gap past extra cover for a single. Vasconcelos to 91. Northamptonshire to 241 for 2. And at lunch, Northamptonshire in reply 42 for 2. With George Hargrave and Orm Raikar, the 2 players out. Wicket there for James Harris, who's captaining Glamorgan in that game. Gorvin is in, bowls to Keogh, who swings that away over the infield, goes out to Eddie Byrom patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, and it's another single to Keogh. He goes to 44, 242 for 2. But here's an interesting one about people managing to be in 2 places at once, because you will know that Gus Miller, who was involved in that second 11 game, is playing for Northamptonshire here today. Here's Gorvin in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who on drives up to Ingram at long on for another single. He goes to 92, 243 for 2. And I did notice when play resumed after lunch that they got Gus Miller as not out, and I thought that's a darn good trick if you can do it, to be playing in 2 different matches about 150 miles apart. But they've now changed it, and Gus Miller is going to have to drop further and further down the order. Presumably they must have had a replacement in there for him. Big swing by Keogh out towards mid-wicket. It's just landed inside the rope, signalled by Billy Root. It landed a good yard and a half inside the rope for 4, but an uncomplicated swing away over mid-wicket by Keogh, who goes to 48. And a strong finish to the over for Northamptonshire, who were 247 for 2, Vasconcelos 92, Keogh 48. And there are 11 overs to go. And the partnership now up to 88 between these two for the third wicket.
Looking like big scores coming up. Keogh about to reach his 50, Vasconcelos 8 away from his century. It'll be Jamie McElroy bowling now in the 40th over, and again coming in from the tough end, he's been, as I mentioned a couple of overs ago, Glamorgan's most economical bowler so far, and they're going to have to probably lean on him quite heavily and hope that he continues as he delivers to Vasconcelos, knocks it back to McElroy for a dot ball. I don't know, what do you reckon then in terms of final total if we're looking at 247 now?
Well, you would usually reckon getting sort of 100 off the last 12. I would have thought, yeah, I'll stick with around sort of 335, 340, something like that. I think Northamptonshire will be quite happy with at this stage. Any more than that would be a bonus.
McElroy to Vasconcelos on the leg side fielder there, no run dot ball.
But the thing is, as we know, if a wicket falls, and we saw it with the Northamptonshire innings that lost momentum quite considerably after Sam Whiteman had gone, then somebody else is going to have to come in and play themselves in, and then immediately that's the best way of knocking the scoring rate down, of course, is to take wickets. And if this partnership is broken, then Glamorgan will be hoping to just, bowl dry for 2 or 3 overs, get a little bit of a grip back on the game again, and then Northamptonshire will need to revise downwards.
Here comes McElroy then. Vasconcelos on strike, knocks it away. It's a bit of an edge to third man, and Ingram cuts it off on the boundary. Brings it back in. They'll run a single. I reckon, in terms of breaking the partnership, if it's going to be done, it's going to have to be done soon, because I think, the damage will be done if you chase him in the last couple of overs of this innings. McElroy to Keogh, who's on strike now. He knocks it away on the offside easily. Oh, well, I almost said easily cut off by Sam Northeast. A little misfield, but no issue, no damage done.
Good bit of fielding in the end, because he's just fielding on one of those old wicket ends, and that's never fun to field on those. And Sam Northeast did quite well there, and now they're bringing third man up and pushing mid-on back.
Here comes McElroy then. 2 more balls in this over. Keogh drives down to long on. Single rotates the strike.
So they've basically got for Rob Keogh in the ring a short third man and a fairly fine backward point. There's probably only about 7 or 8 yards between the two of them. But just trying to stop Keogh, that little release shot, running it down towards third man, picking up a 1 or a 2 every time. And for Vasconcelos again, they're bringing third man up. Colin Ingram is now in the ring.
Here we go then, final ball of the 40th over to Vasconcelos, who drives back to McElroy on a bounce, and that will end the over on the dot ball. Keogh 1 away from his 50, he's on 49, he'll be on strike to start the 41st over, 249 for 2.
Quick counter through what's happening elsewhere. Essex against Surrey, Essex 216 for 8 in the 46th over. Kent going well against Hampshire thanks to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Kent 289 for 3 in the 42nd over. Daniel Bell-Drummond is 145 not out.
Just lost a wicket by the looks of things.
Right, I hope he's still there, having praised him to the skies. Yeah, I think he is. He's still there, 145 not out. And Yorkshire 198 for 5 in 42 against Middlesex at Radlett. Nottinghamshire just rallying a little bit against Lancashire, 165 for 8 in the 44th. That's a big game. That will go a long way towards determining who goes through. Change of bowling from this Cathedral Road end. Ben Kellaway is back in the attack, bowling his off spin, and the first ball is driven down to long on for a single for Rob Keogh, and that brings him his 50 off 43 balls. Important innings for the side. This Rob Keogh played really well. Has injected impetus into the innings from the moment he came in. His first 50 in the competition this year. And the third Northamptonshire batter to go past 50 today. 50 off 43 for Rob Keogh, who recently celebrated his 150th Steelbacks appearance, so white ball appearance for Northamptonshire. Having, as we mentioned earlier, gone past 100 first-class appearances for the club last season. Short goes Kellaway, cut away by Vasconcelos for a single. He goes to 94, and Northamptonshire to 251 for 2. One club man, of course, Rob Keogh. Been around for a while, so he's going to have a benefit next year. Very well deserved. Here's Kellaway over the wicket, bowls to Keogh, goes for a big hit and just skews off the outer portion of the bat, loops over extra cover. They're going to come back for 2. Keogh was looking to clear the boundary, I think, over long off, and the bat just turned in his hands a little bit and it skewed away over extra cover, but he got away with it. Keogh to 52, 253 for 2. Kellaway in again, bowls to Keogh, reverse sweep, doesn't make contact, and they're going to come through for what I imagine will be a leg bye. We'll await the signal, if any. It is indeed a leg bye, so one more onto the total, 254 for 2. The sweep tends to be Rob Keogh's go-to against spin. He doesn't play the reverse sweep a lot, although he's certainly improving on it. Once or twice this year he's absolutely nailed one. Kellaway round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, works it into the onside, and come through for another single. Vasconcelos to 95, 255 for 2. Weather looks a lot better now, doesn't it? It's a bit of blue sky up above, and where that rain was coming from, it looks a good deal brighter, so hopefully we'll get through unscathed through to lunch as Kellaway is in, bowls to Keogh, who swings that away out through mid-wicket. 2 men out, and he's, well, if he'd done that with a protractor and a ruler, he couldn't have done it more accurately. He's just managed to bisect the 2 fielders out on the boundary, the 2 boundary runners, and that's gone away for 4 to finish the over. Keogh is 56, Vasconcelos is 99, Northamptonshire 259 for 2, and that brings up the 100 partnership between these two. They put on 100 for the third wicket in 13 overs, so pretty decent going. Vasconcelos 95, Keogh 56, 259 for 2, 9 overs to go, and the sun's out.
The sun is out. I mean,
all's right with the world, Troy.
It is, and the clouds are looking decidedly less grey as well. I was slightly surprised that it took as long as it did for the rain to bring an end to play, but then equally I was surprised that it did when it did, because it was much lighter than it had been about 10 minutes before.
It's right. It didn't. It seemed. Yeah, absolutely. I was with you. I was sitting in the box at the end, and it just seemed as though, as you rightly say, it wasn't raining as heavily as it was when they stayed on. But anyway.
Jamie McElroy from the River Taff end to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who knocks it away. It was a bit of a looping shot, but it will drop safely in front of Byrom on the leg side for a single. Yeah, it was. I looked about 5 minutes before they did call for the stop, and it looked like it was coming down quite heavily. I said, oh no, it doesn't look good. And then it seemed to have eased up, gone away. All of a sudden, the covers are on.
I can only think it might have been that they were looking at where it was coming from, and perhaps they saw it just filled out a little bit, and they thought, we are going to have at least 10 minutes worth, so we better get off, especially if they've got time in the bank.
Exactly. Keogh back on strike. McElroy delivers, knocked away, a little bit mistimed, came spinning off the bat to mid-off, but no. Single. Sorry, I'm getting all tongue-tied here.
He's jammed it into the ground, and Keogh's looking rather quizzically at the toe end of his bat. He might need a little bit of tape on that or something, I think.
Vasconcelos back on strike on 96. Here comes McElroy to deliver. Over, knocked away, and it'll go straight to the fielder there on the leg side. Single moves him up to 97.
He's hard on himself, Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he's absolutely, if you're watching on the live stream, you have to see him, he's absolutely mortified that he didn't hit that for 4. He looks like he's auditioning for Hamlet at the moment. He's so cut up about it. Don't worry, still there, 97.
And plenty of time, I'm sure, to get those last 3.
And they've realised Keogh's on strike, so they've pulled up the third man and the backward point into the ring again.
And here comes McElroy to Keogh. delivers and swing and a miss. Keogh looking to clear the fence with that one. He wanted to hit that one into the River Taff.
You've got extra cover out and long off out, but he's obviously trying to give himself room and spear it away over extra cover. I mean, it's slightly the shorter of the two boundaries, but it's not that much different. But they're now bringing fine leg up, Colin Ingram up, and deep square has dropped back. But they're still leaving that gap over extra cover.
McIlroy to Keogh. He tries the ramp. It's gone up and it's gone over the head of Colin Ingram, who'd just come up. And I don't know about you, I feel like he could have dropped back and made that catch. I think that's a big missed opportunity for Glamorgan.
That is extraordinary. I can only assume he just didn't pick it up. Because he barely moved, and he
just seemed a bit static.
It was in the air a long time, and it only landed. I've just watched it on the replay. It only landed a couple of feet away from him. Very strange.
Big missed opportunity for Glamorgan. 1 ball left in the 42nd over. Keogh swing and a miss, trying to take that one to the boundary as well. No damage done on that at the end of the 42nd over. 264 for 2.
Vasconcelos still on strike on 97. One more over, and I better go and update BBC Radio Northampton into their 2 o'clock news. But yes, it was fairly obvious what Rob Keogh was trying to do there. And then when they brought fine leg up, as you say, he went for the little dink over his head. But I can only, cricket of Colin Ingram's experience, I can only assume he just lost it. But
I'm trying to make
no
sportsman's excuses. Maybe the white ball, white clouds.
Yeah, maybe. But as I say, just the fact that it landed so close to him. But anyway, 264 for 2, 8 to go. Ben Kellaway starting his 6th over, round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives. It's full length, and he's looking to try and drive it away out, I think, on the onside out through mid-on. Doesn't time it. Here's Kellaway in again, and Vasconcelos this time looking to flay away through extra cover and misses. So 2 dot balls to start the over, just builds a little bit of pressure on Ricardo Vasconcelos. Didn't miss the off stump by a great deal. Here's Kellaway, round the wicket again, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives this time up to extra cover. Fielded just on the edge of the circle, and they're through for singles. Done Kiran Carlson, though, he hasn't done himself a mischief. He's just looks as though he might have, I don't know, slipped, turned his ankle a bit. I'm sure he'll be okay. Run it off. 98 to Vasconcelos, 265 for 2. Brings Rob Keogh back onto strike. Field changing over, of course, for the right-hander. And here's Kellaway in bowls to Keogh, drives hard up to long off. This time no mistake from Colin Ingram, nicely in behind that. And Field sends in his return, 1 more to Keogh. He goes into the 60s, and Northamptonshire to 266 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 43rd over. Vasconcelos on 98. Can he get the 100 this over? Here's Kellaway in bowls to Vasconcelos, drives up to extra cover, and it's only going to be a single, as it's fielded just outside the circle on the edge of the square. Vasconcelos to 99, 267 for 2. If he hadn't had that one short, he'd be there already. So it means that Keogh will have strike for the last ball of the over. Kellaway just having a look round his field. They've got 3 in the ring, looking to save 1 on the offside as he bowls to Keogh, gives him some width, and Keogh trying to lay a bat on it, run it down towards third man, doesn't make contact, and that is the end of the over. So 43 overs gone. It's 267 for 2. We're going to have a little bit of interruption because I think, as we mentioned earlier, Rob Keogh's slightly concerned about the toe end of his bat, so the 12th man's coming out maybe with some tape for a bit of DIY. 267 for 2, 7 to go. Vasconcelos is 99, Keogh is 60, and I'll leave you with Kenneth and Troy as I just have to nip off to update BBC Radio Northampton. I'll be back with you in a moment or 2.
And Andrew leaves us as he is likely going to miss being on comms for Vasconcelos' 100, but I'm sure he won't mind. 43 overs gone as Kenneth Davis steps in beside me. So, Kenneth, what do you reckon?
Well, I think, as both of you were mentioning, I think 330 is minimum at the moment, with plenty of wickets to go and overs as well. Then we'll need to up the ante a bit. But these two have played beautifully since the only 2 wickets have gone down. Whiteman and Broad, as Sisodia continues from the taff end round the wicket, and that's whipped away into the onside, and that is Vasconcelos' century. And a fine knock it has been as well, just from 110 balls, 11 fours and 1 6 from Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he quite rightly receives the generous applause from the Sophia Gardens faithful.
It's been in the short innings, hasn't it, Ken? It hasn't been, as I said earlier, Crash Bang Wallop hasn't been looking for expansive shots just for the sake of it, but it's been very steady. Picked his moments when he's had them.
Yeah, especially when he lost Sam Whiteman, as Prem Sisodia comes in, and that's uppish towards long on, but safe. And there's another single to add to Northants' tally, so they move on to 269 for 2. They're on right above 6, with just over 6 overs remaining of Northants' innings. Sisodia coming in from the taff end, and there's a bit of width on that, and just catches the toe end of Vasconcelos' bat. There's no run. It's fielded by Sisodia, who has been in and out of the team this season, coming in to bowl. Good length ball, and that's a reverse sweep. It's going to find the gap. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's going to be saved on what is the boundary, and that's flung in by McIlroy.
It was a nice bit of fielding between Kellaway and McIlroy, who received the tip from Kellaway on the boundary.
Yeah, Kellaway on the boundary, McIlroy hurled it back in. Sisodia, that's launched into the leg side, and that is a man on form, Vasconcelos. 1 bounce for 4 through backward square, and that is the end of Prem Sisodia's over.
And at the end of the over, it's 275 for 2. Vasconcelos 106, Keogh 61. 6 overs remain. It's going to be Ben Kellaway back into the attack, I believe. And it's been just on Kellaway for a moment, it's been a bit of a breakout competition for him, as we've said. He's had 4 3-wicket matches. Rory Smith's going to come in now. We'll just finish on Kellaway. 4 3-wicket matches, top score of 82.
Yeah, the knock against Warwickshire when it was a rearguard action, and probably should have won Glamorgan the match, but he ran out of partners. But yeah, certainly Chepstow product. Looked a bit nervy earlier in the season when he started the T20 competition, but certainly a hot prospect for the future.
Rory Smith from the Cathedral Road end. Rob Keogh on strike, drives on the offside for a single.
But I think, as we've been mentioning throughout, one or certainly few questions that will be directed at the officials in the fans forum in the break will be that the need for more homegrown talent to come through the ranks. I think that there's been a dearth, certainly in the last 10 years or so that we need far more Ben Callaways.
Indeed, as Rory Smith to Ricardo Vasconcelos sweeps. Oh,
and he's bowled.
He's gone. Full toss. Came through, tried to play the reverse sweep, missed it, straight through into the stumps. And that's the end of Ricardo Vasconcelos' innings. 106 before being bowled by Rory Smith.
Well, a fine knock. 106 from 114. 12 fours, 1 6. An ambitious shot, but it went through the gate and clean bowled by Rory Smith. But what a fine innings by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who has certainly put his team in prime position. Just the 3rd wicket to fall after Sam Whiteman and Justin Broad.
So Rory Smith adds his name to the list of wicket takers, along with Prem Sisodia and Ben Kellaway, who've got the others. And well, I said a couple of overs ago they needed to break this partnership and break it soon. There it is. Now, with 5 overs and 4 balls remaining, Glamorgan will be hoping to restrict this run rate a little bit, hovering at just over 6 an over on 276 for 3 on Northamptonshire. Glamorgan maybe now feeling that they can hold it back. We've been saying 320, 330. Maybe a Glamorgan thinking 300 to 10.
I think Northants, with the wickets they have, should still be confident of getting to that total, with the new man coming to the helm, and that is James Sales, the 20-year-old son of former player David Sales. And Troy will make way, and Andrew Rad will come back in to join me in the commentary position, with the visitors 276 for 3. So just a slight setback with the loss of Ricardo Vasconcelos, but they should still be aiming to crack on from this position. And we were mentioning the 330-ish mark, still well within sight.
It is interesting that James Sales has been pushed up the order. You can imagine probably Lewis McManus, who's captaining the side, has been batting in this sort of role, but Sales has played the last couple of games, made some useful runs.
In comes Smith, and that's fended off into the offside, but it's fielded at point, and there's no run. I couldn't believe that Sales Senior was only born in 1977.
1977, yes, that's right. Yes, he's often to be seen at the ground. In fact, he did some commentary with us this year on BBC Radio Northampton during the T20, and now heavily involved at Overston Park Cricket Club just outside Northampton.
Smith coming in past the umpire from the Cathedral Road end, and that's pushed into the offside. There's an easy single out to McIlroy. 277 for 3.
Yeah, James Sales, that last time out in the match against Derbyshire on Sunday, made 35 not out, which was his highest list A score. I think he's been in and out a bit this year. I don't think, as I've said on commentary before, I don't think Northamptonshire have quite grasped how to use him in either white ball or red ball this year, but he's an extremely talented young cricketer.
Smith wheeling round. In, that's full, and that is well stopped at third man by Andy Gorvin.
Saved 4 there, didn't he?
He did. Full, and went sharply down to his left, did Gorvin, and saved some runs for his team. Smith coming in, who's been expensive, it has to be said. So far, coming in, bowls short of a length. That's dabbed down, but it's well fielded by Horton. Just went fine. There's still a single there to be had as they come through. There have been a few, the 3 wickets. Glamorgan have broken partnerships, but Northants have reformed it every time.
They have, yeah. The only sort of, I suppose, crisis is probably overdoing it a bit, but when they just lost momentum, Justin Broad coming in at 3, which I have to say, I was a little bit surprised. Didn't play in the last game and pushed up to 3. I suppose it's fair enough. It's a game with nothing riding on it in terms of qualification. They just wanted to give him a chance to show what he could do and bat for as long as possible. But he didn't really ever get going, did he? 9 off 23, and it just stalled the innings a little bit. And it took the performance of Rob Keogh, came out and was really forthright from the moment he got out to the middle to just give the innings a little bit of fresh impetus. Now they need to kick on in the last 5. 279 for 3, starting the 46th over, and played out to extra cover. Sisodia bowling from the far end, the River Taff end. First ball punched by James Sales out to extra cover, and there's no run. 279 for 3, sunshine across the ground. Sales going for a sweep, and it goes down the leg side, but it didn't miss the leg stump by much. Alex Horton had the bails off, but Sales had gone so far across that there was no way he's going to get a wide out of that. So 2 dot balls to start the over. Vasconcelos' century is 4th in List A cricket for Northamptonshire, and of course he made one against Glamorgan at Northampton last year. Sasodia in, bowls quicker ball, cut away by Sales. He's certainly going to get one as it goes out to deep point, and that's all he'll get. Sales to 280 for 3, brings Keogh back onto strike.
News on David Lloyd. He may not play for Glamorgan again. He suffered a cracked rib playing on loan for Derbyshire in the One Day Cup, ahead of the permanent move to the club, of course.
Sasodia in, bowls to Keogh, who plays inside out, over extra cover, running away to the boundary, 4 runs. That's really good execution from Rob Keogh, just giving himself a little bit of room. That's the area that he and others have been looking to score. Get inside out to the spinner, and did so very successfully there. Runs away for 4, 67 to Keogh, 284 for 3. Keogh on strike again against Sasodia, bowling round the wicket, full toss, club down the ground. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it is. 2 bounces and into the advertising boards at the front of the black sight screen at the far end of the ground.
That was a horrible ball, Andrew.
Yes, that was what in my sort of club cricket we used to call a pie. And it went down the ground for 4. All contributions gratefully received, says Rob Keogh. 71 to him, 288 for 3. Sasodia in again, bowls to Keogh, who smashed that back down the ground for 4 more.
Well,
that was full, and Keogh has absolutely leathered that, and well, 3 boundaries in the over to Keogh. He goes to 75, and Northamptonshire 292 for 3.
It was just as well that Prem Sasodia ducked, because he had been launched into the taff, I think.
Well, it's very, very similar to the last ball of the game when Northamptonshire played Derbyshire on Sunday, and Ben Sanderson was bowling, and the winning hit almost took him out of the game for a while. Thankfully, just managed to duck down at the last minute, but Matt Lamb hit it very, very hard, and I was talking to Ben Sanderson afterwards, and he looked a little pale when I mentioned that, and I'm not surprised.
So Alex Wharf, the former Glamorgan and England player, here he was umpiring, took one in the elbow in the 100 game on Sunday, but brushed it off and carried on as if nothing had happened. Alex Wharf.
Always was a tough campaign.
He was. Yeah, so to reiterate, David Lloyd, unfortunately, from a Glamorgan perspective, might not play again. He suffered a cracked rib while on loan for Derbyshire. He was due to return for the club for 3 championship matches as Smith comes in from the Cathedral Road end. That's through mid-wicket. They'll run the first one hard, but it'll only be a single. So, yeah, that'll be disappointing for Glamorgan followers.
Do you think, Kenneth, that it may be mentioned in the members' forum at
I think it'll come up.
Do you think it might possibly come up? I have a funny feeling it might.
1 or 2, yes. That forum will take part during the interval. Colleague of mine, Phil Steele, is chairing it. He's that's cracked through, found bisected Carlson and Colin Ingram, and that's a cracking shot for 4.
Yes, it's I hope he's got a big stick to hand or a large gavel, because I think he might need it. He's
a character, is Phil Steele, but he'll have to referee that one.
This has been a good innings from Keogh, isn't it? He really is. This is. He says, saying I was on with Troy earlier, he's threatened each of the last 4 matches. He's got to 20-30 and 20-30-40 and not gone on, but he has done today.
Smith in, past the umpire, and well, Keogh just gave himself room, tried to flick it into the offside, but it went straight through to Alex Horton.
That's a clever bit of bowling from Rory Smith. Just took all the pace off it, didn't he? And gave Keogh absolutely nothing to work with. That's clever bowling.
Season campaigner now, Rob Keogh, 31. I think his first class debut was against Glamorgan, if I'm right in saying, many moons ago now. The numberless Rory Smith ambling in, full, and that's whacked away past Colin Ingram at mid-off for 4. So Rory Smith continuing to be expensive, and they're over the 300s, so the ripple of applause goes round Sophia Gardens. So what with 3.2 overs remaining, they'll try and put the foot on the accelerator here with Northants. Run rate is 6.4 to get up to that 330 as we have been mentioning. Well, the ramp shot is safe, is fine and has gone all the way for 4. A clever shot. That's always safe with the man up at 45.
Yeah, as you said about a good bit of bowling from Rory Smith earlier in the over, but generally today, I'm afraid it hasn't been his day. He's just gone round the park a little bit, hasn't he? Now 1 ball to go in his 9th over, and he's already conceded 74.
Nick mentioned that it had that feel of an end of season game where there's nothing at stake in terms of going on in the competition for Glamorgan, but Northants have really taken advantage. 305. Keogh on 87 on strike here. Smith coming round the wicket. That's whacked firmly into the onside towards long on. Billy Root is down there. Root obviously had a good knock in the win against Somerset on Sunday, as did Eddie Byrom, who struck a century. End of the over. 306 for 3. And a little conflab out in the middle between 2 batters. And the message would be, let's try and hone in on that total and get us up to what would be a very difficult total for Glamorgan.
Yeah, 3 to go. So 18 balls. Run a ball would give Northamptonshire 324. I think they'd be, as I say, looking for something a little bit more than that. We talked earlier. I don't think we're going to be far off in our estimate for the 330, 340, something like that. But Glamorgan obviously will be looking to keep Northamptonshire under it, and the best way they could do that would be to remove Rob Keogh, who has moved on to 88. You're absolutely right, Kenneth. His first class match was on this ground against Glamorgan back in 2012, but he actually made his List A debut, so his first team debut for Northamptonshire 13 years ago in 2010, when I think he was still just about on the academy. Here's McElroy in bowls to Keogh, who straight drives handsomely down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful shot from Keogh, but the ball was on the line of leg stump, maybe even just a touch outside, and Keogh again gave himself a little bit of room and hit it back down the ground, just missing the stumps at the non-striker's end. And oh no, we're going to have another. Have they managed to find the ball? Well, we're going to have another one of these.
See, they always get trouble down there, don't they?
I think they've got it. They're okay. We're fine. We've got it this time. I thought we were going to have another prolonged pantomime where they tried to retrieve the ball, but they've got it. Keogh into the 90s, 92 to him, 310 for 3.
And up there with one of the shots of the day.
It was lovely shot. Now mid-off and mid-on have both gone back. Extra cover in the circle as McElroy bowled. And he's just chipped it over the top, Rob Keogh, and it's going to run away for 4. So I reckon he's now hit 5 fours in 5 balls, because he hit 3. Was it 3 off the previous? Last 3 balls of the previous over, and there's 2 more boundaries gone. Keogh on fire here. 314 for 3.
Just over Byrom.
Moves to 96. Hasn't made a List A 100 for 4 years. He's only made a couple, but he won't have a better opportunity to add another one to his total today. 96 not out for Rob Keogh. He's faced just 65 balls with a 6 and 13 fours. Jamie McElroy running in to bowl to him. Rob Keogh on 96 bowls. Keogh works it away into the onside. Just a single, I think, as it goes down to deep backward square. Yep, just be the one. Smart bit of fielding there on the boundary. So Keogh goes to 97. Northamptonshire to 315 for 3. 15 balls left. Brings James Sales back onto strike. James Sales made a little bit of history earlier this year by holding 4 catches as a substitute fielder against the Somerset in this competition. Equalled the world record in List A cricket. Wow. And in fact, the last 6 wickets in the Somerset innings all fell to catches by substitutes. 4 for Sales, 2 for Alex Russell. Here's McElroy in bowls down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl that again, I'm afraid.
In the South Wales League, that would have meant a club cap.
Oh, right.
So I don't know what... Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, it was. I did mention to him afterwards that, in fact, only one fielder in Northamptonshire's List A history, so 60 years, has taken 5 catches in an innings, non-keeper, and that was his dad, David. And he said, I've heard that a time or two, but of course I said, unfortunately, yours won't count, because they're all as a substitute. Here's McElroy in, bowls to James Sales down the leg side again, and it's another wide. This was full, whereas the previous one was short, and McElroy's just giving a sort of Paddington-like hard stare in the general direction of first James Sales and then Graham Lloyd, but Graham Lloyd's having none of it, and the wide has been called. 317 for 3. Yeah, last six wickets all falling to substitute catches, but it does work out that I think only 3 other players have taken 4 catches as a substitute in a list day match. Very full goes McIlroy again on leg stump this time. Sales on drives up to long on for 1. Sales to 4, 318 for 3, including, I know one of the 3 was certainly John Bracewell, the New Zealand international. Described by Andrew McLean, who was on commentary with us, the Kiwi, in a couple of games, as the grumpiest off spinner in the world. I'm not in a position to verify that. Keogh on 97, facing McIlroy, full toss, driven up to extra cover. He's only going to get 1, and again he's frustrated that was a full toss that he didn't put away. It's only a single. 98 to Keogh, 319 for 3.
Yeah, straight to Sam Northeast. He thought that was the chance.
So James Sales will have strike for what should be the last ball of the over. No wicket for 44 for Jamie McIlroy, with 1 ball to go in his 9th over. He's in bowls to Sales, gives himself room, he's clubbed it down the ground, and that's gone for 6. It goes smack into the sight screen at the far end of the ground. It was short of a length, and Sales, almost in baseball style, just set himself and whacked it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Sales to 10, 325 for 3. 2 overs to go. Keogh 2 short of 100.
That was a remarkable shot, reminiscent of a Harry Brook.
Yes.
Trying to just club it. He got the full force and straight to the side screen towards the taff, and 6 all the way.
So Andy Gorvin is coming on to bowl his 9th over. We have 2 to go. 325 for 3, with Keogh on 98. Can he get there? What would be, as say, only his 3rd list day 100. Made a big one against Durham way back to about 2016, something like that. 134, which is still his list day highest. Hasn't made one since 2019. Keogh on 98 as Gorvin bowls to him wide outside the off stump. Good take by Alex Horton standing up. It was very wide, and Keogh's just having a little word with, not even a word, I think he's just exchanged a glance with Naeem Ashraf. Was that not a wide up? No, it's not a wide. So 11 balls to go in the innings. 325 for 3. As the sun disappears behind a cloud, at least for the time being. Gorvin running away from us. Into bowl to Keogh on 98, and Keogh clubs it away through mid-wicket. They come through for 1. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. It's 2 for Rob Keogh. It's a century, and a very, very fine innings by Northamptonshire's most experienced player. Removes his helmet, acknowledges the applause, particularly from the dressing room. His 3rd list day century for Northamptonshire. It comes off 68 balls. 69 balls, beg your pardon, with a 6 and 13 fours. Rob Keogh 100 not out, 327 for 3, Kenneth.
Well, a fine knock, and he was the supporting act as Gorvin comes in, and that's missed everything through to Horton. He was the supporting act for Vasconcelos. So they've always had someone that has come in, and they've built 2 exceptional partnerships. So Rob Keogh trying to steer Northants towards a commanding total as Gorvin comes in past the umpire over the wicket. That's a launch that'll go all the way with it. Oh, is Root going to take it? Yes, just catch on the boundary. He was right. He had to judge it and did so perfectly. I thought for a moment he was going to go all the way for 6, but the ball just plugged at the very end and taken on the boundary. Well judged by Billy Root.
That's a terrific catch by Billy Root on the boundary. It was beautifully judged, because, like you, it was just a question of whether it had got enough on it to just clear the rope. Billy Root knew it hadn't, so he just had to hang on in there, and that's really sporting as well, because he, I think, had a little acknowledgement to Rob Keogh when he got out, and he's now joining in the applause for Rob Keogh as he heads back to the pavilion. Really good catch to end a really good innings.
Fantastic innings. How's it bat aloft as he trudges up towards the pavilion. Fine knock. He chanced his arm, and yeah, I thought for all it's worth it was going to be 6, but brilliantly judged by Billy Root, taking the catch on the boundary. So fine innings comes to an end.
71 balls, 1-6, 13-4s.
And it brings Lewis McManus to the crease for this last over. 1.2 overs left. Lewis McManus, the captain, former Hampshire player, of course.
Interesting also, just looking at that partnership, those two put on 51 in 4 overs for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, they've really...
Of which James Sales made 10.
Really accelerated.
Lewis McManus coming to the crease, and again I still think we're looking at 8 balls to go, so I think Northamptonshire will still be thinking, well, 340, something like that, but
they'll fling at it now.
Well, if one of these two could connect, of course, then they did lose when Prithvi Shaw made his double 100 against Somerset. They lost wickets in a real clatter right at the very back end of the innings. They'll be quite keen not to do that this time, especially if there's not many padded up there. Might be a bit of scrambling in the dressing room at the moment.
2 balls left of Andy Govin's over. Past the umpire. That's a good ball, fullish ball, and that's beaten everything. It's bowled him. So a slight shock by Andy Govin. He just looked at it, yes, clean through, and has bowled Lewis McManus. Just took the pace off it. Scrambled ball by Andy Govin, and he's out first ball.
And now, of course, Andy Govin is on a hat-trick. So it's going to see who's. This is one of those great ones, isn't it? You just get towards the end of the innings. Who's got the pads on? Well, I would think from this it probably would be Tom Taylor after his heroics. In fact, I can sense 1 or 2 Northamptonshire supporters, as was the case at Edgbaston on Friday. The tapping of the keyboards, as they say, why didn't Tom Taylor go in a little bit earlier, perhaps ahead of the captain? But he's looking to see who it is coming out, and I think James Sales is having a look to see who it is coming out. Well, there is somebody coming out because they're coming down the steps. Who is it?
The incoming batter for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks is Gus Miller.
I'm going to give Gus a little knock. Well, that's nice. So Tom Taylor possibly saying, I've got my runs at number 8 and I'm going to stay at number 8. But the big discussion, Kenneth, was obviously at Edgbaston on Friday. It was a 10-over game. The Northamptonshire were chasing just over 100, which sounds a lot, but it was a very, very short boundary on one side. And Tom Taylor has obviously been in fantastic form for Northamptonshire with the back couple of hundreds, and won the game against Sussex with a flourish, 42 not out off 23 balls. And they were thinking, well, surely Taylor's got to go in early on. And in fact, he went in the end at number 4 when they were in the 6th over, and it was already up to sort of 14, 15 and over. And it didn't go down well with the Northamptonshire faithful. I think it's fair to say. I did ask for an explanation. Here we go, hat-trick ball.
Andy Govin on the hat-trick then. Miller will face, and he survives. But there is a quick run shy at the stumps from Kiran Carlson, so no hat-trick for Andy Govin. But generous applause. 2 wickets, 2 balls. And departing were Keogh and Lewis McManus.
And you even get audience participation from Nick and Troy behind us.
Partisan participation.
That's great, no problem there. 3:28 for 5, 1 over to go, and well, Overston Park Cricket Club out there at the moment. Gus Miller and James Sales both play for Overston in the Northamptonshire League Premier Division, as does Alex Russell, who's also in the side today. So I'll be hoping they're back in time for Saturday to play him. I'm not sure they've got on Saturday, but 3 Overston players out there, and it's going to be Gus Miller to face the first ball of the final over. It's going to be Jamie McElroy to bowl. It's bowled 9 overs for 50, 328 for 5. Last over coming down. McElroy round the wicket. Bowls to Miller. He's gone for the little scoop, and it's gone over third man for 4. Sisodia runs back towards the boundary. I'm not quite sure the Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford, who played in the 1890s, would have approved of that stroke. But anyway, it's brought Miller 4 runs. 332 for 5. 5 to go.
I think, yeah. It wasn't from the air. It wasn't from the meat of the bat, shall we say? And no. McElroy's a bit disgusted at how we got away with it.
332 for 5. Miller on strike. Long off has now gone back. Long on is already back. McElroy bowls, driven by Gus Miller all along the floor to mid off, and they're through for a single. So
wasn't from the meat of the willow, well, as Don Shepherd would have said.
What a great man. 333 for 5, 4 to go. Yes, I don't think, not entirely sure that was a shot that Don Shepherd would have approved of
No.
hugely, but great man of cricket. 4 balls to go. James Sales on strike. McElroy in bowls. Sales works it into the onside. Should get a couple here as it goes out towards deep mid wicket, and they do indeed come back for 2. So 2 more to James Sales, who goes to 12. 335 for 5. 3 balls to go in the innings.
Don't know what Don would have made of the 100 at all.
His view would probably be much the same as mine, I strongly suspect. But while there are episodes of Telford's Change that I haven't watched yet, why would I watch the 100 anyway? 335 for 5. 3 balls to go. Here's McElroy in bowls to Sales, drives nicely up to long off, but he's only going to get 1, or should only get 1. Indeed he does. Good bit of fielding on the boundary, and it takes Sales up to 13. 336 for 5. 2 balls to go. Gus Miller on strike. Brother of Flo Miller, also a very talented cricketer.
So they'd have been more than happy with this total.
I think so, Kenneth. Yeah, I think if you'd have offered it that when they won the toss, I think they'd have bitten your hand off. Is McElroy in, bowls to Miller, takes pace off it, well bowled, Jamie McElroy. Miller was trying to get inside it and paddle it round the corner, didn't get anything on it. So a dot ball, penultimate ball of the innings, and 1 ball to go. 336 for 5, Northamptonshire. And it's going to be Gus Miller to face the last ball from Jamie McElroy, running in towards us. The River Taff behind him. Bowls short, pulled away, muscled away by Gus Miller. First bounce for 4. So a strong finish to the innings. And Gus Miller will be well happy with his little cameo innings of 10 runs off 5 balls, and Northamptonshire finish on 340 for 5 in their 50 overs. James Sales not out 13 off 11 balls. Gus Miller not out 10 off 5 balls. The bowling figures, let's just have a quick check of those. Well, just a brief glance. Jamie McElroy finishing with 10 overs, no wicket for 62. Rory Smith 9 overs, 1 for 75. Not really his day today, sadly. Kiran Carlson 7 overs, no wicket for 46. Andy Gorvin 9 overs, 2 for 56. Ben Kellaway 6 overs, 1 for 39. And Prem Sisodia 9 overs, 1 for 55. There were 14 extras, 7 wides, 7 leg byes, 340 for 5 in 50. So Glamorgan will start their pursuit of that when play resumes in around about half an hour's time. We shall nip off in search of lunch. Trust you do the same, and you'll rejoin us here at Sophia Gardens when play resumes at around about 3 o'clock.
batting for Glamorgan, Eddie Byrom and Sam Northeast.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, a sunny Sophia Gardens, but the sun is shining on the efforts of the visitors, Northamptonshire Steelbacks, having posted 340 for 5 in their 50 overs, and 3 very big contributions from Ricardo Vasconcelos, who made 106, Sam Whiteman 88, and Rob Keogh with exactly 100. Glamorgan's bowlers, well, the figures weren't much to write home about. So Glamorgan need to score at 6.8 runs and over to win this game. And it's Tom Taylor to open up for the visitors from the River Taff end, bowling to Sam Northeast, who plays defensively out on the offside. And there is no run. That was quite some momentum that Northants built up, Kenneth.
Yeah, it was, and they always managed to kick on in partnerships, with Whiteman supported by Vasconcelos originally early on, and then when Whiteman departed, it was Keogh, an able partner, so Vasconcelos and Keogh scoring hundreds.
As Taylor's into bowl to Northeast, who dots that one down into the gully, no run.
And as you mentioned, I think a few times, Nick, in commentary, it looked like a laboured performance with the ball and in the field, the sort of end of term effort, struggling to get to the finishing line.
Yeah, same applies to both sides really, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
End of term, Northants 3 wins, 4 defeats. Glamorgan 3 wins, 3 losses and a rain off. As Taylor is in to bowl to Northeast, who's again cautiously forward. Northeast has played 4 matches, 145 runs for 3 times out. So decent overall. He was out cheaply at Taunton a couple of days ago, but tends to play the anchor role. Byrom, the former Somerset man, getting his first limited overs 100 against the southwest side, the Siderman, as Taylor steams in, bowls, and Northeast again pushing on the offside, this time a back foot defensive punch to mid-off, and it is another dot ball. This final Sophia Gardens crowd of the limited overs season, not as big as last week against Gloucestershire, with the weather slightly more uncertain. We had a rain break earlier, albeit it's not accompanied by much rain. Glamorgan chasing 3-4-1 to win. Yet to get underway as Northeast pushes that one into the offside. It might just have been a single there, but they decide against it.
Yeah, glorious conditions now. Although, as you said, there was very little rain in the air earlier. They were off for, what, half an hour?
Yes, I'm quite sure why. As Taylor will finish off this first over, and Andrew Rad will come in alongside me. And Taylor is in to bowl. Northeast again pushing on the offside, so a good straight opening over from Tom Taylor, wearing 12 in the light blue shirts of the visitors. He's taken 7 wickets in this campaign at 39.5, economy rate of just under 5.5 runs and over, which has just got slightly better because he is still at the maiden to start with.
At the Cathedral Road end, Jack White.
Afternoon again, Nick. Afternoon, everybody. And yeah, Northamptonshire looking to try and defend this formidable total of 340 for 5. Scored 61 off the last 5 overs, which sort of tends to suggest that was what what the plan was, and Rob Keogh, I thought, played beautifully today. That really was an outstanding innings. So the innings have just lost a little bit of momentum when he went in after the fall of Justin Broad, and really hit the ground running, didn't he? And 100 off 71 balls with the 6 and 13 fours. But game not over yet. Northamptonshire supporters, being a slightly gloomy lot as we are by nature, will remember Stanley Park, Blackpool last year, when Northamptonshire made 370 with both openers making hundreds and still lost. Here's Jack White round the wicket from this Cathedral Road end, bowling to the left-handed Eddie Byrom, who tries to drive through mid-off. It finishes up going up to Gus Miller at mid-on, and there's no run. So Morgan still looking for their first run.
Yeah, the Northants batsmen had troubles timing the ball early on, didn't they? But
they did.
Thankfully for them, it didn't lead to any dismissals as such.
Well, so they had a little bit of good fortune early on, not least, of course, the drop when Ricardo Vasconcelos was still on naught. Is Taylor. No, sorry, White, beg your pardon. Bowls to Byrom outside the off stump. Byrom just plays inside the line as it goes through to Lewis McManus. Taylor bowling a maiden first up. Lovely afternoon now here at Sophia Gardens with bright sunshine, just a few light fluffy clouds around. We've had our lunch. We look forward to hearing from Edward Bevan later what happened at the members meeting at lunchtime, whether he got thrown out for being too rowdy or
probably.
Here's Jack White in again, bowls, and that's turned away behind square on the onside for a single by Eddie Byrom. So Glamorgan are away. 1 to Byrom, 1 for no wicket in the second over.
Yeah, I thought I heard a whiff of tear gas drifting across the ground.
Well, once they get going,
the bouncers obviously had their work cut out.
Yes, it'll be interesting. When we were talking earlier to say Alex Swan, the match referee, popped up during the rain break, and we were saying about whether they may need to absorb some time by cutting short the lunge interval. Here's White over the wicket to the right-handed northeast, who drives, but without any great timing goes up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. I was wondering whether maybe the organisers would have been quite happy to cut it down to 10 minutes, but no, it's full half-hour run. So yeah, it's a good idea, of course, to clubs to have these meetings. Say Northamptonshire had one last week.
Yeah, I believe there's a final one during the last match of the season, off the top of my head.
Slip in place, that's Ricardo Vasconcelos as Jack White comes into bowl to Sam Northeast, who drives. This time he does get a single as it beats extra cover. It's a bit of a chase for Rob Keogh. A really good sprawling stop just outside the circle. Might need to replace his divot there, I think. Yes, as a disciplined golfer he has done. So one more onto the total. Sam Northeast is off the mark as well, joining Eddie Byrom on 1, and Glamorgan are 2 for no wicket. Keeping an eye, of course, on what's been happening in the other games today, not least, of course, the one that will determine the remaining qualification place. Nottinghamshire playing Lancashire today. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 185, which is a bit of a recovery. As White is in, bowls and beats Byrom, who's trying to cut that away. Goes past the bat into the gloves of Lewis McManus, and that's the end of Jack White's first over. Just 2 singles off it, 2 for no wicket off 2. Glamorgan still need another 339 to win. So Nottinghamshire all out for 185. I say at one stage they were in all sorts of bother early on, lost 4 very early, but a bit of a recovery courtesy of, just having a look, well, Liam Patterson-White made 39 with 3 wickets for Will Williams, and Lancashire have just started their reply, 13 for no wickets. So if Lancashire win that, they will go through. If Nottinghamshire win it, then they will. It just depends what happens in other matches as to who qualifies.
Here comes Taylor again, and Northeast forcing off the back foot through the covers. That'll race away for 4. The first runs conceded by Tom Taylor, and a nicely timed shot by Sam Northeast, who is the sort to back himself, to play himself in really, and allow time to accelerate later. But Northants got 60 off the power play overs, so Glamorgan wouldn't want to be too far behind, but wickets in hand is a powerful tool in this 50-over competition. It does free up the later batters to a great extent. As North East fiddles at that one, a bit of extra bounce from Taylor, who must have dug that one in slightly. He
does have a serious effort ball, Nick.
That was it then.
that was it, yes.
Yes. In Leeds, Welsh Fire women are underway. Well, they are in the field against the well-known battery firm, the Northern Superchargers, who elected to bat under 24 without loss after 15 balls of their 100. As North East works one on the leg side and takes a single down to square leg, 8 without loss. The Welsh Fire women are guaranteed a top 3 place. If they win today, they will have an outside chance of going straight to the final, depending on the Southern Brave result tomorrow.
Meanwhile, at Campbell Park, Glamorgan 394 all out, the second 11 match against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire 150 for 3. Nico Reefer, Surrey player who's on trial at the moment, 47 not out. Josh Cobb 28 not out.
Here's Taylor into bowl to Byrom, who clips it uppishly on the leg side. He'll get 4 runs for that, but Northants might take a bit of heart from that shot because it wasn't under control as Byrom turned it off his hip. It was comfortably between fielders at square leg and fine leg, and it ran away for 4, but it wasn't entirely under control for Byrom. Off the back of that maiden limited overs century at Somerset, reaching 3 figures off 94 balls. As Byrom drives to mid-off. No run. If you missed it earlier, depressing news from Glamorgan point of view is that David Lloyd, the championship captain who was due to return from his temporary loan from Derby ahead of his permanent move there at the end of the season, well, Lloyd has told the BBC today that he's suffered a cracked rib and therefore is in some doubt for the games in September. Taylor bowls and Byrom defends it to mid-off. So if David Lloyd doesn't appear for the Welsh county again, then that'd be a rather anticlimactic end to his time here. He was keen on trying to lead the championship push before his departure, but he's told the BBC that he has suffered a cracked rib. So best wishes to David Lloyd in his recovery and indeed in his future endeavours.
Absolutely right. Cricketer who's had some good performances down the years in all formats against Northamptonshire with bat and ball. Remember the match, I think it was about 3 years ago, and he opened the batting and opened the bowling, didn't he? I seem to remember the championship match at Wantage Road. Here's Jack White running away from us and bowls to Sam North East, just round the line of leg stump. North East pushing forward, just flicks off the pad, and Lewis McManus tidies up. If Josh Cobb gets runs today for Northamptonshire seconds, he's 32 not out at the moment, then expect a certain amount of response on social media, and people wondering why he's not playing in the first team. Here's White running in away from us to bowl to Sam North East, still a slip in, and he fiddles at that outside the off stump of North East. It goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Been good stuff from Jack White, who has been Northamptonshire's standout seamer certainly in the competition this year. He's picked up 6 wickets, but his economy rate's been going just 4.5 and over. Bowled beautifully against Derbyshire on Sunday, 10 overs, 1 for 26. And he's running in again to bowl to Sam North East. Big appeal for LBW as North East trying to work that into the onside, and I think that was probably going down the leg side. That was what umpire Naeem Ashraf, I think, has decided. Just having a look at that on the replay. Yeah, clearly going down the leg side. Good decision. In fact, the appeal didn't have a huge amount going for it, really, but well, if you don't ask, you don't get, as my
No.
as my old nan used to say,
Well,
amongst many other things.
it hit the batter first on the pad, which is
yes,
gives you
fair enough.
something of a prerequisite.
Another question, I suppose, that will be interesting to see the solution to today is whether James Sales gets a bowl today, because he didn't on Sunday. Here's White in, bowls to North East, plays it down to backward point, and there's no run, fielded there by Luke Proctor.
So the Josh Cobb situation, is there anything you can diplomatically say?
I think it's fair to say that there's not a meeting of minds between Josh and the team management at the moment. So I would be surprised if we see him back in the first team this year, but life's full of surprises.
Never say never.
Well, yes. Here's White, running it away from us, bowls to North East, just drops it down on the offside, and there's no run. Hasn't played for a while. Did have an injury, but was left out of the side during the T20 and hasn't reappeared. Still a fine player, as he demonstrated a couple of second team games. Made a terrific 100 against in a one-day game with 11 sixes, just to prove the point. Here's White in again, bowls to North East in bright sunshine, inside edge for 4. Well, to be fair, Northamptonshire had a few of those early on, so it's just the bite a bit really. That's just an inside edge, as North East wasn't really playing a particularly forceful shot. It just jagged back at him, took the inside edge, ran away for 4, and that's the end of the over. 15 for no wicket, 4 overs gone, of which North East has made 10 and Eddie Byrom 5. And interestingly, Nick, Quentin Jones is actually scoring for Northamptonshire today, the first team, had done that match and was saying, I doubt I'll see in the near future an innings quite as spectacular as that, with 11 sixes. And he was then on duty at Wantage Road about a week later, when Prithvi Shaw made 244 against Somerset, including, guess what, 11 sixes. So he had a decent week in the box, did Quentin. A couple of memorable innings.
Here comes Tom Taylor again then to bowl. Byrom plays it through the onside. We'll pick up at least a single. They'll settle for that, as it's fielded at deep mid-wicket, and Glamorgan tick on to 16 without loss, chasing 341 for victory in this final one-day cup match for both sides before the break. Well, the knockout stages of this are concluded. Games on Friday and where are we? Start of next week, Tuesday, which need not concern your correspondents. North East slaps that one high and handsome over long on for 6. Where did that come from? Sam North East all of a sudden opening his shoulders and cracking that one away in the slot, and North East dispatched it.
Gone from the trench to the cavalry charge, hasn't he? It was a fantastic shot from North East. It was in the slot, but he hit through it beautifully and cleared the rope by a distance, what is probably, I should think, just about the longer boundary of the two, marginally.
Yeah, the pitch
pretty central.
The pitch is pretty central because it's been used for televised games. Another short ball this time from Taylor, looking to get his revenge, but short balls have not generally got a lot of success on this pitch, and North East swatted it away to backward square for 4 more.
Lewis McManus also has almost has an embarrassment of riches today. Looking at the Northamptonshire side selected for this game, he's basically ruled out himself, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Sam Whiteman, and everybody else bowls. So he's potentially got 8 bowlers to use here. He might need them.
Yes, Glamorgan used their 6 as North East races on to 20, and will pick up 4 more with a back foot shot through the offside, punched away backward a point, racing away for 4. 30 without loss. Sam North East has decided it's time to play some shots.
It's a magnificent stroke again. Just a proper cricket shot, wasn't it? Nothing white ball about that one. That would have been good whatever colour ball. Just stood tall, punched it away through backward point for 4. Handsome stroke.
6-4-4 he's gone in this over. North East is rarely a sort of one-day hitter. He's just unleashes stroke play as he's pulled that one around, turned the wrists on it and found another gap down to backward square for four boundaries of successive balls, and all of a sudden Glamorgan are flying, but Taylor really needs to find a fuller length, I think.
You know, I said Northamptonshire have got 8 bowlers and might need them. This is terrific stuff from Sam North East, wonderful stuff. Just looking at Northamptonshire's total, it's I think it's their pretty
highest against Glamorgan.
Their highest against Glamorgan, yeah, certainly.
In any list A?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Another fact to drop into the match report, as that is played defensively for once by North East to finish the over, which has yielded 19 runs. Glamorgan are 34 for naught after 5.
In fact, it's the highest by a long way. Previous highest, 282 for 7, here at Sophia Gardens in 2005.
Well, as you were saying, there haven't been that many contests between the two counties in recent years, given that they're in opposite T20 blast groups.
Yes.
Not that you'd get a higher score, I suppose, in T20 anyway, but and just haven't been drawn together terribly often in the One Day Cup.
David Sales made 77 in that particular innings. Ricky Vessel's 43 not out, and then it rained. Here's Jack White running in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Eddie Byrom, gives himself a little broom, trying to flay that away over the covers, didn't make contact, goes through to Lewis McManus. In fact, Northamptonshire have only made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 higher innings in List A cricket. It's their 10th highest against anyone.
It's made the top 10.
Made the top 10.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Not half.
Yeah, countdown,
as dear old Fluff would have said.
Yes, one of the Radio 1 DJs of that era whom we are still able to mention. 34 for naught.
White in, bowls to Eddie Byrom, and that's flicked away for 4. Just on his hip, and all he needed to go was get inside the line and work it down towards the fine leg boundary. There's nobody down there, and it's run away for 4. 38 for no wicket now, after that slowish start with a maiden over, and I think it was just 1 or 2 runs off the second, but since then Glamorgan have absolutely cashed in. 38 for no wicket, 2 balls gone in the 6th, and it takes Eddie Byrom into double figures.
It's a long way to go though, as they found out against Somerset when they're chasing 299.
Here's White in again, bowls to Byrom, goes for the scoop, 4 more. In fact, yes, it is 4. I thought for 1 minute it might go all the way, because he got hold of it beautifully. It landed, I suppose, about 5 yards inside the rope, but went first bounce for 4, so back-to-back boundaries for Byrom. It goes to 14, and Glamorgan to 42 for no wicket.
Well, you spoke earlier about Sam Whiteman playing as if the pressure were off in a sort of end-of-campaign game, where obviously the result matters in terms of professional pride, but it won't count in terms of qualification. And Glamorgan are going about it the same way at the moment.
And guess what? The ball has gone down to the boundary at the far end of the ground, and once again the fielders can't find it. Tom Taylor's down there. I'm trying to see who else is. Luke Proctor's down there as well.
Look, at least they're not nettles or brambles or whatever down there.
Club I played 4 years ago in the Northamptonshire League, they used to disappear in the hedge. Luke Proctor's going, where is it? He's holding up his hands in despair. Now Ricardo Vasconcelos is going to join in the hunt, join the merry throng down at the far end of the ground. We used to disappear into the hedge, and the other side of the hedge was a sort of small holding with an old dog that used to get a little bit irate when his territory was encroached upon, and it was a slightly dangerous business going down and trying to retrieve the ball. Well, taking opportunity of a break in play, the batters are going to have a bit of a towel down and maybe a drink, and I think the the box of balls has come on just in case they've lost one, which Graham Lloyd is having a rummage through at the moment, like a sort of somebody rummaging through the paperbacks in a rummage sale.
I wonder if at the end of the season I've got 10 minutes at the end of a day's play and go and have a little rummage and
you might
borrow a few for my club.
Well, there's 3 down there, and none of them have managed to find it. Luke Proctor's saying, "No, I have no idea where it is."
Yeah, they should try looking in the long grass, the brambles, the nettles, and indeed the river at my club as well. On a couple of sides of the ground, we've now installed quite a lot of fencing around 2 sides of the ground because the cost of balls was getting ridiculous.
Yes, my ground at Oundle, it's my club's ground at Oundle. It's quite a small ground, and they have a wall down one side of the ground with quite a sort of steep drop the other side down to the road as you come up Milton Road, and it's known as Winch's Wall because R.F. Winch, who was a master at Oundle and played for Northamptonshire back in the 1880s, fell against the 82 Australians, once went vaulting over the wall to try and do a sort of athletic stop, couldn't stop in time, dropped down to the road below and broke his ankle and had to be carried back to the school. So it's known as Winch's Wall, but there's all sorts of hazards when it comes to trying to retrieve balls and lots of club grounds. But you wouldn't normally think on an international arena when it's just, I don't know, has it gone under the hover cover? Anyway, they've got a ball to bowl with.
Yes,
it's wasted another 5.
It's a different ball.
Yes, it's wasted another 5 minutes.
Can we find a ball that's about 3 overs old?
Well, I think a couple of members of the maybe coaching staff are going to have a look now as White comes round the wicket, bowls to Byrom, who tries to put it in exactly the same place by scooping that down towards fine leg. This time he doesn't make contact. Goes down the leg side and is taken by Lewis McManus. It actually goes over the top of leg stump, I think. Well, there's a couple of, I'm trying to see who it is down there, the Glamorgan players or coaching staff or whatever, and are now going to have a look themselves. I bet they find it in about 5 seconds.
Oh yes, used to the angle of the bounce off the sight screen and the hover cover.
But that's twice now we've had this extraordinary business of trying to find the ball. Well, now, in an attempt, I'm sure, not just to prevent another ball going down there, fine leg has dropped back onto the boundary and third man has come up. There's White. He's in bowls too. Byrom, who's beaten outside the off stump. And White with a gesture that says, "What have I got to do?"
Yes, I think all that nonsense going on has probably got me to the end of my commentary spell without actually commentating on much of the play, rather than just chatting about lost balls. Kenneth Davis will replace me for the next half hour.
So, Jack White just having a chat with Rob Keogh. Keogh fielding in there at mid-off as senior pro. Gus Miller is in there at mid-on, and here's White in bowls and again beats Eddie Byrom outside the off stump as he was just trying to run that down towards third man, because of course third man is up, so it's a legitimate stroke to try and play, but he didn't make contact. End of the over, 42 for no wicket, 6 overs gone. White's bowled 3 overs for 14. Taylor has been expensive, 3 overs for 28, but Northamptonshire are going to persevere with him from the River End. Afternoon, Kenneth.
Afternoon. Enjoyed my lunch at
Very
Sophia
nice.
Gardens.
Lamb casserole, wasn't it?
a nice piece of lamb, fair play.
Very good. Melted in the
And,
mouth.
This pair looking comfortable. There's been a few streaky shots, but as you mentioned, there were a few at the start of the Northants innings, so it probably evens out. Yeah, there's a bit of a Bermuda Triangle going on up there, because I still don't think they've retrieved.
The search party haven't managed to find
it goes on. So in comes Taylor from the taff end.
Will they now need to send out a search party to find the search party?
Well,
I can see their heads. No,
they're
still
behind this side screen, but they're still unsuccessful. Northeast on 28. Byrom, who scored a ton recently against Somerset, on 14. And Taylor winding round, coming in from the taff end. Fullish delivery that's hit firmly to mid-off by Northeast, and there's no run. Coming in from a not a straight run-up, it's more... I always remember when I was a youngster, I remember the departed, sadly, Graham Dilley. He was always wide-ish coming in.
That's right. Going way back, you had Middlesex and England bowler John Price, Sport Price, who used to run up in a sort of a curve from extra cover, do like 90 degrees.
In is Taylor and whipped into the onside. Through square is Sam Northeast for a single. So no fireworks as such, but going at a decent rate. What are they? Yeah, 6.6 is the run rate.
Well, Tom Taylor needs to drag it back a bit, doesn't he, after that last over, which was absolutely plundered by Sam Northeast.
Target is 341, and thanks largely, well, a few notable contributions from Sam Whiteman, 88, to Centurions, as Taylor coming round the wicket towards Eddie Byrom, firmly struck, but good shot for no run towards mid-off. And Ricardo Vasconcelos was out in the end for 106, 100 as well for Rob Keogh.
Bit of good rugby news that's come out from Northampton today. Franklin's Gardens will be one of the venues for the 2025 Women's Rugby World Cup in Northampton, which has gone down very well back home, as you might imagine.
I'm sure it has. Tom Taylor coming round the wicket, and that's squeezed into the onside, and it hadn't bisected the field. There was a good stop, but they did come through in the end for a single. Been to Franklin's Gardens many a time, and it's one of those grounds. I remember actually we were caught in a traffic jam. I think Nick might have very well been with me, and we just got there for kick-off. But it's one of those stands. Once you're in the commentary position, you are stuck.
Yes,
you cannot get out. And it was one of those games. It was a European Cup competition.
Yeah, I think I remember my my friend and colleague Graham McKechnie, who of course is our regular Northampton Saints commentator. I think Graham was telling me that that it was a bit tight by the time you and Nick arrived.
In is Taylor, and that's firmly struck. That's a huge blow all the way over the bowler's head for 6 by Sam Northeast. Shot of the innings.
I think that's caused a bit of damage to the sight screen at the far end as well. He couldn't have hit it any straighter. It's actually hit the sort of the centre join, if you like, where the two halves of the sight screen meet behind the bowlers. That's a fantastic
beautifully
shot.
Struck.
It was indeed.
We had a minute to spare on that evening. I'm not sure why. We went round the houses trying, because there were various jams along the way, and we just, wherever we went, we struck traffic. And I remember, I don't think I even collected my accreditation. I had to blag myself in.
Well, I don't know if it was a problem on that night. It was one of the issues. Can be the fact that the Northampton Town Football Club, or Sixfield, is very close to there, so they're both playing at the same time. Here's Jack White into Eddie Byrom, puts another one past the outside edge of Byrom's bat. 50 for no wicket though, with start of the 8th over. Northeast has made 35 of those. Yeah, so that can be a problem if, as I say, if both teams are playing at the same time. But the traffic round there can get very heavy indeed around Northampton, just the edge of Northampton Town Centre.
I was on commentary duty when a certain George North scored 4 tries for Northampton against the Ospreys in a European Cup game.
Here's White in, bowls again to Byrom, who's looking to turn that away on the onside. Just come off the pad, I think. It rolls down towards Lewis McManus, and it is indeed signalled eventually a leg by umpire Naeem Ashraf. So one more onto the total. 51 for no wicket. Glamorgan in the 8th over. Good start. Sam Northeast 35 off just 26 balls, 2 6s and 5 4s. Positive start for him. I can remember commentating on rugby years ago there when it was the old stand, and you'd sit there with the smell of liniment coming up from the changing rooms immediately below. There's White in again, bowls to Northeast, good ball, just nibbled away.
Just got big on him as well a bit.
The odd one, we saw one from Tom Taylor. So he has this quite renowned effort ball which suddenly can bounce from nowhere, but White just getting that one to bounce a little bit and just did enough to beat the outside edge.
I do like Sam Northey, so he's been a very good acquisition for Glamorgan, was at Kent for many a year, and he's a very elegant player, and perhaps not as destructive as others, but a stroke player nonetheless.
Yeah, he's easy on the eye, isn't he, when he's playing well? He's White in again, bowls to northeast and fiddles again outside the off stump, but he's beaten. This is what Jack White's been doing pretty much throughout the whole competition, indeed pretty much throughout the whole season. He's been day in, day out the best of Northamptonshire's bowlers. Obviously Ben Sanders has been reliable as ever when he's been able to play. He's had a few injuries this year, and at the moment, I say, has a fractured wrist. Played in the game against Derbyshire when, well, I don't know, sense might have suggested it might have been an idea not to, but they just desperately wanted to win that game, didn't manage to do so. Here's White in, bowls down the leg side, and a rare misdirected delivery from Jack White goes down the leg side and is called a wide by the umpire. So Glamorgan up to 52 for no wicket. Yes, it was the old stand was as a lot of stands were in those days. We're going back into the 80s. It was a little bit ramshackle. I'd say the smell coming up from seeping up through the floorboards from the changing room immediately below. I think they found that other ball. Here's White, bowls to northeast, plays it to backward point, nicely fielded there, and there's no run. Yeah, they found a ball.
Found one.
The search party that were down there, but it may not have been the one that they were looking for. It may have been the one from earlier. How they can tell which one it is, I'm not absolutely sure, but anyway, one of the many mysteries of life. 52 for no wicket. We're in the 8th over, one ball to go in it.
I was going to say, I mean, it was very innocuous. I mean, they've all just trickled down.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they lose a fair few over the Taft's trail.
Here's White to finish the over, bowls to northeast, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there's an easy single as Gus Miller has to come across from mid-on to retrieve. So a single to end the over. Northeast is 36, Byrom is 15, 8 overs gone, 53 for no wicket.
I remember the old commentary box used to be directly behind the bowler's arm on the Taft's trail. I remember Richard Grant years ago now clattering the window there. Nick may have been on commentary duty on that evening, because he was on commentary duty when Edward Bevan received a blow at Somerset.
Oh, yes, I remember that. I remember hearing about it anyway. We're probably safe where we are.
We are safe here.
Or also at Northampton, because Proctor coming into the attack. Oh, it's James Sales, beg your pardon. Well, that answers one of the questions that we asked at the start, which is that James Sales didn't get a bowl on Sunday. Will he get one today? Answer: yes, he is. Yes, we're fairly safe where we are at the moment in the top of the Ken Turner stand, because there's the big overhang. So it would take rather a curious trajectory to actually get one up to us, but we have one or two land on the roof.
So Sales starts his spell past the umpire, bowls, and that's a good length ball to start, and it's driven and there's no run.
Of course, it was a bit different in the old press stroke commentary box at Northampton, which is in the signal box, which is at square leg,
right?
or cover point, of course, depending which end the bowling's from, but not ideal. But when you think the press were there for what, 80 years.
Sails in, bowls, a good length delivery once more, and Northeast just with a good forward offensive, and there's no run.
It was always said, one of my illustrious predecessors, dear old Fred Speakman, who covered Northamptonshire cricket, Northampton Town football on the county ground for many years, he could tell you if county's opening bowler had been up to no good off the field, but if you asked him whether it was seaming away or not, he couldn't tell you because he couldn't see.
Right. As Sales comes in, bowls, and that's slashed on the offside. There's a man at a deep point, and it's just a single. Not for the faint-hearted, being commentated at various grounds around the circuit. But yeah, they moved the old before this redevelopment. The commentary box used to be in the shadow of where the big screen is.
Right.
And then it obviously big developments prior to the 2009 first Ashes test. where this ground was transformed. Sales coming round the wicket to Eddie Byrom, and that's a good length ball, but it's chipped into the air, and that was all about timing. It wasn't a bad length ball, maybe over pitched slightly. Byrom on it in a flash, and it went all the way for 4.
Yes, I have to say this is, I would certainly put this down as one of the friendliest grounds to come to. Certainly the staff around the place always make you feel very welcome, which is, I have to say, the case at most grounds, but not all. Names available on request.
Yes. And get in touch via social media. In comes Sales, and Byrom just giving himself room. Delightful shot, and it's going through the offside, through the covers for 4.
That's a lovely bit of batting, isn't it? Just gave himself plenty of room, stepped out. I mean,
guided it.
If you can tell, his back foot was well outside the wide line. If you're watching on the stream, you'd have been able to see that. And he just gave himself so much room, got a bat on it, and laced it away. Between the two fielders, one at backward point, one just in front.
On
the two of them.
23 is Byrom. He will face Sales, and smashes that through mid-wicket. That'll go all the way for 4. He's a man in form, is Eddie Byrom, and he's racing to 27, an expensive over from Sales. Glamorgan 66 for no wickets.
As we saw once or twice during the Northamptonshire innings, bowler just, if they stray in terms of length, they overpitch, they tend to pull it back a little bit and bowl short. And the one thing you can't do on this pitch, as we said on any number of occasions during the Northamptonshire innings, is bowl short, because there's absolutely no benefit in that at all. And there, James Sales was driven by Byrom, as admittedly a skillful bit of batting to get outside the line, and so he pulled his length back a little bit, and Byrom was almost anticipating it and clubbed it away over mid-wicket for 4. So this is a really good start by Glamorgan. 66 for no wicket, 1 over to go in the power play. Northamptonshire had 60 for no wicket on the board at the end of 10. And Glamorgan already 66 for no wicket with 1 to go, so they're going to be ahead at that particular marker. And here is Jack White, 4 overs for 16 so far. In and bowls to North East, who turns it out through mid-wicket for a single.
So you mentioned you're strolling. Where are you staying in the city?
Yes, yeah, staying right in the centre of the city, which is where I usually tend to stay here. And yeah, it's a lovely walk just along the riverbank into the ground, about 15 minutes or so.
You've got everything within a 20-minute radius: football ground, rugby, and cricket in Cardiff. That is the benefit.
Here's Eddie Byrom on strike as White comes round the wicket, looks to try and turn it on the onside, goes off the pad, I think. Just wait the signal, and it is indeed going to be signalled. I think a leg by, yes it is. So 1 more onto the total, and Sam Northeast now back on strike, and we're going to have another delay because he needs to change his bat. I think he's just gesturing to umpire Graham Lloyd. So we're now waiting for somebody to come down from the dressing room to bring him a fresh bat or some tape for that one. So the ball is tossed back to the umpire, and once again we've got another delay. I have to say, I don't know what your experience is this year, Kenneth. I mean, we mentioned it earlier. I don't think I've ever seen so many, having watched all of Northamptonshire's 8 games in this competition, so many delays for bats, for anything you can think of, and doesn't half waste a lot of time.
Well, especially when you compound that with drinks, which is another.
Well, we have to have drinks. We have to have towel. We have to be towelled down after batting for 10 minutes.
Well, we saw it at a grander scale in the Ashes series, didn't we?
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
England have been done for slow over, right? Australia have been penalised as well, which has great implications now in terms of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. They've lost a big chunk of the points, didn't they? They gained for that. I mean, again, I suppose that the point that people make is, will those spectators who watched the Test matches, the Ashes Test this summer, or indeed the game here today, are they going to be going home worrying about the over rate, or are they going to be talking about who got runs, who got wickets, the great match they've watched? Is it just something that the game itself does a bit of navel gazing about, and people like us get a bit crabby about it? But well, one for discussion anyway is White coming in bowling to Sam Northeast.
Well, I don't think
with new bat.
I don't think it's not improving.
No,
That is
true.
for certain.
That ball's turned down behind on the onside for a single. Takes Sam Northeast up to 39 and Glamorgan to 69 for no wicket. Of course, in this competition they do have a cut-off point, but obviously the umpires will give a certain amount of latitude and ask the scorers to stick a minute or two on if there's delays, for example, like the concussion protocols, which again you have to go through, and we all know the good reasons for that, but it doesn't help the game move forward sometimes. Is White round the wicket, bowls to Byrom, again gives himself room, backs away, trying to play that through the offside. Goes to Alex Russell, who sends in not the best return that Lewis McManus has had to deal with today, and immediately holds up a hand in apology. So we shall see Alex Russell on fairly soon when the power play restrictions are eased. The leg spinner, his first outing in the competition this year, which is interesting because he played in pretty much, he did play in fact in every match in this One Day Cup last year, but it's the first time he's played this year. Here's White in bowls, pulled away by Eddie Byrom. That's going to run all the way for 4 out to the front of the main pavilion. Just swung it away, beat the man at mid-wicket and crosses the rope. So 4 more to Byrom, he goes to 27 and Glamorgan to 73 for no wicket.
Anything short, he's on in a flash. He's a man in form after that 100 down in Somerset, and he isn't going to miss out. He's going to cash in.
Yep, Eddie Byrom, 302 runs in 6 innings in this competition going into this match, with that 100 that Kenneth was saying about. 2 other 100s as well. 2 other 50s rather in the competition this season. He's on strike again as White bowls to him, and he goes inside out and drives that over extra cover for 4 more. Jack White, well, he's not used to this sort of treatment, I say, this season. He's been very tight. He's just spread his arms wide as if to say, what on earth's going on, or words to that effect. That's the end of the over, that's the end of the power play, and Glamorgan have taken full advantage of it. 77 for no wicket off 10 overs. So say Northamptonshire was 60 for no wicket off the first 10, but Sam Northeast has made 39 off 35. Eddie Byrom 35 off 25. And as Andrew Hicknell points out to the supporters, that is the end of the first power play, signalled as such by umpire Graham Lloyd at the far end.
And sales will continue. Expensive first over. Yeah, Glamorgan racing to 77 for no wicket, all about wickets in hand, making such a difference when the others can come in as Sales starts his run-up from the taff end of the ground. Digs that one in short, and Northeast try to whip it away into the onside, but just got in a bit of a tangle. There's no run. So yeah, the run rate's 7.7 at the moment, in a target of 341 to win.
My thanks incidentally to Ian Townsend, Mr Tainsend on Twitter, who's sent me a lovely photograph of where he is at the moment, watering the outfield in Madeira.
Oh, lovely. As Sales comes in, and that's just dabbed into the offside. They thought about taking a single, but they thought otherwise. Very green and lush out in Madeira, I would think. There
is a gentleman though, you can see on this photograph, in a sort of green bucket hat, indeed, watering the lawn or whatever, in this sort of tropical paradise with lots of palms and whatnot. But Ian assures us he is still listening to us on the iPad. So
that's great to hear.
Good to have you with us as ever.
As Sales wheels round past the umpire, and Sam Northeast just gets behind it. Good forward defensive, and there's no run. So this is a better start for Sales in his second over. James Sales, who wasn't required with a bat, really scored. He was unbeaten on 13 at the end. And he comes in now, bowls, digs that one in short. Northeast hasn't timed that, but it's going to drop between the fielders safely. Not convincingly from Sam Northeast, and as he just practices and tries to play the way he should have, but it's a single.
Be interesting to see if Luke Proctor comes into the attack, because his bowling tactic for much of this season has been to try and, in white ball, has been to sort of bowl short, take pace off the slower ball bouncers. And of course, as we've seen in this match so far, if you drop short on here, you tend to get punished. So it may be that if Proctor does bowl, he may have to look at plan B.
Yeah, especially with the boundary being brought in on both sides. So there's a bit of a rejig here in terms of field positions.
So he's got now 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the ring on the offside.
In his sails, and Byrom is behind that. That will go all the way, one bounce actually for 4. Straight behind it, Eddie Byrom. And Sales struggling to get his line and length at present.
So he's got this extraordinary field with 5 looking to save 1 on the offside or in the ring, and nobody looking to save 1 on the onside. Now they're now changing it around.
So it's a very defensive field at the moment. So
they've dropped third man back, they've got extra cover back, and now they're bringing mid on and mid wicket into the circle.
Yeah, slips had started, gone out obviously, and that's a better line, and it's played by Byrom, and there's no run. 84 for no wicket. So if these two can stay in, there is batting to come in the shape of Carlson, who's been on form, Callaway as well. Tom Bevan came on as a sub. Billy Root, of course. In comes Sales round the wicket, and that's Judge Lovely helped on the way, and it was always safe. It's gone fine, and it went down to the man at third man, but it was always going to go for 4.
Well, Northamptonshire looking a bit bereft of ideas here at the moment, and I did say to Nick when we started off that Northamptonshire had eight bowlers on paper at least today, and they might need them. Well, I refer my honourable friend to the reply I gave some moments ago. Luke Proctor's having to retrieve that from the boundary down below us, but we're going to see some spin for the first time. Rob Keogh is going to come into the attack. So
not a bad idea to change things up.
Well, they've got to try and do something. So they've got Rob Keogh, and they've also got, in terms of spin option, they've got the leg spinner Alex Russell. Other than that, they've got various shades of medium pace, it's probably fair to say. But Keogh's been the leading wicket taker for Northamptonshire in the competition this year. 12 wickets. He's been going at 5.6 and over. Northamptonshire just need to restore a bit of control here, because Glamorgan are galloping away with this. 8 and over, 88 off 11. Even I can work that out. Here's Keogh in, bowls to northeast, who works him away through mid-wicket for a single. One of 3 men back on the boundary in a little arc, one at deep square, one at deep mid-wicket, one at long on, who now come up for the left-handed Byrom. So northeast to 41, Glamorgan to 89 for no wicket.
Well, even just to keep these two in check and put the brakes on a little.
Yep, control is what is the name of the game at the moment. Is Keogh flights that one up, driven by Byrom, going out towards the extra cover boundary, but it's not going to reach. James Sales is out there patrolling on the cover boundary, and there's no run. The best fielder in the side, well, one of the best fielders, I think Rob Keogh would probably arm wrestle him for the honour, but he's very quick over the ground, James Sales, and has a very good arm. 90 for no wicket. Keogh in again to bowl to Sam Northeast down the leg side. That's a wide taken by Lewis McManus, but the wide called.
Umpire's not as strict on wides, I've found, especially in T20 this year.
Here's Keogh, and again that's wide outside the off stump. Took all the pace off with it, but clubbed away out through extra cover. Beats the man sweeping on the boundary, and it's 4 more runs. Takes Sam Northeast to 45 and Glamorgan to 95 for no wicket. And well, everything that Northamptonshire have tried so far That's just leaked more runs. Jack White probably is the tidiest so far. Here's Keogh in again. Takes all the pace off it, almost like a sort of a Jeremy Snake moon ball. Worked out to deep mid-wicket. Sales fields again. One more to northeast. He goes to 46. And Glamorgan up to 96 for no wicket. Keogh switches to round the wicket for the left-handed Eddie Byrom. Just having a chat with Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's in there at extra cover, looking to save one. Here's Keogh, bowls to Byrom, goes for the reverse sweep, and he's nailed it for 4 more. Beats Jack White, looking to save one at short third, which of course became short fine leg. And that's the 100 up for Glamorgan. 100 with the 5th ball of the 12th over, with Eddie Byrom on 48, Sam Northeast on 46. 100 for no wicket. 1 ball to go in the 12th.
72 balls.
Absolutely terrific stuff from these two. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Byrom, and it just turns a little bit, and he's called a wide. That, I think, is harsh, to be perfectly honest.
That was on the cusp.
I thought it turned a little bit, and I think that might be what Rob Keogh's saying to the umpire, because Eddie Byrom went for a big whoosh, missed it. And now he's running in to bowl, and the batter's not ready. He's running in again to bowl, and the batter's not ready. Steam emerging from Rob Keogh's ears. That's pushed away on the leg side behind square for a single by Eddie Byrom, and that's the end of Rob Keogh's over. He took his cap, I think it's fair to say, with feeling.
He did.
From the umpire. 102 for no wicket, 12 gone. Northeast is 46, Byrom is 49. And I shall just go and update BBC Radio Northampton and leave you in the more than capable hands of Nick Ware.
Yes, 100 coming in 72 balls, so Glamorgan couldn't have wished for a better start in reply, with a target of 341. These two going well together. Northeast 46, Eddie Byrom just 1 shy of a half century, a man in form after scoring a century down at Taunton. So Sales comes in round the wicket from the taff end. That was down, worked on the leg side, and that will be Eddie Byrom's 50. The generous applause here, and a fine knock it has been as well.
32 balls, 11 fours.
Yes, he looks a man in form.
It's interesting considering he's a man who couldn't get into the One Day Cup side last year. I think he was fit at the time.
Sales over the wicket to the right-handed Sam Northeast, but he just plays a defensive shot, and there's no run. And not much to trouble the batters. We've had a few that Northeast namely had flirted with outside off stump, but not much more. Sales in, digs that one in short, and Northeast is on it in a flash, pulls it through mid-wicket, and these two are on anything that's going to be dropped short, and that in turn is Sam Northeast 50.
44 balls, 7 fours, 2 sixes.
So these two have got their eye in without question. He's on that in a flash, Sam Northeast. It is a slow pitch, and anything misdirected is going to be punished. So Sales under a bit of pressure here from the taff end, coming in, bowling Fuller that time. And that's through the covers. There's a man at extra cover, so only a single.
These two look as though they've got a bit between their teeth now, don't they?
They do. Looking very comfortable out there. Of course, we had a strong partnership at the top of the visitors' innings. Again, short, and that's a fantastic catch by the wicketkeeper. McManus diving to his left, and Byrom thought that he glided that down to the boundary. Not so. Lewis McManus flung himself to his left-hand side, one-handed catch. That's brilliantly to dismiss Eddie Byrom.
Well, yeah, Byrom was trying to play that shot. It was a ball that was just back of a length, but a bit closer to the body than he had expected. So when he, as you say, tried to angle it away, it didn't have as much width as he wanted on the shot, and it was snapped up by a diving Lewis McManus. And the visitors' skipper very much with the credit for that wicket, because it was a tremendous catch. Sales did get it to come back in a little bit, but McManus was at full stretch, took the ball one-handed, and somehow managed to hold on to it as he hit the deck. So it is Glamorgan's best opening partnership of the campaign. It's their first century opening partnership of the One Day Cup this season. But it's a long way to go. 341 needs several big innings, several big partnerships. And Glamorgan will be hoping for a little something from Colin Ingram now, who has played in 5 matches, 201 runs as an average of 52.
Yeah, 100 against Derbyshire. I think that ball just got a bit too close on him, Eddie Byrom, as he tried to glide it down.
Came back into the body a bit, didn't he? So it didn't have quite a
jammed a bit.
Right. Indeed, should be an update for BBC Radio Wales any moment. Fingers crossed, and a following breeze.
Brilliant catch, however, by Lewis McManus. And it was a breakthrough needed for Northants.
Yeah, the bowlers look to be suffering. Sales 1 for 30 off just 17 balls now. It's more like a T20 figures than a 50 over figures.
So England comes in. Are we going to see some fireworks here from Colin Ingram?
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow shortly as Sales finishes his over, bowling to Ingram, who defends back to the bowler. Glamorgan 108 for 1 after just 13 overs, chasing 341 to win. So it's been a day for the batters. First Vasconcelos and Keogh with centuries, and Sam Whiteman with 88 for Northants. Glamorgan's bowling attack put to the sword, but in return Sam North East and Eddie Byrom have started with half centuries apiece. Byrom's just gone for 50. Looks like runs in the sun at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 108 for 1 in 13, chasing 341. As Rob Keogh will start this new over from the Cathedral Road end, and he's bowling to North East, who works it away on the leg side for a single. 109 for 1, North East to 52. So what story will we be telling in a couple of hours time at the end of this game? Will it be another of the fluctuating fortunes contests that we've seen on several occasions this season? 50 over cricket still providing plenty of entertainment around the country, even if it is slightly under the radar at times, as Ingram drives nicely through the offside. Oh, he's placed that one brilliantly, and the sprawling attempt on the boundary by the man running around from long off, Gus Miller. Well, he got a hand to it, but could only succeed in propelling it further over the ropes. And Ingram at times is placing as if he picked the ball up and dropped it in the spot that he wants over the boundary, bisecting the fielders as he drives the next one on the bounce back to Keogh, and there is no run. Morgan will need a fair bit of Ingram, you would have thought, as he defends that one on the leg side, though they got to the 299 needed at Taunton without any substantial contribution from their South African star. Keogh is in, bowls short, hit by Ingram, over cover, shouts of catch, but it's one bounce up to the sweeper fielder in front of that empty grandstand away to our right. Weather now, well, we're in a spell of bright sunshine, though there is a bit of dark cloud approaching again. That one is worked away by Northeast with a flick of the wrist, spat down to backward square for the single. We can tell we're late in the season because the umpires are not bothering to cross from square leg for the right-hander to square leg to the left-hander. 115 for 1, 14 overs, gone 3-4-1 the target.
Well, they've been at it since April, so
yeah,
probably a bit beleaguered now, coming to the end.
I was umpiring for a bit in a club match on Saturday, and the fielders were saying, "Oh, don't bother." I said, "I want to get my steps up for the day." I had my phone in the pocket, just counted my steps. When the right and left-handers were in together.
So it is James Sales, buoyed by that Eddie Byrom wicket in his last over, to continue from the taff end. He'll be coming right arm over. Some Northeast will face Northeast through towards extra cover, and it's flung back, and there's a single.
Yeah, I was watching a match on the Radha Cricket Club first team pitch a couple of miles up the road from here, and the square was a little bit, the pitch was a little bit towards one side of the square, towards the clubhouse, but they hadn't actually realised this, I don't think, in marking the boundary, so it must have been at least 80 yards on the other side of the field.
Sales still coming right arm over towards the left-hander Colin Ingram, just worked round the corner to fine leg for a single. So
it was almost in a different postcode, the boundary, I think, from the pitch, and I tell you, if that had been a second 11 game, you'd have probably had to boot the ball over the boundary to make it 4, otherwise they would have run 6. Needed 3 throws to get back to the middle from there.
Coming in is Sales, past the umpire, forward defensive into the offside, another single, so this a good over from James Sales, just 3 coming off it so far, but Glamorgan still going along nicely, 118 for 1, despite losing the wicket of Eddie Byrom. But we have seen some youngsters coming through. That is probably the purpose of this competition now, to try and develop as well. As Sales coming in, digs that one in short. It was a bit uppish for a while through the offside. We've seen Kellaway, Horton having a chance.
Yeah, Horton, if he gets the chance, will be very keen to get some runs today, because he really hasn't got going with the bat in this competition.
I mean, the next stage for them will be trying to get more Championship cricket as well.
Be interesting to see whether Callaway's in the squad come September.
In is Sales, good length ball that's chopped down through the offside firmly, but again someone sweeping on the cover boundary. 5 balls, 5 singles, so far tighter over from James Sales.
Yeah, now that it looks like unlikely that David Lloyd will be fit, at least at the start of the month, the cracked rib.
Now coming round the wicket towards Ingram, and that's just down leg. It's not indicated a wide though.
Must have touched the body on the way through. Good diving take by McManus. So we'll assume that Byrom and Ul Hassan will be the opening partnership come the game at Worcester on September the 3rd for Glamorgan.
And what is it, 7 draws and a victory?
No, more than that. 10 draws and
10 draws
and a victory now out of the 11 games for
and that victory was against Worcester, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And Worcestershire are the side immediately above them in the table, so a crucial game. A 48-pointer. If you doubled the maximum available.
And a few just gone begging. That one, was it Sussex?
Sussex and Yorkshire. Yeah. The opposition ended 9 down. Here comes Keogh then from the Cathedral Road end, and Northeast drives and gets a thick inside edge to backward square, no run. So, interesting fielder. 2 inside the circle on the leg side for the off spinner. plus a man on the ropes just forward of square, plus a mid-wicket, as North East manages to bisect them again, coming down the wicket. One bounce for over mid-wicket. 124 for one.
Yeah, classic Sam North East shot. Used his legs, came down the track, and as you say, it was between the two men.
In the style of the traditionalist, it was a proper cricket shot. North East moves to 60. Keogh bowls again, full length ball, full toss, driven down the ground, but Miller is behind it at long on and keeps them down to a single. So we've seen Taylor, White, Sales and Keogh used so far in the 16 overs. Lots of options to come as Ingram drives one through the covers for a single, including the Newport-born leg spinner Alex Russell, who unfortunately didn't grow up much in South Wales. Played for Herefordshire and Gloucestershire seconds, and I believe is Hartpury at the moment. Oh, that's wide outside off stump from Keogh. Turned in though, so it wasn't a wide, and
Probably got away with that.
North East filleted it away. Yeah, I think it started outside the blue line and turned in the side, so he was okay. Single to North East, 127 for one. Floated by Keogh, driven by Ingram back to the bowler. No run. 127 for one. Glamorgan need a further 214 runs to win at 6.29 runs and over. They've made a good start, but Eddie Byrom's gone for 50. Glamorgan with reasonable amounts of runs from their top six really in this competition, but not an awful lot from the lower order, so they really will need the top six to do the big majority of the work here.
No, they certainly in that game at Neath, Ben Callaway just ran out of partners at the end. They would have won that game, albeit it looked unlikely in terms of the total posed by Warwickshire at the time. But these two going along nicely. North East the main contributor, Ingram having just come in place of Eddie Byrom.
Welsh Fire target to win is 145 against Northern Superchargers. Thank you. Mary Kelly made 69 not out for the home side at Leeds. Dunkley 1 for 14, Hartley 1 for 23 among the wicket takers.
Proctor is the change for Sales at the taff end, comes in. The first ball is just hit back defensively towards mid-on. Do you think that's the problem with the 100 for some of the names? People don't really know what counties they actually encompass as Proctor comes in. That's chopped, it's missed at backward point. Well, it's not going to go all the way. They should collect two, though they do.
Yes. Don't get me.
That's another.
That's another play rained off for the day, and let me come off my long run for a 3-hour rant. Claire Nicholas, Welsh spinner, 1 for 20.
Proctor in, and that's a good length ball, and just defended by North East and fielded by the bowler himself.
And Alex Hartley 1 for 23, and she's announced she's going to pack it in.
Well, she's getting a lot of TMS work at the moment.
She's moving seamlessly, as you said, from pitch to broadcast box.
Proctor in, bowls, good length ball, and that's tried to... North East tried to work it to the offside, but it's fielded at backward point. There's no run. 129 for one.
Yeah, she's only 29, so quite young to be packing it in. She obviously has achieved a lot, including being a World Cup winner in 2017.
In is Proctor towards North East, and that evades the man at short cover, and they'll collect a single. There's a good crowd here, and record crowd for the women's game on Sunday, 7,500. So they were well supported. I think it has revolutionised the women's game, certainly in terms of the impact and just getting
Bottoms
the
on
crowd,
seats,
yeah,
eyeballs on tellies.
Definitely, yeah.
But is it anything that couldn't have been achieved with the existing 8 Women's Super League sides?
Coming round the wicket is Proctor towards Ingram, and that's just prodded into the onside, and that is the end of the over. Just the 3 runs coming off it, so that was an economical over by Luke Proctor. They need to tighten things up. They seem to have honed their line length in, but Glamorgan on 130 for 1 with plenty to spare.
It's been a batter's day so far, hasn't it, as the breeze whistles over Sophia Gardens. The black sheeting for the sight screen at the far end is billowing a little bit. The trees are rustling around in the breeze as Russell comes on to bowl, the aforementioned Newport-born 21-year-old leg spinner. So we'll see what he's about. Wearing number 61. Beer mat hanging out of the back of his trousers to keep the ball polished or dry. Surprised he needs it today, actually. Perhaps it's just another advertising medium. Just stick your name on a towel and get players to have it hanging out the back of their trousers. 130 for 1. Russell from this Cathedral Road end bowls and gets turned straight away. North East watches it onto the bat and plays it through the offside for a single. 131 for 1. It is a used pitch that's been used for a couple of days worth of the 100. Over many balls, that is.
Yeah, they played in the one to the left as we are looking at proceedings.
Yeah, they have used this one at some point in proceedings, though. As Russell bowls and pulled away with the spin by Ingram down to backward square for the single. 132 for 1. But that show has left town. Concludes over the weekend. Good luck to the Welsh Fire women as North East knocks that one away. Oh, there's a misunderstanding between the two batters.
Shall we not?
Shall we dance? They almost met in mid-wicket to discuss it, but it was a good diving stop at square leg by Broad, albeit not clean. There was easily time for a single, but they decided not to risk it. Driven into the leg side. There is an easy single for North East. He moves to 67, 133 for 1. Just wondering if this dark stuff is getting any nearer. It's sort of half and half sky at the moment. Half blue, half rather murky cloud, and it's usually sort of coming from over our left shoulders to the side of the box. Wind directions may vary. Ingram is working this one through the leg side, so tidy start by young Russell. Just singles conceded so far. 4 of them off the first 5 balls of his over, and if he keeps going like that, then his captain will be happy with him. Russell then jogs in, bowls, gives that one a bit of a tweak, and it's flat batted away by North East through the offside for a single down to deep point. So 5 singles off the Russell over, and Glamorgan are 135 for 1 after 18 overs, and they need a further 206 runs for victory in 32 overs at a run rate required of 6.4. All these figures are on the board, and it's not my mental maths, I hasten to add, on this occasion.
Well, flurry of boundaries might have dried up a bit, but they're still picking off singles. And still wickets in hand as Proctor, with a good first over, comes in and got his eye in terms of line and length.
Yeah, Northeast chopping down on that one and wondering where the ball was going for a moment as it spun around within the batting crease.
Luke Proctor, former Lancashire player.
Yes, 8 wickets already in this comp this season.
Here he comes in, bowls, good length ball, and Northeast again tries to whip that off the square, but the man at mid-wicket feels there's no run, so again, good start to Luke Proctor's over.
Yeah, plenty of experience in the bank, championship captain, 34 years old, and still whipping them down.
And in he comes. And they'll run fast. It was struck, and the shy hit the stumps, but Sam Northeast got home. Just hit firmly down to the man at mid-on, so they had to get going. Call came straight away from Sam Northeast.
Yes, it would probably have been Ingram who was struggling the more had he, the fielder
I don't think he would have called it.
at mid-on chosen to throw to the striker's end, but of course the natural instinct is to throw to the closer end.
He's had calf troubles during the seasons. Colin Ingram, who's on strike, and well, he wouldn't have to worry about his calf there because it's gone all the way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Well, that's the sort of power that comes from Ingram's training sessions, pounding a giant tyre with a hammer in the winter. One of his training routines on the farm in South Africa. I don't know if he still does it in South Wales, but you can tell the power of the Ingram forearms there.
Cracking blow by Colin Ingram, which is why he is such an important player in the T20 format. And Proctor, that's pulled, and that'll be 4 runs. This becoming an expensive over for Proctor. Ingram on that one in a flash, and just pulls that behind square for 4.
Yeah, it's remarkable how Ingram finds the gaps in the field, isn't it? Wherever you put him on the boundary, he puts the ball somewhere else when he's at his best.
So he's on 20 of 15 balls. Just pushes that run rate up and puts a bit of pressure on the bowler. Bowler is Proctor coming in, and that's just clipped into the onside through mid-wicket for a single.
147 for 1 then, 19 overs gone. We're quite dismissive of Glamorgan's bowling efforts. Well, I was anyway earlier on, but maybe being put into a bit of context by the fact that at the moment Northants are finding it equally difficult in the field.
Yeah, 194 required of 31.
So 6 and 7 and over is doable as long as you've got wickets in hand. Carlson, Root, Callaway to come. Less lower order batting with Ul Hassan and Van der Hoogten replaced for this game. So Gorvin, who to be fair held his nerve at Taunton on the Sunday. 12 needed with a couple of wickets left when he came in, but just bided his time and took the runs when they come, and Glamorgan were in a position where they could afford, I think, even to concede a maiden at one point. Here is Russell to bowl reverse sweep from Ingram, and it's stopped at backward point and there's no run. More like a wide third man, I suppose.
He launched into that.
Curtly Jack White up in the circle. Let's see whether he brings it out again. Russell bowling leg spin to the left-hander, so he hits it up to long on this time for a comfortable single. So the reverse sweep is hitting against the spin for the left-hander, if I've got myself the right way round. 148 for 1, Glamorgan, chasing 3-4-1 to win. Russell bowls, and that's cut by Northeast, but straight to short third man up in the circle.
Just a groan of frustration. You could see that he's Thought he missed out there, just didn't place.
Probably meant to hit it a bit finer, possibly.
Yeah.
Picked out the fielder. Russell bowls again, plays the shot this time a bit squarer, and he will get runs here. In fact, he'll get 4 runs as the man up in the circle at third man couldn't get it, neither could the cover sweeper, and it ran away nicely for 4.
Probably saying that's where he wanted to place it previously, the previous ball.
152 for 1, 150 up for Glamorgan. We're in the 20th over, so ahead of the run rate at the moment. Wickets column absolutely key as North East plays that one through the offside. This time it will be picked up by the fielder sweeping in front of the pavilion, Sam Whiteman at point, and a single ensues. 153 for 1. The field just having to reorganise, of course, between right and left-handers as the lefty Colin Ingram is on strike, and he becomes a right-hander and sweeps it away, reverse style for 4 runs.
It's just so difficult to bowl against Colin Ingram when he's got that array of shots in his locker.
Nailed that one, even though there's a fielder up in the circle for the top edge. He could do nothing about it, and it raced away. 157 for 1, 20 overs gone, and Glamorgan need 184 in 25 overs, so getting down towards 6 and over now, the target.
Yeah, we haven't seen the worm appear yet, but they're ahead of the game at the moment. But as Nick mentioned, it's all about keeping wickets in hand.
Yeah, Northants are 152 for 1 at halfway, so Glamorgan have got there a bit quicker. And they might just need to keep an eye on DLS, which they're 39 ahead of at the moment, in case those clouds produce.
You are worried about those clouds, Nick, as Proctor comes in for his 3rd over. North East jabs at it, but there's no run.
Well, I haven't been as long in the commentary box as Andrew Radd, but I've been here long enough to realise that you have to watch Caerphilly Mountain at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah. Well, we were caught early on. Probably we were off far longer than we should have this morning.
Not sure what that was all about.
As Proctor comes in from the taff end, good length ball, and North East just defends it. There's no run.
It's a pleasant change to be commentating with a screen in front of us here, so that we were able to, for those of you watching, to be vaguely aware of what's going on on the stream
we
as
didn't
well.
have one down in Sussex. Did you have one in Somerset?
No. We were at
decisive no.
We were at mid-wicket at boundary level.
Right. Proctor comes in again, good length ball, and just a bit of a half-hearted shout from the wicket-keeper McManus, but it's leg byes.
Following the disintegration of the previous commentary shelter on the terrace at Taunton, which I'm told did actually fall apart in the one storm, causing some consternation to BBC health and safety officials, and for once I can't disagree with them.
I was trying to explain to Andrew about the previous commentary positions at Sophia. There was one just where the screen was, and then they moved it to behind the bowler's arm as he comes in. Proctor in, good length ball, and he'll field. There's no run. I remember that Richard Grant blow of yesteryear.
Richard Grant put one through the window, as did was it Ambrose or Walsh? Walsh, I think, one of the West Indian fast bowlers, plonked one on the bounce through the window, and it was a very low commentary point.
2 balls to go, and Proctor's over, and again it's a good length ball and just defended by Colin Ingram to mid-off, and there is no run. North East is on 75. 183 to win. And just a lack of impetus at the moment in the field from Northants. They feel that they need something at the moment. Proctor, and that's just dabbed, and they'll run quickly as it dribbles up to mid-on, the end of the over. So after 21 overs, Northeast is 75, Ingram 27, and Glamorgan 159 for 1. It'll be Nick Webb, and then I'll depart, and coming in my place it'll be Troy Lewin.
Thank you, Kenneth. Do you have an engagement with the language of heaven later? Do we need to work that into our calculations? Okay. I won't be too far away at the time, the requisite time then. 159 for 1. Glamorgan as Troy Lewin takes his place alongside me for the next half hour. And the boy from Newport, Alex Russell, will come in to bowl to Colin Ingram. A cricketing education maybe, as he gets turn and Ingram works one away on the leg side for a single. At least this is turning into a decent contest, Troy.
Indeed it is, yeah. It's been probably a quicker scoring rate than I not even would have just expected, would have hoped really to see. I did think it was a strong total from Northants, but well, on a wicket that all summer has been maybe perhaps lower scoring than we would have expected, today it's finally delivering the runs for both sides, and yeah, Glamorgan having a really good go at this chase.
So the visitors are on the back foot, as Glamorgan's bowlers were for virtually the whole of the visitors' innings. Northants winning the toss, McManus deciding to bat. Russell in to bowl, and Northeast turns the wrists, plays it down to fine leg for a single.
On the subject of being on the back foot, Welsh Fire are 1 for 2. Tammy Beaumont and Hayley Matthews both gone for a duck.
Oh dear. Oh well, good job there in the last 3 anyway.
Indeed.
As that turns and worked away by Ingram down towards backward square for a single. Yeah, 2 of Welsh Fire's big hitters. Beaumont with a memorable century here against the yellow and orange brand of crisps. 162 for 1. Russell bowls, pulled by Northeast through the leg side. Has he bisected the fielders? Oh, he has. 2 Northants fielders racing around the boundary there. Gus Miller flung himself at the ball, and James Sales also making good ground, but neither could prevent it from crossing the ropes. Northeast moves to 80 and the total to 166 for 1.
Yep, good strike by Northeast. We've seen a couple of times fielders just not being able to keep it from the boundary rope.
As he works that one into the leg side, and will just amble through for the single as the ball bobbles over the width of the square. 81 Northeast, 167 for 1. So Glamorgan almost Bon Jovi time, halfway there. Russell to Ingram, works it up to long on, single. Russell is getting turn virtually every ball, as you'd maybe expect from a leg spinner operating on a used pitch, but it's fairly consistent turn at the moment. It's not extravagant, so the batters know what's coming. 168 for 1, Northeast 81, Ingram has 30. As we move towards the halfway stage of the innings, 22 overs gone, 3-4-1 the target.
I think Glamorgan probably would have been a bit disappointed to have allowed as many runs as they had this morning, but coming out and seeing this wicket, perhaps, you know, thought, well, given that they've got 300 plus, we can give this a good go, and maybe, I don't know if they'd be surprised to have made such a good start as they have, but at least pleasantly sort of motivated by how quickly they've managed to get going, comfortably above the required run rate at the moment. Run rate 7.6, required 6.2, as Proctor comes in to deliver to Colin Ingram, who defends it away back to the bowler for no run. But yeah, run rate looking pretty good.
From the Welsh point of view, from the visitors, listeners' point of view, Proctor's started reasonably well, but he was hit for 6 by Ingram, so Northants may need to juggle around all those 8 bowlers that Andrew was telling us about.
Here's Proctor again from the River Taff end. Ingram slaps one away into the offside and will take a quick single. Brings the score up to 169 for 1. Yeah, plenty of bowlers on offer and maybe plenty of bowlers required, as you say. Maybe just to see who can find something.
And it just helps the fielding side from preventing the batters from getting under too much rhythm against the same bowlers if they use short spells.
Indeed, Northeast on strike now. Proctor delivers, Northeast away. That'll get past a diving fielder. They'll get at least 1, turn around, think about going for 2, but leaves it there. Fielder on the boundary rope at backward point. Brings them up to 170 for 1 now. Almost exactly halfway, 171 required to win, and still more than half of the overs remaining. We're only in the 23rd over. Ingram back on strike, Northeast up to 82, Ingram on 31. Here comes Proctor again from the Taff end, delivering to Ingram. Takes a big cut and a miss, trying to drive it into the Taff, but goes through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
Good heavens. It was a ferocious swing from Ingram, almost swung himself off his feet there, but the ball passing a long way over the top of middle stump, but it was a straightish delivery.
It was a less controlled swing perhaps than he would have liked his big 6 earlier, all technique. Here comes Proctor again to Ingram, and he will knock that away. Fielder there to cover it at point.
Yes, again I think looking with a little bit of intent there, Colin Ingram coming down the wicket.
Feels like he's starting to get his feeling, and might want to get this over as quick as possible. Proctor delivers to Ingram, knocks it away, leg side, fielder there. He will come through for a single, brings the over to an end. Glamorgan 171 for 1, requiring 171 to win after 170 to win, I should say, after 23 overs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a carefree attitude from the batters on both sides today in this last match of the group stages, and both teams therefore having a break until resuming championship duties in early September, as Northants battle to get away from the foot of Division 1 and Glamorgan battle to stay in the mix for promotion from Division 2 to Division 1. So Russell it is to continue into his 4th overs, conceded 24 so far, and he tosses that up and it's driven but not timed by Ingram. Back to the bowler, no run. So on the 3rd of September, Glamorgan will be in action against Worcestershire away. As Russell bowls down, the wicket comes. Ingram hits hard, high and handsome, soaring away over deep cover for 6 runs. Ingram getting all of that, using his feet. Russell trying to pitch it a little bit wider, but that one actually slapped into the advertising hoardings, which about 20 metres behind the rope in that corner of the ground. So that really was a big strike by Ingram to move on to 38 not out.
As I was saying, in the last over, the big swing that he missed on was a bit uncontrolled. That was all technique. But as you say, good footwork. Strikes through the ball. Big shot.
That's the heavy lifting done for this over, as he's pulled that one towards mid-wicket. I think that'll be just a single. Northants resuming their championship campaign, also on Sunday the 3rd of September. They have 4 games remaining, at home to Lancashire, away to Warwickshire, then away to Surrey, and then finishing off back at Wantage Road against Essex in the last week of September. As forward comes Northeast and plays a rare defensive shot to cover. No run. North East and Ingram both going along at just better than a run a ball. As Russell bowls, that one goes pretty much straight on, and North East plays it straight to mid-wicket. No run. 178 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online, bringing you every ball of the county season as North East plays another one defensively, so treating the young spinner with some respect as Alex Russell takes his cap from umpire Ashraf. 3 dot balls in a row, but still 7 off the over with the 6. 178 for 1 then. Glamorgan need a further 163 to win in 26 overs. The Duckworth-Lewis par score is 139, so they're still well ahead on that.
Still nervous about those clouds, Nick?
I'm always nervous about clouds, but Duckworth-Lewis is quite often mentioning, even when you expect the game to go the full natural course, because it just gives you a good indication of where the match is and who's on top.
Indeed, and Glamorgan do very much seem on top right now. It's
still a long way to go though. Wickets can change DLS and the game very quickly.
Still more than half the innings to go. 24 overs down, into the 25th over now as Luke Proctor comes back in from the River Taff end. Colin Ingram puts one away on the leg side for a single, and as you say, it can change, especially in white ball cricket, less so maybe than in T20 in one day, that a wicket or two. Well, we saw in the Glamorgan innings the last time I was here at Sophia Gardens, where once the partnership of Byrom and Carlson was broken, it sort of stopped the Glamorgan momentum, as Proctor to Sam North East delivers North East on the offside for a single. And breaking a partnership like that can just turn the complexion of an inning on its head.
Absolutely.
It's this partnership now between North East and Ingram starting to build. As Proctor comes back in, Ingram on strike, Ingram on 40. Here comes Proctor with his delivery. Slightly fuller and knocked away on the leg side for another single. Happy to take singles, happy to keep the runs ticking over at this stage with 3 balls left in the 25th over.
Yeah, these are 2 experienced players, and although we did see that one rather wild swing from Ingram, it's all about shot selection at this stage, isn't it? Which ball in the over do you try and hit for a boundary?
Exactly, because indeed you do only need the one. As Proctor to North East delivers and knocked back to the bowler, dot ball. 2 balls left in the over, 181 for 1, 160 to win. And it's just a case of being smart and not, because it can be just a silly mistake that leads to a wicket, and you don't need that at this point. North East slaps it away, defends, and no run. And you don't want to make those silly mistakes. You've got 9 wickets in hand. You've got half of the innings to go. You don't need to start burning through those wickets just for the sake of it at this stage, and that's what this partnership has been doing very well over these last 10 or so overs, just finding their way to get their runs. As Proctor to North East, they will run a quick single here, no chance at the stumps. That will end the 25th over. 182 for 1 Glamorgan, need another 159 to win.
So still plenty of wickets in hand is the key here for Glamorgan, albeit they have strength to come in the middle order. Carlson, Root and the youngster Callaway, who's been going well, and just a little break for drinks needed on quite a warm day, and both the batters and the fielding side taking drinks on board. 84 to North East, 41 to Ingram. Eddie Byrom the man out for 50. Courts McManus bowled Sales. And in turn, earlier, Northants, well, they had 3 really substantial contributions highest of the campaign for Vasconcelos, 106, to follow his century last year against Glamorgan at Northampton. Keogh hit exactly 100. It was the most attacking of the 3 innings, and Sam Whiteman 88 gave them the early impetus. Whiteman opening the batting today after the omission of Emilio Gay. So the shadow of the floodlight pylon beginning to stretch across the pitch in this final limited overs game of the season for these two sides. Glamorgan supporters wanting to see more championship cricket. Well, they have got 2 home games out of the 3 remaining after that visit to Worcester, so there will still be a chance to catch a bit of cricket, weather permitting, but who knows, this summer we had scorching weather during the T20 and then utterly miserable for a chunk in the middle.
Quite. It was phenomenal weather throughout the T20 season. We had our summer early, and well, as we said last week, just starting to feel a bit summery again at the end of August. Could only be in Cardiff, but it has been a great summer of cricket, however you look at it, with an Ashes summer is always a good summer for cricket, but both with some of the, shall we say, controversies of that test match series adding a bit of bite to it. The women's Ashes was phenomenal, and say what you will about the 100, crowds have been turning up to see it, both here at Sophia Gardens and elsewhere around the country, and we've had some good crowds here for the T20 Blast, good crowds here for this One Day Cup.
With regard to window smashing exercises here at Sophia Gardens, to change the subject a little bit, Gareth Jones messages me, the shot by Courtney Walsh didn't actually go into commentary box, it clattered into the front just below the window and right where Sarah Edwards' head would have been had I not pulled her away. I still claim a degree of credit for her successful TV career. Sarah Edwards being a long-standing presenter on BBC Wales. For the benefit of Northants listeners, we're back underway. North East takes a single off Russell on the leg side. Now I remember that shot going through the window, and I thought there was a degree of breakage there. I don't think I was working for the BBC at the time, but thank you for your recollection, Gareth. And Russell bowls the left-handed Ingram, who drives into the leg side, and there's a single to be taken.
Not quite the same area of hilarity, but I saw that there was an Australian journalist who celebrated her team's win against France a bit too hard and dislocated her shoulder.
Oh dear. As North East drives down the ground and picks up a single.
And funnily enough, that happened to a friend of mine at a Wales rugby match.
Right.
Louis Rees-Zammit scored a try. She jumped up to celebrate, shoulder popped out. She met him that Christmas in a pub and told him about it. He was very surprised at her dedication.
As Ingram glances down to fine leg, North East decides rightly against the single.
That's the mark of a true fan. Dislocate your shoulder celebrating, stay to full time.
Oh, ouch. As that's pulled away down towards backward square by Ingram, and he goes through for a single. So Russell getting a bit of control in this over. 4 singles off the 5 balls bowled so far. And he comes to bowl to North East, who drives to long on for the singles. So 5 singles in the 6 balls delivered. Russell can take some credit for that, and it's 187 for 1 after 26. 154 needed off 24. When I was a young lad, I did, not quite sure why, can't remember, but I did pass out at a rugby match and ended up in hospital there, I think. I also fell down the stairs at Penarth Rugby Club and took a bit of a bang, and rather embarrassingly they stuck me into the rugby treatment area next to one of the players who was getting stitched up or something or other. I felt a bit of a wuss, really. as they blearily tried to recover from concussion. No firm news about a Glamorgan overseas player from the meeting earlier on, by the way, the members forum.
Proctor delivering to Sam Northeast, defends back to the bowler, no run. Quick Welsh fire update, 31 for 3 with about 70 balls remaining. 113 runs down. But yeah, regardless of the result today, they're in the eliminator, and quite the season to turn it around, having had 2 bottom of the table finishes, as Proctor to Sam Northeast slaps it down the ground, and that's going to go for 4 on the long onside. Drove through the ball all the way through to the boundary. 191 for 1. Northeast moves on to 91.
Yeah, firmly punched away by Northeast. I thought for a moment he'd hold out to mid-on. It was up in the circle, but it was straight off mid-on, and he didn't have a chance to dive across.
Northeast 91, approaching the century. Now I've said that, he'll be bowled out on this ball. As here comes Proctor. And Northeast up and over, and I just got away with it. It's dropped between 2 fielders on the leg side. They'll come through for a single. I thought I'd jinxed him there.
Jinxed him. The curse of the commentator. We've all had it.
I've got to get my first sooner or later. So 192 for 1. So Northeast on 92, Ingram on strike now on 43, 149 to win. Proctor just arranging his field with the lefty coming up on strike. Here he comes, delivering to Ingram, knocks it away behind to one of the fielders who just moved in at third man. No run.
Field placing.
Quite. We did have a discussion last week about fields and power plays and the like, but that's cricket. Here comes Proctor again. Away to fine leg, that'll run away. Will that get all the way to the boundary? Man coming over to cut it off, and can't cut it off. 4 runs for Colin Ingram.
I tell you what, Colin Ingram is taking the mickey out of the fielders today, as he's managed to play some shots that have... The fielders got a hand to them on several occasions, or it's been just between fielders, and it's still gone for 4. But he's keeping them all interested, but not quite able to stop it.
Quite a few of those shots ending up in the same place, down to our right there on this Cathedral Road side. So Ingram on to 47 now. 1 ball left in the 27th over from Luke Proctor. Here he is delivering it to Ingram. Oh, and just misses the outside edge. Wicketkeeper can't get a hold of it. No run. Dot ball. End of the over. 196 for 1. Glamorgan require 145 to win.
Well, I'm not sure if Lewis McManus dropped that because he was so surprised that Ingram had missed one, or he was so surprised the ball had missed the stumps and the outside edge. It could have been either of those circumstances, but Ingram meeting for a little chat with Northeast. I mean, how many years of professional cricket are in that particular discussion between 2 of Glamorgan's older heads, who are going well at the moment, but still have a way to go, and Northants are not out of this match. Add 2 wickets to the score, as they say, and Duckworth Lewis might be round about back to level. Northeast will want to try and take things home here, as Russell floats one up and Northeast drives down the ground to Miller at long on. Single taken. 197 for 1 as aircraft passes relatively low overhead for a large aircraft, heading presumably for Cardiff Wales Airport, as that is flat batted into the offside by Ingram. Oh, he's managed to find a fielder for once, as James Sales patrolling the boundary in front of the closed off grandstand to our right. 198 for 1, 341 is the target. Russell in, balls wide outside off stump, driven by Northeast. He might pick up a couple here. No, they don't run terribly adventurously, and it's well stopped by Whiteman on the pavilion ropes, and there's just the single. Well, at least Russell is being given a decent spell by his skipper McManus, which is always good to see for a young spinner who is driven into the offside cover. Keogh manages to get half a hand to it. This time they will get the two that brings up Colin Ingram's half century, and that has come off 43 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes.
Good knock so far from Ingram. It's come in, those 2 sixes, big shots, really well played.
As he blocks the next one gently out on the offside, and there's no run. And that means that the top 3 batters on both sides have all reached 50.
Quite the stat, considering...
Oh, hang on, who came in at 3? No, sorry, no, it's 3 out of the 4 for Northants, sorry. Would help if the stats were right, wouldn't it? As Ingram defends one to cover. I forgot about Broad coming in
Broad
at 3.
came in at 3, yes.
Yeah, so Keogh was 4. He got 100, Whiteman 88. Vasconcelos is 106. For Glamorgan, Byrom 50, Northeast on 94 not out, and Ingram is on 50. Well, Sam Northeast finished last season's one-day cup campaign with a big innings. He's already big, but can he go into the realms of last year's effort, which was up at Worcester, and it was a Glamorgan record one-day score of 177.
Monopolising the Glamorgan records for
yeah, last season he was, yeah. Only needs to add the T20 to it now, which is still held by my friend Ian Thomas with 116 at Taunton. Gus Miller into the attack for Northants.
From the River Taff end, it'll be Northeast on strike, 6 away from his century. 201 for 140 needed to win. Run rate 7.2 and over, required rate 6.4, as Miller just continuing to warm up a little bit before delivering his first ball of this 29th over. Here he comes now running in, Northeast on strike, Miller to deliver, and Northeast knocks it away on the offside. They'll get 1, think about 2, think again, no need to push and potentially get into a run out. Single taken to 0-2 for 1, and Colin Ingram back on strike.
Yes, Gareth Jones confirms there was a pane of glass broken in the Walsh incident when the commentary box was at the far end. I tell you, they'd be struggling to hit this one. Mind you, we thought that's Taunton when Peter Trigo drilled one through our box.
So here comes Miller. Again, delivers to Ingram. Good length delivery, Ingram knocks it away. They'll take a single, shot at the stumps, not there. Ingram comfortably safe and the ball missed anyway. 203 for 1. Welsh Fire bogged down a bit, 41 for 3, 59 balls remaining. 104 runs needed.
Big ask.
Here comes Miller again. Northeast back on strike. Drives that one on the offside. Fielder there on the boundary. They'll take a single. For a team that's been piling on the runs throughout the competition, this is a bit of a surprising display from Welsh Fire, but losing 2 of your best batters for naught, that's what it'll do to you. Sophia Dunkley hasn't quite got going, 14 off 14 balls. Here comes Miller again, Ingram on strike. Knocks it away, there'll be no fielder on that side. Take a single, man comes in on the boundary on the leg side. Again, happy to take singles throughout this over. Run rate not in any trouble. Glamorgan will feel quite comfortable to keep playing like this, taking their chances, picking their shots.
7th bowler used by Northants is Gus Miller, and potentially Justin Broad to come.
Here comes Miller again, northeast, back on strike. Knocks it away, another single it will be. Going over to that offside. There is one more ball left in the over. They've taken singles on every ball of this over so far. 5 runs coming off it. Miller's first over in the attack. Keeping the run rate over 7 when really it needs to be around 6.5. And they've just got the air at the moment, Ingram and Northeast, of 2 guys out there who are comfortable to just take what they're given by the bowling, as here comes Miller delivering a bit of a better delivery, defended away, no run there. 5 off the over, 206 for 1, 135 needed to win. And yeah, as I was saying, just they're happy to take what they're given, no need to gamble at this stage. 21 overs still remaining.
Yeah, decent enough start from young Gus Miller, but certainly a breakthrough needed from somewhere. I don't think Northants are going to win this match without taking 5 more wickets, to be honest, and getting into the Glamorgan lower order, and thus putting the squeeze on new batters and less experienced batters in the lower half of the order. But it's another change of bowling, so McManus is thinking hard about this, using the 7 bowlers and bringing back one of his openers, Curtly Jack White, has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 26. It was Tom Taylor who went round the park a little bit. Not the first bowler today, 4 overs for 36. As the light levels dip a little bit. And White loops in away from us and bowls to Northeast, who plays one into the offside, and there's no run.
Clouds are coming.
Oh dear. I'll be giving way to Andrew Rad fairly shortly when he returns from his radio update, in case our Northants listeners are worrying that you're not getting enough of the visitor's perspective at the moment. Andrew will be delivering that fairly shortly, as White is in to bowl to Northeast, who drives back to him, and White tries to flick it at the stumps. That was clever play from the bowler. Ingram had turned with that danger in mind, but it was good play both to stop it and to deliberately flick it towards the stumps. So I think Ingram had made his ground again in time, wasn't backing up too far.
It did look like he got back.
But clever play. Ingram has already been run out. Where was he run out? Earlier in this campaign. It's all going into a bit of a blur by this, while backing up by a bowler's boot, I think. Was it at Worcester? Possibly. As that is played cautiously on the offside. So Glamorgan just going through a little bit of a lull. Northeast is back to a runner ball now, 97 off 97. Ingram's 52 off 48. So Northeast is willing to have a go at, have a look rather at the new bowler at the start of a different spell. White into Northeast, and again it's a dot ball as he's driven it to cover, and there's no run. So just a little fight back from the visitors to put the brakes on as we approach the last 20 overs. 135 to win, so it's still over 6.5 runs and over. It's not a cakewalk by any means. As White into bowl to Northeast, who turns that one down to fine leg for a single off the 5th ball of the over. 207 for 1 Glamorgan, chasing 3-4-1 for victory.
This is the over that Northants needed just to slow the scoring a bit.
Colin Ingram just checking which side of the wicket Jack White is coming with the umpire. And he's told it'll be round the wicket to you, mate, the left-hander. Running away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Into bowl to Ingram, who forces that one into the offside. But there is no run, so an excellent over from Jack White. Back into the attack. Glamorgan 207 for 1. They need 134 in 20 overs to beat Northamptonshire Steelbacks, whichever of their sobriquets you prefer. Andrew Radd will be here to describe the next hour or so.
So Sam Northeast will be on strike to begin this 31st over, 2 away from his century on 98. Colin Ingram 52. Required run rate is just climbing steadily after that strong over from Jack White. It's at 6.7. Current run rate just fallen below 7 for the first time in a while for Glamorgan, as here comes Gus Miller to Sam Northeast, who drives it back on towards mid off. Come through for a single. Northeast moves on to 99. Colin Ingram back on strike as Miller is bowling this 31st over from the River Taff end. 208 for 1, 133 to win. If Glamorgan get back to just taking singles, I think they'll be happy with that for now, as here comes Miller to Ingram, who steps down the ground and drives one straight back, and that's cleared the far side and has found its way, I'm sure, into the River Taff. Colin Ingram, his 3rd 6 of his innings, and it's a big one.
I hope nobody was walking along the old Taff trail there, Troy, because they might have a bit of a shock. That was a terrific shot from Colin Ingram, wasn't he? He made up his mind so early and took 2 or 3 steps down the pitch and thumped Gus Miller out of the ground. And notwithstanding, and you rightly say, Northamptonshire needed the over that Jack White gave them just to give themselves a semblance of control. But if these two stay in and so many wickets in hand, this is a bit of a walk in Butte Park at the moment for Glamorgan. And as I say, Northamptonshire, the only bowler that they haven't used so far of those that you would regard as being sort of like proper bowlers is Justin Broad, who bowls a bit of medium pace, but not altogether sure that yet another right-arm medium pacer is going to be a huge amount of good here. But the box of balls has appeared on the park, courtesy of Sam Whiteman. And I hope they've got another one way or another. They must have gone through a few today, with those that got lost in the covers at the far end, and that one got out of the ground and, as you say, probably into the river. Terrific shot.
His 6s have all been very controlled, as well as Miller decides against bowling that one. His 6s have all been very controlled. There was that one wild swing that he had that was a swing and a miss, but his 3 6s, he's stepped into the shot with confidence. He's pulled his hands through well and struck through the ball. He hasn't just tried a shot that isn't there to try and force it, as Miller will bowl this delivery, and Ingram knocks one away on the leg side, backwards square for a single. Brings Northeast back up, who is 1 away from his century. Another wicket's gone for Welsh Fire. Laura Harris has been dismissed by Kate Cross, 76 for 4. 69 runs needed from 45 balls. As Miller will switch to the other side, and he will come over the wicket to Sam Northeast. 3 balls left in the over, 215 for 1. Northeast requiring 1 for a century. Here's Miller. Northeast will not get his century here. That one is knocked on the leg side for no run.
Glamorgan's highest successful run chase in List A cricket, 348 for 8 against Sussex at Hove 4 years ago. They have made a higher score in the second innings of a List A match, but to lose.
Here comes Miller to Northeast. 2 balls left in the over. Northeast away, and fielders there on shy of the stumps at the non-striker's end, as Ingram was just straying a bit too far from his ground, but it misses and he gets back anyway. No damage done. 1 ball left in the over. Northeast still on 99. And yeah, so this would place second on the chases.
Second on the list, I think.
Second on the list. Here comes Miller. Last ball of the over. Northeast knocks it away, and it'll get by a fielder, and there it is. Sam Northeast brings up his century. Does it from 103 balls with 11 fours, 2 sixes. Masterful innings from Sam Northeast as Glamorgan need just 125 now to win from 19 onwards.
Andrew Hicknell getting quite animated on the public address, and why not? Terrific knock from Sam Northeast. It's been purposeful right from the first ball of the innings, and I say Glamorgan at the moment would say the required rate is inching up a little bit. It's sort of just north of 6.5, but with 2 set batters and 9 wickets in hand, they're clearly in a very strong position. Though, as we said earlier, when Northamptonshire were cruising along, the best way to slow things down a little bit is to take wickets. Now at the moment Northamptonshire don't really look much like doing that anyway. Here's Jack White pounding optimistically in from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Northeast, who plays that out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the 7 bowlers used: Taylor, White, Sales, Keogh, Proctor, Russell and latterly Gus Miller. So Lewis McManus has no shortage of options. But Tom Taylor, 4 overs for 36 today. Looked a bit tired, I thought, to be honest. Here's White in, and he's bowled in. Well, that's probably deserved reward for Jack White, but well played Sam Northeast, and I'll shut up in a minute so you can hear the applause, and rightly, from around the ground as Sam Northeast heads back. But Jack White, fast, full, straight. Sam Northeast went for the drive, missed. He's bowled for 100, and a glimmer of hope for Northamptonshire, because Glamorgan now 216 for 2, and Sam Northeast, almost as soon as getting his 100, he's on his way back. So Northamptonshire will have a new batter at one end, and there's the applause for Sam Northeast.
Not quite the where you would have wanted to go. This is the first time where he hasn't really timed one up in this innings, and it's cost him. But it's a good delivery from Jack White, but equally it's a very good innings from Sam Northeast. Again, 100 from 104, 11 fours, 2 sixes, and on one hand he's put Glamorgan in a good position to win. On the other, they've broken the partnership. They've taken a wicket. What effect will this have?
Well,
for Northants?
Not for the first time this season, Troy. I think it's fair to say Northamptonshire supporters will be saying thank goodness for Jack White, because if you look at the economy figures in the innings so far, he's been going for just over 4 and over. He's in his 7th over now, 1 for 27. And the others have been going for an awful lot more per over. Luke Proctor was the next most economical. He's been going at 5.5 for his 6 overs. The rest, to be honest, have gone round the park a bit. So Jack White, who's been Northamptonshire's most economical bowler in the whole competition, he's been going into this match 4.5 and over, which is, say, just a little bit more than he's gone for today. So he really has been exceptional for Northamptonshire in this tournament so far. Now, can he make a double strike? The new batter is Kiran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain. 6 innings, 304 runs, past 50 on 4 occasions in the competition, so in prime form. The side needing an innings from him here. As White is in, bowls to Carlson, and very nicely, solidly on the front foot, pushes it out into the covers where Justin Broad fields, and there's no run. Breeze has got up a little bit now. To see the sight screen at the far end of the ground, the sheets, the big sheets there billowing in the breeze.
Maybe he'll blow out one of the lost balls from behind there.
Well, he might. You never know. As like Nick was saying earlier, he'll be having a little rummage down there, I think, at the end of today's play. Nick's club might finish up with a glut of white balls. Here's White in again, bowls to Carlson, who forces it to backward point, nicely stopped, or half stopped, by Rob Keogh, who, in having fielded the ball, just goes down and it dislodges from his grasp, and they're able to come through for a single. So Kiran Carlson is away, 217 for 2. Glamorgan need another 124 to win. 18 overs to go after this, so the required rate just edging up a touch towards 7 and over.
And for the first time they're equal, the current rate and required rate.
Here's White. Round the wicket to Ingram, who pushes it down to backward point. This time Rob Keogh does manage to hang on to it. Goes down like a sack of spuds at backward point, but he does manage to stop the ball, and there's no run. 217 for 2. And this now, can Jack White get out of the over relatively unmolested? He's just conceded a single so far, and a single from his previous over as well. Here's White. Round the wicket, bowls to Colin Ingram, who nudges it down to third man. Well, they can live with that, I think, Northamptonshire. It goes down to third man and just the 1 run. So it's 2 off the over, 1 off the previous over from Jack White. So he's bowled in effect 2 overs, 1 for 3, and he's just given Northamptonshire a little bit of hope in this match. 218 for 2, Glamorgan. They need another 123 to win. There are 18 overs to go. Colin Ingram is on 60. Kiran Carlson is on 1. We're just keeping an eye on what was happening elsewhere, particularly the game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, which looks as though it'll decide the final qualification place. It looks very much as it'll go to Lancashire. They need another 17 to win, with 12 overs remaining and 7 wickets in hand against Nottinghamshire. So if they don't, there might be a steward's inquiry. But I think Lancashire will be heading into the knockout stages.
And seemingly the designated representative of the 100 in this box. It's 159 needed from 35 balls for Welsh Fire. They've lost 5 wickets, target 145. Here comes Gus Miller to Colin Ingram. Delivers, knocked away, stopped quite comfortably at mid-wicket for no run. So with Kiran Carlson out here, he does have some big shots in him, but I reckon at the moment just we'll be looking to rotate the strike, pick up the singles, get that run rate back up, because again now finally the required rate has gone above the current rate. 6.9 required, 6.8 current. Here's Miller again to Ingram, who knocks that one away on the leg side, fielded there at backward square, just a single for once. Fielder able to keep Ingram inside the boundary rope. 219 for 2.
Hassan Azad's on, and I'm just trying to work out who's not out there at the moment. Just doing a little check around. Can't see Ricardo Vasconcelos.
I was just about to
I
say.
think he might well be off. He's not easy to miss. He's probably the shortest member of the side. He's not out there at the moment. So Hassan Azad is on. He's at mid-wicket.
Kiran Carlson on strike. Miller delivers to him. Carlson away on the leg side for a single. If they can get back to taking 4 or 5 singles and over and hunting for that boundary, I think that'll be what they'll be happy to do here. Glamorgan, those 2 overs from Jack White have really helped being, well, first of all, just getting the scoring down, and second, dismissing Sam North East, who was looking quite comfortable and on quite some form. Just bringing fine leg in, as here comes Miller to Ingram, knocks it away on the offside for a single. Just going to keep rotating the strike, looking for those singles, as I was saying, because I think they're realising let's just get back to taking what we can, get the runs back on the board. We can worry about hunting boundaries later. And again, with 8 wickets in hand, still after this over 17 remaining, you don't need to force things too early. As Miller delivers, Carlson on strike, knocks that one away to mid on, no run. 1 ball left in the over. 221 for 2. Carlson on 2. Ingram non-striker's end on 62. 120 required to win. Gus Miller, this is his 3rd over, has allowed 17 so far. Here's his final ball to Kiran Carlson, slaps that one away on the offside. Fielder racing over to backward point. He'll cut it off, but they will come back for 2 runs. 223 for 2 at the end of 33 overs. 118 required to win.
Somebody's getting very excited next door. I'm not sure that was in aid of. Yeah, James Sales very quickly over the ground as he is. We say just about the quickest man in the Northamptonshire side. Probably about the best arm as well. Tough gig this for Gus Miller, coming into the side for his first team match for Northamptonshire this season in all competitions, and this is actually his first bowl in List A cricket. I had a feeling, I just checked his first 4 games, I don't think he had a bowl, and he didn't. So this is his first bowl in List A cricket. Hasn't done too badly so far. 3 overs for 19 in the context. 223 for 2. So Jack White to continue. Now does Lewis McManus try and bowl White through, gamble, see if he can pick up another wicket, or does he keep a couple of overs up his sleeve? Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Ingram, who's trying to force it away on the offside. It just drops down on the onside, and there's no run. Middlesex have beaten Yorkshire at a canter, knocked off the target of 254 to win with 15.5 overs to spare down at Radlett. Lancashire now just 4 runs away from beating Nottinghamshire and booking their place in the knockout stages. Here's White, bowls again to Ingram, turns it down to long leg, should be just a single, and there is. There's a very large goal, flies in front of our commentary position. 224 for 2, Ingram to 63. It was here where I was put in my place firmly, and rightly so, for describing it as a seagull, and I was of course told that they are not seagulls, they are just gulls. There are different types of gulls, but it's one of those things that once told you never forget. Bore for England on the subject, and probably Wales as well. Here's White in again, bowls to Carlson, turns it away uppishly, just wide of the man, tight in there at mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary, and Sales keeps it inside the rope. They come back for 2. Carlson goes to 6th, and Glamorgan to 226 for 2. It was clipped uppishly by Carlson, just wide of Alex Russell, who's tight in there at mid-wicket, really just to try and stop the single. He's tight on one side, and Justin Broad equally tight at extra cover on the other. Here's White in again, bowls to Carlson, drives nicely through extra cover. There's a man out there sweeping Sam Whiteman in front of the main pavilion, keeps it to 1. Carlson goes to 7, and Glamorgan to 227 for 2, 114 to win. Nobody going home, I think it's probably fair to say. The crowd, those spectators who came in to watch this game, I think most of them are still there. See how this one plays out. Glamorgan in a very good position, but it's still not a done deal yet. Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Ingram, pulls it out towards deep square, straight to Sam Whiteman, and it just bounces nicely, and he's able to get in his return quickly, so it's just another single. Ingram to 64, 228 for 3, 113 to win. 16 overs after this one. If you're just joining us, Northamptonshire made 340 for 5 in their 50 overs. Centuries for Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh, 88 for Sam Whiteman. And then in reply, Glamorgan have lost Eddie Byrom for 50, Sam North East for 100. Here's White, bowls to Carlson, opens the face, runs it down to third man for another single, fielded down there by Tom Taylor. And that's the end of another tidy over from Jack White. 8 overs, 1 for 35. It's 229 for 2 at the end of 34 overs, with Colin Ingram on 64, Kiran Carlson is 8, and the equation, Glamorgan lead 112 to win. They have 16 overs remaining, and the required rate has now ticked up to 7.
Just need to keep the scoring consistent, not do anything too, I don't want to say desperate, but you don't want to rush things at this point if you're Glamorgan, whereas I think at the moment Northants will be quite happy with how the last few overs have gone. Having started to restrict the runs a bit, get that required rate back up, and obviously taking the wicket of North East. They'll need a couple more wickets, but
they've just stopped the bleeding a bit, haven't they, really?
Exactly. So Gus Miller, again from the Cathedral Road end, Kiran Carlson will begin the over on strike. Here he comes. The delivery is taken away on the offside for a single. It just feels like it's something's going to have to happen soon, one way or the other, and whether that's a big shot from Glamorgan or a big wicket from Northants, this game's just sort of in that sort of holding period where it's just waiting for that next big moment to happen that's going to either turn the game one way or the other. But again, Glamorgan are in a good position as things stand. Colin Ingram on strike. Here comes Miller around the wicket and defended away back to the bowler for dot ball. Quick. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Troy, I was going to say confirmation that Lancashire have beaten Nottinghamshire by 7 wickets with best part of 10 overs remaining. So that means that Lancashire go through to the knockout stages.
And a quick check on Welsh Fire. 41 needed from the last 20 balls. They've picked it up a bit. Freya Davis on 6, Georgia Elwys 12 at the crease at the moment. Here comes Miller to Colin Ingram, who slaps that one away behind a sort of elevated reverse sweep up to fine leg and 4 runs. Delivery just a bit short, sat up a bit too much, and well, Ingram again, another boundary on another controlled stroke, didn't try to do too much with it, used the pace and the bounce of the delivery to his advantage to steer it for 4. He moves on to 68.
Memo to any bowler on this pitch: do not bowl short.
Yeah.
We've been saying it all day. That's what happens.
Sits up nicely, and here is Miller to Ingram again. That one is a bit fuller and will be knocked away on the leg side for a single. Moves up to 235 for 2. 2 balls left in the 35th over. Kiran Carlson will be on strike. Run rates starting to get a bit closer again. As
Graham Lloyd just a little bit concerned at Gus Miller's follow through. Thinks he might be actually running on the pitch. Not that I don't think he's going to do a huge amount of damage at this stage, but
Carlson defends, and it will get through for a single, just behind towards third man. 1 ball left in the over, and Freya Davis has just been dismissed in the Welsh Fire game. That's the 6th wicket gone. 39 needed off 18 balls. Here Glamorgan need 105 off the last 15 overs plus the last ball of this 35th over. It'll be Colin Ingram on strike on 69. Gus Miller to deliver to him from the Cathedral Road River Taff end, apologies. And Ingram drives back. That took a flick off the bowler, maybe to the stumps. Carlson standing his ground. Umpire says no. Ingram drove it back to the bowler. Just looking at the replay now, Ingram drives it back. It goes off the hand of Gus Miller, but it looks like Kiran Carlson is back and has made his ground.
Really good decision from Graham Lloyd. He was just on the spot there, and yeah, he hadn't moved. He got his bat firmly grounded, so worth the appeal, but no, absolutely no problem there. Umpire gets it spot on. We're quick to criticise if we think they haven't, so we also should be quick to say when they've got it absolutely bang on. So 236 for 2, 105 to win, 15 overs left, and now this is an important little phase because Tom Taylor, who basically went round the park early on, 4 overs, no wicket for 36, and in fact one of those was a maiden, so he conceded 36 in 3 overs after starting off with a maiden, is now coming back into the attack. Taylor, who's been one of the Northamptonshire's players of the tournament, what's been an otherwise disappointing campaign with a couple of hundreds, picked up 7 wickets as well, and has only been going for about just under 5.5 and over, but this hasn't been his day so far. So he comes back into the attack, this time from this Cathedral Road end, bowls to Carlson, who goes on the back foot, punches it out to Justin Broad at extra cover, and there's no run. Beautiful evening now. It's Gorgeous sunshine. I think those sitting over the far side of the ground, over to our right.
They've had the best of it all
Well, they
day.
have, and they won't be able to see much at all now. I think the sun will just be dropping down behind the pylon to our left, which is now encroaching onto the field.
Those clouds that Nick was worried about seem to be staying away.
I think we're all right. Here's Taylor in bowls to Carlson, who heaves that away in the leg side for 6. James Sales was down there at deep backward square, and all he could do was get a crick in his neck by watching it sail over his head and just land him on the grassy bit in front of the stand by the scoreboard to our right. Big hit from Carlson. He goes to 16, 242 for 2. The requirement now in double figures, 99 needed by Glamorgan, 14 overs and 4 balls remaining. And again, bowl short, disappear. Now, they're putting another man out. Surely they're not going to try and bounce him out. Well, they've got deep backward square and a deep mid wicket now. Alex Russell's dropped back after Taylor having a chat with Luke Proctor, and third man is now coming up into the circle as Taylor is in. Bowls to Carlson, just back of a length, and he plays it out past extra cover to Sam Whiteman, sweeping on the boundary for a single. Carlson goes to 17 and Glamorgan to 243 for 2, 98 to win.
Got the big 6 that they would have been looking for this inning. Will be happy to take singles for the rest of the inning. It doesn't need to get more. Again, I don't want to say desperate, that's not the word I'm looking for, but it doesn't need to, at this stage, be anything more than, we've got our boundary in this inning, let's take what we've in this over, sorry, let's take what we've been given for now. There's
third man,
in the field.
Yeah, third man's now coming up. Deep mid wicket has gone back onto the boundary as Taylor comes round the wicket. Bowls to Ingram, he's gone straight up in the air. Who's going to call for it? Taylor calls for it and he takes the catch. For one horrible moment from Northamptonshire's point of view, I thought he was going to collide with Luke Proctor coming in from mid-wicket, but Taylor called for it, took responsibility. He holds the catch off a big leading edge. Ingram goes for 69. Now, we've got a game on our hands. 243 for 3. Glamorgan still need 98 to win, but Tom Taylor, that's a good comeback from him, as I say. His first spell proved costly, but Taylor looking to work that up, Ingram looking to work that away in the onside, went straight up in the air off a leading edge, and despite the fact that he got Luke Proctor coming into his eye line, Taylor called for it, took the catch. Ingram goes for 69. Those 69 runs coming off 64 balls with 3 sixes and 5 fours. Glamorgan now 243 for 3. So Carlson has pretty much settled in by now, and I think it's going to be Billy Root heading out, who of course has been in the runs recently for Glamorgan in this competition. Means business, running out to the middle as Carlson helps himself to a drink and a towel, and Northamptonshire just having a bit of a huddle there and discussing what the plan ought to be for the next few overs. As I say, McManus has got any number of options. He's only got 2 overs of Jack White left, and they, I should think, from Northamptonshire's point of view, are like gold dust at the moment, as he's been the pick of the bowlers by a distance. But he's got plenty of overs of everyone else. It's just a question of how he sees it. Luke Proctor also has been pretty good today, 6 overs for 33. He wouldn't have been so good if he'd collided with Tom Taylor when he was trying to take that catch, but he didn't. So we're back to a right-hand, left-hand combination with one left-hander replacing another, Billy Root. Alex Russell is limbering up, so maybe they're going to try and get through an over or two with a leg spinner. But here's Taylor to bowl his first ball to Billy Root, 243 for 3. Here's Taylor. In bowls to Root, who nibbles outside the off stump. It beats the outside edge, goes through to Lewis McManus. So 1 ball to go in this, the 36th over, so 14 to go after this. 98 runs required. 7 wickets in hand now. Plenty of batting to come for Glamorgan. Ben Kellaway next, who's been in decent nick in this tournament. A couple of 50s. Here's Taylor in to finish the over. No, he's not to finish the over because it's down the leg side and it's a wide. And almost as soon as Tom Taylor had let go of that ball, you could see him just about to bury head in hands because he knew what he'd done. It's one more onto the total and another ball. 244 for 3. 97 to win. Lots of cyclists riding up the path, the Taft Trail, back up towards the city centre. Was got taken out by one or two of those this morning.
Well, they'll be glad that Colin Ingram's gone.
Yes. Riding safely as Taylor bowls to Root, who plays defensively back past his batting partner, tidied up by Luke Proctor, and that is the end of the over, and a successful one for Tom Taylor. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. At the end of 36 overs, 244 for 3, 97 to win.
Well, thank you very much for this, Andrew, and I will be signing off now for today and until next season, and taking you through with Andrew Radd will be Kenneth Davis.
Great to have you company, Troy. Look forward to working with you again. Meanwhile, the game here is just starting to boil up nicely. Glamorgan at 216 for 1. Looked as though they were not quite home and hosed, but in a very, very strong position. We were saying then that the only way Northamptonshire would be thinking they could slow things down would be to pick up wickets. Well, they've picked up a couple. They've broken that long second wicket partnership between Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram. Now both those batters have gone, and it is indeed going to be the leg spinner Alex Russell
from the Taff end, and that wicket has just put a different complexion on proceedings. 244 for 3, so spin is the order of the day, and Carlson drives firmly down to long on. Carlson and Root in the runs recently. Root probably wasn't as commanding as he would have liked in the T20 format, but notable innings in the win down at Taunton. So Russell then from the Taff end started his run up, but they're still changing the field. In comes Alex Russell, and Root just trying to give himself a bit of room to manoeuvre with, but it's well fielded at short cover, and there's no run. 245 for 3, 3-4-1. It will be quite a chase for Glamorgan. Plenty to do though. Root just squeezes that one out. Was looking to play it on the onside, but ricocheted to the offside. Now, if this was a T20 game, you'd say this was plain sailing, or certainly manageable. Russell in, Root slashes and hits it out to the offside. That is a single. So they were leaking boundaries at one stage. They've managed to stop the rot, certainly. And that wicket, well, Ingram was just surprised. He just looped off his bat. An easy catch in the end as Russell comes in. Bowls. Carlson out to deep cover. So there's no fireworks at the moment, just picking off singles. But this is a good over by Alex Russell. Billy Root just off the mark with a single. Here comes Russell. And just dabs that one to the offside. There's no run. So that's a good over from Alex Russell. Just what the doctor ordered for Northants, just to tie things up. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. And they have to try and reform a partnership once more.
Yep, good comeback into the attack by Alex Russell, who's just conceded 3 singles in that over, so 247 for 3, 94 off 13. The asking rates ticked up to 7.2. Still not that much of an issue with wickets in hand, but what you do have, of course, in Billy Root, fine player that he is somebody who's only just gone in. So it's fair enough. Give these two perhaps an over or two just to rebuild a little bit, not give Northamptonshire added momentum by picking up another wicket. Now Taylor, it will be to continue, but Manus is waving fielders in all directions. He looks to have sent Jack White down to the boundary at third man. He's now brought him up into the ring. So 4 in an arc, saving 1 on the offside. Taylor in bowls short, pulled away by Kiran Carlson. Straight between the 2 fielders out there. They've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep square, and Carlson finds the gap and it runs away for 4. He goes to 23, 251 for 3.
He's so strong in that area, and if it's dropped short, especially on this pitch, it's going to be clubbed, and Carlson will take advantage all day long.
And critical though we've been of bowlers on both sides bowling short, there wasn't actually that short, but Carlson was just so quick on picking up the length, as you say, and hammered it away for 4. Here's Taylor in, bowls to him again outside the off stump, carves that away out through his backward point. That's 4 more. And Taylor again just compensating a little bit on line this time, having been heaved away through mid-wicket. And the timing, Carlson just punching that away through point, and there's a man out on the boundary sweeping, Sam Whiteman, who's not slow, and he stood absolutely no chance. Back-to-back boundaries for Kiran Carlson to start the over, just what Glamorgan needed. 27 to him, 255 for 3, 86 to win, 76 balls left. Here's Taylor running away in to bowl to Carlson, who this time just nudges it out to Whiteman at deep cover for 1. 28 to Carlson, 258 for 3.
He was an odd dismissal with Ingram. I don't think there was anything untoward in the pitch that jumped up at him.
No, I don't think so. He was just looking to work it on the onside, and it just was maybe threw it just a tad early, caught the leading edge straight up in the air. Here's Taylor then bowling now round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, who looks to drive. It goes off a thick inside edge down behind square on the leg side for a single. Root to 257 for 3, and Billy Root, I'm sure at the moment, will think that his main job is to give Kiran Carlson as much of the strike as possible. Those of us who are keeping half an eye on the second team game today between these 2 counties, Glamorgan have claimed a very handy first innings lead at Campbell Park. Glamorgan all out for 394, bowled Northamptonshire out for 262. Here's Taylor in, bowls shovelled away by Carlson, and he's going to be caught at deep square, and he is caught at deep square. Took on the boundary, but James Sales was quickly to the ball, held the catch, and Kiran Carlson has been and gone. Wickets in successive overs now for Tom Taylor. Crowd's gone a bit quiet. Carlson goes for 28, caught Sales, bowled Taylor. It's 257 for 4. Glamorgan need 84 to win. And again, with the bat speed with that shot, and it wasn't a miss hit. He hit it flat, but he didn't manage to miss the fielder out there. Sales took the cat, and all of a sudden now Northamptonshire are thinking, we're back in this.
I think, Andrew, Kiran Carlson will look back at that, and that was a bit of a nothing shot really, and given that they'd had 2 boundaries already, they could afford to knock it about. That is a big blow, and he just walked away in disgust at Kiran Carlson.
It was, I mean, as I say, I think he got hold, he got plenty of it. He just didn't miss the fielder, but I think you take your point entirely, having picked up a couple of 4s, having got 9 off the over and just needing 7. They were sort of into surplus, but maybe just got a little bit excited.
And we're into last prominent batter territory. Possibly that does a bit of a disservice to Alex Horton, who does need runs, but we've seen as wickets have fallen down the order, it's been far more difficult. We saw that at Neath earlier on. So Callaway is in, and a bit of pressure, but we've seen him pick a few 50s in this competition already. Meanwhile, the Superchargers have beaten Welsh Fire by 16 runs, but they do proceed through to the eliminator anyway. The men will play at 6:30.
Tom Taylor running into bowl to the new batter, Ben Callaway. And Callaway nudging that down to third man for a single. Fielded down there by Jack White. So Callaway off the mark, 258 for 4, 83 to win, and that is the end of the over. And another successful one for Tom Taylor, who's rather clawing it back after that disappointing start to his bowling stint today. 6 overs, 2 for 55 now, 258 for 4. Glamorgan need 83 to win, 72 balls remaining, 6 wickets in hand. Could be a thriller in Manila, this one, Kenneth.
Still anyone's guess at the moment. It's sort of ebbed and flowed. And I'm sure if Glamorgan can keep these two in for a while, and they'll be confident of taking it towards that tally required. But another wicket, and the momentum swings firmly in Northants' favour. Just another single towards the tally, towards long off. 259 for 4, 3-4-1 needed for victory. Billy Root taking guard. It is Russell to continue from the taff end. Root drives, and there's a man out at deep extra cover.
Another result I can bring you. Gloucestershire have beaten Durham by 7 wickets. So Gloucestershire already through, and comfortable win there today for them with 13 overs to spare.
Yeah. Russell in, and it's the reverse. There's a big shout, but they'll come through to the single. There is a shout at the stumps, and Callaway gets home.
Yeah, hard to see the LBW say back to us. Let's have a look on the replay, see if there's any way we can glean anything from. A bit high, I think, maybe. It was straight enough, but I think it was probably going over the top.
Billy Root into the offside, another single, so 4 in 4 balls. Good economical over from Russell.
And I think it was maybe the fact that it did bounce a bit more that actually meant that he didn't get hold of it. It maybe just bounced a little bit more than he was expecting.
So we've seen some fireworks from Ben Callaway. We've seen all the stroke making in this competition, but he just needs a steady hand on the tiller at the moment, and that is out. Well, there was a close shout before, and I'm not sure if that was the best shot selection under the circumstances, and Glamorgan are in trouble. There's a bit of a flurry of wickets at the moment. They've lost 5 now, and momentum swings back in Northants' favour, and just what we were saying.
Just a little bit fuller, that one, I think, from Alex Russell, and identical stroke, and this time hit him in front. He set himself again very, very early, and Russell, give him credit for that, bowled it a little bit fuller, maybe just a little bit quicker, and the umpire, Graham Lloyd, in absolutely no doubt that that was going to hit. And Northamptonshire have just clawed this back a little bit, haven't they? 262 for 5.
I mean, it's easy for us to criticise from our vantage point, and it's one of those, if it goes for 4, he's lauded, but just in terms of the circumstances, just having lost Carlson, they just needed a steady hand.
I think that's exactly the point, isn't it? It's all about context, and it's all about game awareness, if you like, as the coaches like to call it. Well, Alex Auden didn't have a great start to the day, dropping Ricardo Vasconcelos' 3rd ball of the match. So now would be a very, very good time for him to show what he can do with the bat.
And that point, Andrew, I'm going to have to depart. Nick will be hot-footing it into my place, as I'm going to be doing a quick update for Radio Cymru.
Well, very good to have you with us today, Kenneth, and to work with you for the first time. I'll tell you another result, which are now starting to come in thick and fast. Somerset have beaten Derbyshire by 72 runs. So, comfortable win for Somerset, who've got 333 for 5, and with a century, despite a century for Anuj Dal for Derbyshire, they finished well short. So 1 ball to go in Alex Russell's over. Getting a bit interesting now, Nick.
It's very interesting. Here is Russell to deliver the final ball of his 8th over, and Horton plays it up to long on for a single. 2 Newport-born players in contest there. Russell and Horton, 263 for 5, 11 overs to go, 78 to win. Would you accept favourites tag for the visitors at this juncture, Mr. Rad?
I never accept favourites tag remotely with any sort of comfort, but I think if you're being absolutely impartial, yes, I think they probably are just about. A lot depending on Billy Root now, of course, and we know what he can do. He's an aggressive player, and he's, as I say, he's been scoring runs recently, so that 74 not out against Somerset, wasn't it? So he's in a bit of nick.
Welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra.
As Tom Taylor from the Cathedral Road end runs in and bowls to Alex Horton, a new batter who plays it up to extra cover, and there's no run.
And for new listeners, a bit of context. Runs in the sun at Sophia Gardens today. Northants posted 340 for 5. Centuries from Vasconcelos and Keogh, and 88 from Whiteman. Glamorgan's top 3 struck powerfully as well. Northeast a century, Byrom 50, Ingram 69, but Northants have clawed their way back into it and maybe just favourites at the moment.
Here's Taylor running it away from us, bowls to Horton, who guides it down to third man. Should be just a single as Jack White comes in off the boundary to field, sends in his return. 1 more to Horton, he goes to 2. 264 for 5, 77 more runs to win. Yes, at 216 for 1, I think Northamptonshire would have been thinking we're going to be heading up the M4 fairly soon. But then they nipped out Sam Northeast, a good bit of bowling by Jack White. Colin Ingram caught and bowled off a big leading edge by Tom Taylor, who then picked up Carlson in his next over. Taylor in, bowls very full to Billy Root, who drives, but he's only going to get a single out to James Sales, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. It's another single to Root, he goes to 5. 265 for 5, 76 more runs to win.
I note from experience you said heading soon back at the M4 rather than heading quickly back at the M4.
Well, you were talking about Newport and 2 Newport players in opposition.
Yes.
That's why that's where I always seem to come to grief on that particular journey.
Doesn't everyone? It's nothing personal, Andrew.
Around Newport is Taylor in and bowls to Horton, and that's a dot ball as he has to play it defensively out into the covers. Fielded there by Justin Broad. And there's no run. Northamptonshire have already used 7 bowlers. Broad is the only one of the, if you like, the recognised bowling options that hasn't had a bowl so far today. Northamptonshire going in with 8 bowlers. Centuries in the Northamptonshire innings for Ricardo Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh. 88 for Sam Whiteman. Here's Taylor in, bowls to Horton, who tries to force through the covers, gets a thick bottom edge, runs out into the onside. Fielded by Alex Russell, another dot ball.
Starting to pile up now, aren't they? Join the dots, time from the visitors' attack.
Yeah, the asking rate's now gone up to 7.5, which when you consider that when North East and Ingram together, it was sort of hovering around 6, wasn't it? Something like that, about a run a ball.
It's always the way, isn't it, that wickets so often bring a lessening of the scoring rate as well, as new men have to work themselves in.
Here's Taylor to finish his 7th over, in bowls to Horton, who gets an inside edge onto his pad, rolls out into the offside. So just 2 singles off that over from Tom Taylor, who after starting with a maiden then disappeared for 36 off his next 3 overs, but then since he's come back into the attack from this Cathedral Road end, he's pulled it back very well indeed, as have Northamptonshire. 265 for 5 at the end of the over, so we go into the last 10 overs with 76 more runs to win, 10 overs remaining, and even I can work out that is 7.6 and over.
It's quite demanding. If it were 3 wickets down, you'd say Glamorgan probably favourites. 5 wickets down and 2 players who are yet to get going, and Alex Horton, you know, a talented player, but one who hasn't contributed hugely with the bat in this campaign as Russell starts a new over and bowls to Horton, who cross-bats it into the offside. Diving save at short cover. No run.
So Glamorgan have lost 4 in 7 overs now.
That is quite the turnaround, isn't it? Between the 32nd and the 39th. Reverse, talking about turnarounds and route, and he's got it away past a diving backward point for 4 runs. And Glamorgan needed that. They need a few more of them, but Billy Root fond of the reverse, and Russell just putting that rather wide of Root's off stump.
Just got under the body of Tom Taylor, didn't it? He was almost setting off in one direction, had to make a late adjustment, couldn't get there, ran away for 4.
269 for 5, 72 to win. 9.4 overs remaining as Russell, the young leg spinner, bowls to Root, who turns it into the leg side. Are there 2 runs here? No, there's a misfield, and they will be able to get back for the second run, as it was fumbled at deep mid-wicket, and Root quickly saw his chance. 271 for 5.
Yeah, that's something of a rarity, a misfield from James Sales. Doesn't do it very often, but did there.
Yeah, just the pressure of the batters maybe having turned and looking for a potential second, which is why you should always run the first one quickly. Russell in to bowl to Root. 6 off this over so far. That one's turned a bit, and Root chops it away on the offside. They should get 2 here. Root is a quick runner, turns hard, and is back and behind the wickets by the time the throw eventually comes in from backward point. 273 for 5, 68 to win. 9.2 overs remaining here on BBC Sport Online.
Now, Lewis McManus having a chat with Alex Russell. This is an important couple of deliveries. He's gone for 8 in his first 4 balls, needs to get out of the over with a minimum of damage.
Root on strike. Russell bowls on leg stump, nurdled away by Root. They'll try and run 2 here. Fielder coming in rapidly is James Sales, and this time he does collect cleanly and gets his throw in. So it's just a single. 274 for 5. Root 14. Horton needs to start knocking it round now as well and hold his confidence. Russell bowls. Horton tries the reverse and gets in one heck of a mess. I wondered what that had hit on the way through that. And it's a dot ball. Well, he showed the confidence to go for the shot.
That has gone off his foot and he's just missed the stumps.
Yes.
Extraordinary.
Surprised there wasn't an appeal, but maybe the bowler was as confused as I was there.
Well, now Northamptonshire have decided, obviously, that at least for now, spin is the way to go. So Rob Keogh is coming back into the attack. Tom Taylor's taking a blow, 7 overs, 2 for 57. Keogh coming into the attack. Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the tournament this year. Didn't have a great start. 3 overs, went for 28, with a couple of wides in there as well. But he's being brought back into the attack. Obviously, the sort of the senior pro. But my mind goes back to just before 11 o'clock this morning, Nick, when you and I opened up, and we said, well, it's a dead game. Neither of these sides can qualify, but very often those sort of games can produce an interesting finish, and that's exactly what we've got here.
Yeah, something of a carefree attitude from batters up top on both sides.
67 to win. Keogh round the wicket, bowls to Root, who just nuddles it, and nudges it down.
Nudges and nurdles. Or some combination of the two.
Yes, it's conflating all sorts of different expressions there. It goes down to backward point for 1. Let's keep it at that.
On the south coast of England, Warwickshire have squeezed home against Sussex by 1 wicket at 279 for 9.
So they will top the group, and they will have home advantage. 275 for 5 here, 66 to win, 53 balls remaining. And Keogh earlier, we noticed, been taking almost all the pace, almost bowling like the Jeremy Snake moon ball, and there we are again, driven by Horton, square of the wicket on the offside. He's going to pick up a single as it goes down to Hassan Azad, who's on fielding as substitute for One of today's century makers, Ricardo Vasconcelos. One more to Alex Horton. He goes to 3. 276 for 5. 65 to win off 52. Billy Root on strike. Keogh coming round the wicket to him in bright sunshine and driven by Root out towards the extra cover boundary. Long chase for Gus Miller. He's not going to get there. It crosses the rope. 4 to Billy Root. Perfect placement. Beat the man tight in there on the single at extra, Alex Russell. And then it was down to whether Gus Miller could get round the boundary to retrieve. He couldn't. Takes Root to 19. 280 for 5. 61 to win. 51 balls remaining. 5 wickets in hand. Tom Taylor comes up and has a chat with Rob Keogh, then realises he's got to get back to his fielding position because Keogh's ready to bowl and Taylor isn't in place. He is now. And Keogh is in. Goes for the reverse sweep. Billy Root, but it goes straight to Taylor.
Yeah, they've realised now that Root is particularly strong in that area, backward of square on the offside, and they've got 2 men up fairly close together on the edge of the circle.
Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Root, full toss, driven away through extra cover. This could beat the man out there. No, it's not. It's James Sales who runs around, manages to get to it, sends in his return, but they've come back for 2. Billy Root to 21, 282 for 5. Keogh, full toss, slightly got away with that one. 59 to win. 49 balls remaining. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Root. He's beaten, appeals for stumping. Not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. It's well bowled by Rob Keogh. Flighted it up there, beat the defensive stroke of Billy Root. And Lewis McManus had the bails off quickly. Just having a little look on the replay. Looks as though he kept his foot there, so
just about.
Tight when Lewis McManus doesn't look very happy, but keepers never do in those circumstances. Anyway, end of the over. 59 more runs required. Glamorgan 282 for 5. 59 more runs needed. 8 overs to go. The required rate's just a touch under 7.5.
Yeah, the back foot for Billy Root slid around a little bit in the crease, but eventually just about managed to squeeze it backwards. So they're into a close final over finish between Essex and Surrey at Chelmsford. Latest we have is that Surrey need 8 off the final 3 balls with 2 wickets remaining. Hampshire defeated Kent by 3 wickets, reaching 326 for 7. There was 106 there for Aneurin Donald, formerly of this parish. Middlesex against Yorkshire. Middlesex won by 5 wickets, chasing down 254 as a target there. Notts against Lancashire. Lancashire won by 7 wickets. As Root chips this one, Horton chips this one back just over the bowler onto the green, and it's stopped close to the pin. It's a single for Alex Horton. 283 for 5. Hearts in mouths for a moment.
Another one of your gap wedges, Nick.
As Horton bowls, Root comes down the wicket, then slashes a square drive. He's got that one away. Will it go all the way to the boundary? I think it'll be just stopped inside the ropes. They should be able to come back for 3 runs, and they do. Enthusiastic piece of fielding from Sam Whiteman around on the pavilion boundary to save 1 run and to prevent Billy Root from continuing on strike. And that important game in the other group, Lancashire just had a target of 186, and thanks to a Keaton Jennings century, they got there comfortably. Russell is into bowl, pulled away by Horton. He's joining in the fun now, overpitched by Russell and slammed away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Derbyshire against Somerset, and Somerset won that one by 72 runs after posting 333 for 5. Derbyshire were 261 all out. Been an update for BBC Radio Wales to come, and just time to tell you that Gloucestershire beat Durham by 7 wickets. Russell bowls. Horton plays this to long off for a single. This game heading for a thrilling finish. Glamorgan are 291 for 5, needing 341 for victory. An improbable chase, but they were given a flying start by Sam Northeast with 100, Ed Byrom with 50 and Colin Ingram 69. There's been a flurry of wickets since then, with Northants looking favourites at one juncture, but Billy Root is just getting going. He's on 25 not out. Nothing on this group in terms of qualification now, but a thrilling finish to the one-day campaign nonetheless. Glamorgan 292 for 5, they need 49 off 7. As that becomes rather less than that, Horton has launched this one into the stratosphere over mid-wicket. A real swing of the bat from the teenage keeper, and he'll feel a bit better for that as he moves on to 15. Glamorgan 298 for 5. 43 to win, 7 overs to get them in.
That's a wonderful blow from Alex Horton, and it means that that was 16 off the over, and that has changed the whole complexion of this match now. It was Alex Russell's last over. He figures of 10 overs, 1 for 74. I think maybe one or two a little bit surprised that Alex Russell was bowling at that juncture. Presumably Lewis McManus determined to show a bit of confidence, which is a good thing in the young leg spinner. He bowled pretty well up to then, but they always you would sense that Glamorgan would have in their minds an over and a bowler they were going to target, and I think that was probably the one. And as it is, it's now a very, very much more manageable target. 43 off 42, so run a ball basically wins it for Glamorgan, and Northamptonshire turning to the experience of Luke Proctor, who's going to run in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Billy Root, drives up to Alex Russell at extra cover, and there's no run.
Surrey have beaten their 6 by 2 runs off the last ball at Chelmsford by 2 wickets. Patel hit a century at the top of the order. Essex fought back hard.
Cracking game by the sound of it. Good game here too. There's Proctor, bowls short, just buries it in the pitch, which is what he's been doing for much of the season in white ball cricket. Paddled round the corner by Root for 1. He goes to 26, 299 for 5, 42 to win. So throughout this campaign, Luke Proctor has really been trying to bowl a lot of sort of the slower ball bouncers. First white ball cricket he's played for 2 years, didn't play at all last year, which is rather surprising. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Horton, short again, pulled by Horton round the corner. He's only going to get a single, down to Hassan Azad. He brings up the 300 for Glamorgan. Applause from around Sophia Gardens. They need another 41 to win. Horton is 16 off 12 balls after a slightly sticky start. He certainly has come to the party, and he's brought a bottle.
Always important, that. So this group, 1, 2, 3, Warwickshire, Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. So Warwickshire goes straight to the semi-final.
Here's Proctor round the wicket, full toss, driven by Root, straight back past Proctor. I think he got a finger on it, and it's run away for 4 more. Billy Root doing the job here for Glamorgan. He goes to 30, 304 for 5. It was a slower ball, back of the hand job, went horribly wrong. It was a full toss. It was smashed by Billy Root. I think Proctor may just have got a finger on it.
Tipped it over the bar, unfortunately for him.
And it's run away for 4. Chased by Gus Miller to the boundary, but unavailingly. 304 for 5, 37 to win. Proctor in, bowls to Root, who cuts deftly down to third man. Fielded down there by Hassan Azad. 1 more to Root. He goes to 31. 305 for 5, 36 to win. Proctor, 1 ball to go in his 7th over. No wicket for 40 so far. 7 off this over. But I say we are now down to the realms of run a ball being enough for Glamorgan, with 5 wickets in hand. 6 overs to go after this ball. Here's Proctor in, bowls short again to Alex Horton, who tries to pull round the corner, doesn't make contact. After a certain amount of grovelling around on the floor, Lewis McManus manages to keep control of the ball, and that is a dot to finish the over. So 7 off it, 305 for 5. Glamorgan need 36 more runs to win. 6 overs remaining, with Billy Root on 31, Alex Horton is 16.
Well, on another day, that would have stuck in the palm for Proctor. He thrust up his right hand in the follow-through. Just got fingertips to it. So the other group is topped by Leicestershire, followed by Hampshire and Lancashire. So Leicestershire and Warwickshire are directly through to the semi-finals of this one-day cup competition. Hampshire will therefore host Worcestershire, and Gloucestershire will take on Lancashire, if I've got that right, in the one-day cup. So in the 100, the Northern Superchargers beating Welsh Fire Women by 16 runs today in Leeds, and that means those two sides will meet again in the Eliminator on Saturday. Men's positions still being sorted out. 3:05 for 5 then, here on BBC Sport Online. It's a thriller to finish this one-day cup campaign for both sides. And like the best one-day cricket, it has swung back and forth. Northants looked in control mostly with the bat. Glamorgan very strong with their batting early on, faltered badly as Root cuts and beats backward point. He should pick up a couple here. No, it's well fielded on the third man boundary by Proctor, and he keeps them down to a single. We're at the stage where virtually every run is vital, and there will be 5 overs to come after this. Run rate exactly a run a ball, but Glamorgan need to keep this pair at the crease, you feel, with less batting this week, having made a couple of changes in the bowling attack. As down the wicket comes Horton and muscles that one over mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Little cameo this from Alex Horton now.
And this is actually his highest score of the campaign, and what circumstances to get them in. 20 not out. Slogged that one away. There wasn't a great deal of technique in it, but just power and timing. And Taylor's second delivery disappears to the boundary. 5 off 2 balls in this over then. Will Horton keep going though? Yes, he will. He's hit this one hard to mid-off and gets home for the single comfortably enough. There's a slight misfield anyway. Single taken. 311 for 5. 30 needed for Glamorgan. 5.3 overs remain. It's all about taking wickets for Northants now. So not only do they need to contain, but they need to get at least one of these 2 out and get a new man to bowl at. Round the wickets, right arm comes Tom Taylor, bowls to Root, who chops it down wide of short third man, but there is a deep third man as well in the form of Proctor, and the single is taken. That's the 50 partnership between these two. Root has 29, Horton has 21.
Been together just 6 overs as well. So they've been going at 8.5.
It's a decent lick. Horton on strike. The game's swinging back towards Glamorgan, but 1 wicket could change it all still. Taylor striving to get that. Bowling to Horton, who gives himself room, pulls through the leg side. 4 runs first bounce. Bisected mid-wicket and square leg, who are both back on the pavilion ropes. He went aerial, Alex Horton. Didn't quite clear the ropes. That was a short ball from Tom Taylor, trying to follow the batsman and getting tucked up for the top edge, but Horton's just showing some power in these leg side strikes at the moment. 3:16 for 5.
Said a few moments ago that Lewis McManus still has 2 overs of Jack White left, which would be like gold dust. But at this rate, he's not really going to have the opportunity to do very much with them.
Well, Northants need to use their best bowlers now, you feel.
Yeah.
Last ball from Taylor, worked on the leg side by Horton. They should look for 2 here. They pause. Oh, there's a misfield, but they decided against it. It is just a single. Horton therefore retains the strike, but 12 runs came off that over, and another one that has tilted the balance just a little back towards Glamorgan. 24 to win 5 overs left, 317 for 5, and I'll give way to Kenneth Davis to accompany Andrew Radd through till the dramatic finale.
Yep, 24 more runs to win, 5 overs remaining, and no sign of Jack White coming back into the attack just yet. I say Northamptonshire have 2 overs of White left, and he has been far and away the best of Northamptonshire's bowlers today. Good to see you. I thought you'd headed off to do other things, but it's very, very good to see you back.
Well, yes, it's a judgment call when you are doing these updates, so you never know. But what a thrilling ending we have in store.
Here's Luke Proctor into bowl to Horton, who's clubbed it back over the bowler's head. That's going to go, I think, for 4. Is it just going to creep over the rope? No, it's not.
Just did enough.
It's it's Gus Miller who's flung himself at that one, and he's done himself, I fear, not a great deal of good. I think he's hit his head on the boundary board, and immediately there's a call for the physio to come out. They ran 2.
It was an admirable effort.
It was, and I think he's, I'm not sure whether it's head, elbow. He's in a bit of bad shape, and I'm not sure, it's probably not done the advertising board a great deal of good either. Simon Kerrigan is coming on the field to replace him.
Just seeing the replay now. Good chase. Did he touch the rope?
I think that, yes, I think if the
been a few of those in this campaign already.
I think if the umpires had the advantage of that, they would have awarded a boundary. But of course they didn't. It was a very long way away. It was the other hand that
it was
clearly did touch the rope.
It was the left hand, wasn't it?
We'd probably be still going through replays now anyway. Two runs onto the total. 319 for 5. 22 to win. Well, that's going to be 4.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no doubt about that. Next ball, identical delivery. Full, a little bit wide, and allowing Alex Horton to get the levers going. And he's thumped that away over mid-off for 4. Horton to 32. 18 to win now. Glamorgan, barring something rather strange, ought to win this game pretty comfortably now, and this has been a terrific partnership between Billy Root and Alex Horton. They've now put on 61 runs in just a touch over 7 overs. Short goes Proctor, no ball called.
And it'll do wonders as well for Alex Horton, who we said needed a bit of runs, and he's fair play. They were under the cosh when that 5th wicket fell.
Well, yeah, and you think he struggled a little bit to get in, didn't he? But now 32 not out off 20 balls, 1 6 4 4s. What a good job he's done for his side. 325 for 5, 16 to win. Proctor in, bowls to Horton, who shapes to try and play that away on the onside. Hits him high up on the pad, and Proctor follows through to retrieve, and there's no run, so 16 to win still, but Glamorgan have 27 balls remaining, so these two just keep their heads, and Glamorgan ought to have a fairly stress-free victory here, which would be their hollow laughter comes from the estimable Nick Webb behind me.
Did you see this before?
He has. Here's Proctor in bowls, pulled away by Horton. More runs for him here. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not. Really good bit of fielding out on the boundary by James Sales. Keeps it to 2. 327 for 4. 14 to win.
He's got an array of shots. He's got power as well, so it does bode well for the future. One of the next generation at Glamorgan.
14 to win. 26 balls left. Proctor with 2 balls left in this over. Bowls again to Alex Horton and beats him. He's trying to give himself room, spear it away over extra cover. This time didn't make contact. Goes through to Lewis McManus. So this would be, say, Glamorgan's 4th win. It would give them 9 points. Currently 4th in the table. I mean, Northamptonshire will be stuck on 3 wins, 5 defeats from their 8 matches. As Proctor is in, bowls to Horton, works it into the onside. That's clever, thoughtful, good game awareness from Alex Horton. Nudges it away for a single to finish the over. 328 for 5. Proctor's bowled 8 overs for 51, 328 for 5, 13 to win, 4 overs to go. Billy Root has made 33, Alex Horton has made 35. Bizarrely, Kenneth, when you look at Northamptonshire's record, even 3 wins and 5 defeats, the 3 wins in particular, is their best showing in the One Day Cup for 7 years, which just goes to show how frankly clueless Northamptonshire have been in 50 over cricket in the last 7 years. But they haven't won more than 2 games in a season since 2016, which was the last time they reached the knockout stages. Something to ponder on, I think.
Yes. But a brilliant partnership, 66 in 44. And it is Horton on strike. Taylor coming in from the taff end. Gives himself room through the covers for 4. He's seeing everything now, and he's picking everything off. Quality shot from Horton once more, and he should be seeing this one over the finishing line for Glamorgan.
Yes, I'm just at this stage of proceedings, you just start to think, who's going to come and have a talk to me after the game is over? Not absolutely sure.
39 in 26 from Alex Horton, 332 to 5, 9 in 23. Even Nick Webb can afford not to laugh now. Driven by Alex Horton to mid-off, and there's no run. But as you mentioned, the fact that nothing has been on this match has provided us with...
It's been a wonderful day's cricket. I mean, the chances are that those that have paid their money to come in today are going to see the thick end of 700 runs scored in the day, with what, 3 individual hundreds. Not a bad value for money, is it really?
Taylor coming in from the Cathedral Road end. Good length ball, and that's just squeezed out right up in the block hole by Horton, and went square. They thought about a run, but thought otherwise. With plenty remaining, 9 to win, 21 balls remaining, and 5 wickets in hand. Sun still shining down on Sophia Gardens. Best conditions of the day, probably. Had some early cloud cover as Taylor starts his run up, coming in past the umpire, bowls, good length ball. Oh, and again, well, he was looking, Alex Horton, to launch that into the taff. Didn't get hold of it at all, and just went stuck in the ground, and there was no run. He's looking to finish this in 2 blows, isn't he, Alex Horton?
Well, we've only seen, I think we've seen 1 go into the river today, haven't we? I think Colin Ingram hit one, which went over the sight screen at the far end.
So we've got 3 dot balls in this over from Taylor as he comes in and bowls, and that's squeezed out to square by Horton, and they proceed through for another single.
Just wonder whether they will get Jack White back into the attack, or whether Lewis McManus will think, well, there's not a lot of point really, and just give somebody else a role, because White has been head, shoulders and pretty much the full body length better than anybody else today with the ball for Northamptonshire.
8 required as Taylor comes round the wicket to Billy Root, and that's whipped away square of the wicket, and it'll be another single, and Root moves to 35. Horton, the main contributor in this partnership, now 40 of 30, and it was all looking rather desperate when Carlson and Kellaway went quickly in 2 overs. Kellaway especially, you thought at the time that it wasn't a shot that was required, but it's been a brilliant rearguard action by these 2.
Well, you think at that stage, Kenneth, you know, they were looking at 7.4 and over at one point when that wicket, the Ben Kellaway wicket, fell. That was 262 for 5 in the 39th. But what a job these 2 have done. 72 runs unbroken so far, 7 to win. Billy Root on strike, carved away down to 3rd man, and that's going to be 4 more. It was wide outside the off stump from Luke Proctor, carved away by Root. There is a third man, but he's wide. 3:38 for 5. Glamorgan need 3 to win. Kenneth, see you at home.
Yes, cut away fine, which means that it is 3 with 18 remaining. Here comes the bowler into Root, who just drives that into the offside, and they take a single. 2 to win then, which brings the Starman, and it would be quite fitting if Alex Horton can get the winning runs given his contribution.
I wouldn't have fancied being the man of the match adjudicator today. Of course, if in the old days when there used to be one, I know there's not now, but be a tough ask today.
Proctor coming in from the Cathedral Road end. Horton on strike, and they'll have to settle, and they'll have to go again. It's a dot ball. Well, Northants would have thought they were done and dusted. 341 required to win after 2 Centurions, with 2 Centurions in their ranks, Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh. Proctor turns, comes in past the umpire. Horton, and that could be that, and it is. It's pulled away for 4 by the Starman Alex Horton, and it's been a fine knock from the young wicket-keeper. Morgan looking slightly nervy when they lost Carlson and then Ben Callaway, but a fine partnership between Horton and Billy Root has brought this one home, and Glamorgan, albeit they can't proceed in this competition, have finished in fine style and have finished on a positive note as they will return to red ball action. Glamorgan then chasing 341, and they've done so with 5 wickets to spare.
Wonderful knock from Alex Horton, 44 not out off 32 balls, 1-6, 6 fours. Billy Root 39 off 31. It's interesting, we were saying when the two came together, well, Horton's job really is just to bat for Billy Root, give as much of the bowling as possible. It just goes to show again what we know, because Alex Horton goes out there and blazes a match-winning innings, and that's exactly what it was. Fantastic knock from him. So congratulations to Glamorgan, who have in the end chased down that 340 with 14 balls to spare. And well, I was just thinking back to the interval between innings, and we were discussing off air whether that was game over. I said, well, one or two of us who were at Blackpool last year when Northamptonshire made 370 and still lost against Lancashire, so one takes nothing for granted. But it's the end of what's been for Northamptonshire a fairly gloomy one-day cup competition. Of course, they'll have the thoughts of the memories of Prithvi Shaw's very brief stay, 4 matches, 420 odd runs, including a double 100 against Somerset and 100 against Durham, as applause you can hear, and very well deserved for Alex Horton and Billy Root as they trot up the pavilion steps with the win secured. But other than that, and the 200s for Tom Taylor, not a great deal for Northamptonshire to cheer about. For Glamorgan, terrific finish with a win and building a little bit of momentum, as you say, ahead of the resumption of the championship in Super September in just a few days' time.
Yeah, just a quick roundup. Northants posed a considerable target of 341 to win. Contributions, centuries by Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh, and notable contribution by Sam Whiteman as well of 88. Northeast was the starman early on with 100, and Eddie Byrom with a quick-fire 50 as well put Glamorgan on the way. There was a bit of a collapse midway through when Glamorgan lost Callaway and Kiran Carlson in quick succession, but Root and Horton brought it home for Glamorgan, and they win by 5 wickets and with 14 runs to spare. My thanks to Andrew, to Nick and to Troy, and I hope you've enjoyed the last of the one-day action here at glorious Sophia Gardens. Thanks for everything. Diolch yn fawr. Noswaith dda.